There's a fire in my heart, yeah, it burns for the game we play. Now I rise and take my turn to be born again for this day. I know they're waiting for me now to win it all. I hear my name cried in the crowd. They call, fighting through all of the pain. I'll never fall, risking everything I have to stand up tall. Now my flames burn bright and my head's held high. Oh, can't knock me down. No, my fears are buried down tonight. And I dried my eyes 'cause I'm a fighter, won't ever back down. 'Cause I'm breathing fire. Oh, yeah, I'm breathing fire. Oh, now it's all their eyes on me. It's my time to make history. For my brothers I will bleed and bring home all the glory. I know they're waiting for me now to win it all. I hear my name cried in the crowd. They call, there is only one way I can survive. Fighting through all of the pain, the best will rise. Now my flames burn bright and my head's held high. Oh, can't knock me down. No, my fears are buried down tonight. And I dried my eyes 'cause I'm a fighter, won't ever back down. Now I'm breathing fire. I'm breathing fire. Now I'm breathing fire. Now I'm breathing fire. Now my flames burn bright and my head's held high. Oh, can't knock me down. No, my fears are buried down tonight. And I dried my eyes 'cause I'm a fighter, won't ever back down. Now I'm breathing fire. I'm breathing fire. Now I'm breathing fire. Now I'm There's a fire in my heart, yeah, it burns for the game we play. Now I rise and take my turn to be born again for this day. I know they're waiting for me now to win it all. I hear my name cried in the crowd. They call, fighting through all of the pain. I'll never fall, risking everything I have to stand up tall. Now my flames burn bright and my head's held high. Oh, can't knock me down. No, my fears are buried down tonight. And I dried my eyes 'cause I'm a fighter, won't ever back down. 'Cause I'm breathing fire. Oh, yeah, I'm breathing fire. Oh, now it's all their eyes on me. It's my time to make history. For my brothers I will bleed and bring home all the glory. I know they're waiting for me now There's a fire in my heart, yeah, it burns for the game we play. Now I rise and take my turn to be born again for this day. I know they're waiting for me now to win it all. I hear my name cried in the crowd. They call, fighting through all of the pain. I'll never fall, risking everything I have to stand up tall. Now my flames burn bright and my head's held high. Oh, can't knock me down. No, my fears are buried down tonight. And I dried my eyes 'cause I'm a fighter, won't ever back down. 'Cause I'm breathing fire. Oh, yeah, I'm breathing fire. Oh, now it's all their eyes on me. It's my time to make history. For my brothers I will bleed and bring home all the glory. I know they're waiting for me now to win it all. I hear my name cried in the crowd. They call, there is only one way I can survive. Fighting through all of the pain, the best will rise.
nothing, I'm going all in. It's my time, I know that it's my calling. Coming at 'em, they ain't even see.
Racing experience. Wow, racing maps await you. The new racing template is online. Create your racetrack gameplay. Navigate the forest racetrack. Unleash your racing passion. Surpass your opponents. Become the king of speed. Unlimited speed. Ignite your passion for speed. Play WoW now. racing experience. Wow, racing maps await you. The new racing template is online. Create your racetrack gameplay. Navigate the forest racetrack. Unleash your racing passion. Surpass your opponents. Become the king of speed. Unlimited speed. Ignite your passion for speed. Play WoW now.
Boy, oh boy, day one gave us so many surprises. Thunder Talk finishing the day in first place. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, coming to you live from Bangkok, Thailand. And we've been talking about surprises. How about we actually end up talking about Orangutan from India? This squad, first time at a global event, they end up finishing in fourth place with 43 points. And I want to get a chance to talk to Aru here, the mastermind, the silent assassin for this squad. Because Aru, what was the biggest lesson that you guys learned from day one?
I won't say a big one lesson that we learned, but it was just we had something in mind and the lobby had something else to offer. So I think both of those things aligned, and as we predicted the lobby would be, it's almost exactly the way we thought it would be. So we are pretty much confident because we understand how the structure of the lobby is.
And I absolutely love the way you guys were just gaining that confidence. A lot of the viewers were saying that you were camping. I personally don't think so. Now, going into the last match, you guys did do something that surprised me, and that was hunt down APG that's currently in last place. What made you make that decision?
It's our drop. Whoever comes to our drop, we're going to hunt them down.
APG, thank you so much, Aru. That is a shot if I've ever heard one. And now going to other surprises. We got Tulika Mad Bulls. You saw me do an interview with him yesterday. We're gonna do another one. Tulika, your team was able to get together in July of this year. What has caused you guys to make such a great synergy in such a short time?
Так, Толика, ваша команда собралась в июле этого года. Как за короткое время вы смогли выстроить такую синергию?
Мы очень много тренировались, работали над улучшением игры, работали над макро, над коммуникацией, чтобы показать хорошую игру. Тем более у нас нет организации, что дает дополнительную мотивацию показать, на что мы способны.
We trained a lot. We worked on building our communication and our macro game. And since we don't have an organization behind us, it gives us more motivation to show a good performance.
Well, you're definitely putting a good performance, but let's rewind a little bit because yesterday in Rondo, that was one of your least performances. Very poor performance, I would say. 15 plays, 5 eliminations. What are you looking to change going into Rondo today?
Что вы планируете сделать сегодня на карте Ронда, учитывая то, что ваши результаты были плохими, 15 место и 5 elimination?
Постараемся сыграть как минимум не хуже.
So we perform our best, no worse today.
Okay, I expect a better than 15 plays, and more than 5 eliminations if that's the case. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this is day 2 of the Gauntlet.
That's right, Seven. It's day 2 out of 3. The time for excuses is over. The time to perform is now. What's up, everybody? I'm Hot Jukes here with Maxman and Neptura. Man, day 1 was insane. Thunder Talk leading the charge with 77 points. As a matter of fact, they have a 39-point lead over that 8th place team. That's D Xavier. I mean, did we see this coming, Max?
No, genuinely, when I look at the PL teams, Hot Jukes, I'm mainly looking at Weibo, right, with Order, with Sook, and I was like, Thunder Talk, the fragging potential, it's a little bit inconsistent, but yesterday, Sitting popping off, Jing popping off, King popping off, AJ popping off, they're all popping off here, Hot Jukes, and I wonder, can we see that continue entering in the second day? Because if they can do it again, chances are they're locking in their position for the top 7.
Oh, yes, indeed. You can see right now that was the schedule. It's gone. This is the format that we got going on. The Gauntlet is here and now, guys. Yeah, so we're in day number 2. After this, we're going to be past that halfway point, right, Neptura? So just how important is it for these teams to perform? And which teams do you think desperately need to right here, right now?
I mean, it would be a very easy answer to say, oh, Alpha Gaming need to step up today, but it's because it's true, right? After game 3 today, we pass that halfway mark and we start going downhill. We start going to the closing of the Gauntlet stage. And so this is where these teams need to step up because tomorrow is going to be too late. I would say even once we get to the Miramars today, it's going to be way too late to try and do a lot here because these other teams that have done so well yesterday will most likely continue to do well today. They're just going to be too far ahead, Jukes.
Yeah, $3 million is on the line right now, guys. And I'm telling you, there's all these crazy teams in this lobby right here. They do not want to go to the group stage, right, Max? So with 7 slots available, I think we definitely had some surprises. I do agree with Alpha needing to step up big time today. Who else do you think needs to step up?
Oh, I'm looking at Regnum Carrier. 13th position currently, standing with only 19 points. Their best game was the first Orango of the day with 6 elimination, 4th place finish, which is, pretty decent, but it's not decent when you look at the rest of the games where they keep going out super early on. I'm talking 13th, 10th, 16th, 15th, 12th. This is not the Regnum Carrier of old that we're used to seeing here in these international lobbies. So Regnum Carrier, day 1, a little bit of a fumble here, Hot Jukes, but I truly believe that they're going to bring back some good action here because it's Regnum Carrier, the most consistent team in the world on global stage. They got something up their sleeve. I'm 100% certain about it.
Yeah, and I hope so, because honestly, they need to double their performance yesterday just to even catch up to 7th place here, Neptura, right? Right now, that 7th place cutoff is going to be Alpha 7, and we're going to get into that once we hit in these overall rankings, right? So, I mean, for Regnum Carrier, they need to do what they did and ×2 and even more, right? So when it comes to their play style, right? Because I know you're looking at their macros. So, right, what do you think they need to do differently here today?
Listen, I think in day one, they actually had some really good plays. The struggle was trying to just convert that into some points, right? Because I think when we look at the individual fights they had, of several times we were like, there we go, that's Regnum, baby. That's who we know to be that team. And then it just wasn't working when it comes to the leaderboard. So I feel like maybe there's some issues there with maybe a little bit of the timing. Maybe they're a little bit too delayed. I'm not going to say hesitant. They're not a hesitant team at all, but maybe just a little bit too delayed, or maybe they're getting caught out a little bit too much where, they need to be splitting up a little bit more to adapt to this lobby when they want to be more compact. Something like that, I think, might just turn the tide for them and get those points on the board.
Yeah, it would be nice to see, but though looking at these replays, I'm actually looking at this replay here of the early fight in Rondo happening between R8 and Alpha 7. And when you're looking at day one here, one big key point to bring up is going to be how R8 were just so dominant from start to finish of day one, right? Because this is a team from MENA that were like, regionally, they do great alongside maybe Geek. Going into a global MENA, we're usually a little bit uncertain as to predict them because they're usually quite inconsistent. But no, R8 bringing the heat from the get-go, extremely consistent gameplay. In particular, Ida performing, which is pretty expected because he's one of the main fraggers of the team. I'm especially excited here, Niptro, with Marth, because this guy is normally more of a support off-angle player trying to set up his team. He's currently the 4th best player in the Gauntlet on day one with 13 eliminations on his lonesome. Marth, if he keeps this kind of momentum going, R8 might just secure an early spot for MENA in the Grand Finals.
And what a surprise it has been, right? Because exactly what you were saying, we're not used to seeing this kind of performance out of R8. Yes, they're very consistent. Yeah, they're doing really well. But 3rd on the leaderboard, I don't think anybody expected that. So it's looking really good for them. We just want to see that consistency now. And it's the same for Thunder Talkins yesterday. We need to see a little bit more, or not more, but continuation of what that was. We need to see that through to today. Mabbles as well. We saw them in his interview earlier, Max, as well, right? So yes. I do want to see just not so much more from them, but just a continuation, because yesterday was really good for these top 17.
Yeah, it was like, what more can we do? They're sure asking too much from us. What? We're already in top 7, but here we go, looking at our first head-to-head of the day. And of course here, Hot Jukes, is the main rival. We were all expected to happen here. It's Orangutan versus APG, and well, the numbers speak for themselves, because if you're looking at the numbers, Orangutan are completely outperforming APG, especially with that hot drop in Miramar. I'm wondering, now that they got that confidence built up against APG, can we expect more hot drops to happen just to ruin APG's chances of going to the finals?
And I hope we see some more hot drop action, because, I mean, we heard there from OG, right? They said, you know what, that's our drop spot, right? And they're going to claim it for themselves. They outperformed APG by a mile yesterday, right? The thing that we have to consider, though, right, is this is OG's first time here, right? We know what Alpha Gaming can do, Max, right? We know that the performance is pretty much imminent at this point. Do you think OG could replicate day one and hold off some of these monster squads that are on the second half of the leaderboards?
Well, I've actually seen for Orangutan, going back yesterday, rewatching the games, what Orangutan can improve upon is avoiding mid-game fights. And if we can see that happening, because we saw game 1, game 2, they would survive. I think AKOP survived as a solo game 1 on Rondo. And then game 2, it was Aru surviving under the bridge as a solo. If they're able to maintain their players, their entire squad alive in those similar positions, chances are we might have had an Orangutan win in those particular games. So that would be a 1 point of improvement. If we do see that coming out from Orangutan, they're going to somewhat solidify a position in top 7. But again, bottom teams here, Niptura. On 7, Alpha Gaming, Ulf, Regnum, E-Arena, DRX, Deek, Xavier. Do we truly expect all those teams to take a beating without fighting back? I think we're going to see a big change up from these bottom squads in these next 6 games.
Oh, 110%. We have to, right? These are not teams to go down without a fight. Regnum, Karya, I know we talked about them earlier. Alpha Gaming, I mean, these are 2 powerhouses of the global stage, and not even regionally, just globally. And yet here they are in the bottom, the bottom 8 here. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot before this day is done.
Oh no!
For sure.
Wait,
what?
Yeah, Marzi is saying DRX. No, if you guys don't know, in India, Marzi is like he's like me, but in India. Okay, whoever he supports, they get destroyed. He picked Reject during PMIC. Marzi, how can he do that to DRX? I blame Marzi for this.
Oh, no. Guys, make sure you guys are checking out all the crazy talk that's happening in the Gauntlet. And also, put in your input as well. Make sure you hit those QR codes. And then hopefully we can feature some of your comments here in just a little bit. Also, we got to show some big love to the Infinix GT30 series, the official gaming phone of PMGC 2025, engineered for precision, performance, and victory, empowering every gamer to be the one and outplay the rest on the global stage. So guys, man, things are heating up here, right? We talked about all these teams that need to perform, and OG with 43 points on the day are great. My big concern, Neptura, right, when it comes to OG, is some of these teams, right, that have a good solid day one will come back and say, you know what, maybe we should change things up. Maybe we should start getting a little bit more aggressive. We saw a little bit of that more aggression towards the second half in day one, right? What do you think OG should do here, right? Should they kind of replicate that kind of more, tactical weight back play style, or should they up the aggression here and now? What do you think?
I think that day one was enough to build the from the interview. They're sounding very confident. I need to see them rack up those points in the eliminations, because the rest of the lobby, they had day one, everybody was playing probably a little bit more quieter. Well, they're gonna start ramping up that heat. OG need to bring the same sort of level.
Yeah, OG hopefully can do it this time around. Moving on to the stage, you're looking at all the players, they're fully locked in here, Niptura. But actually, talking about teams that should be a little bit more aggressive here, I'm looking at the side of Ulf. This is a team you mentioned a few times on day one, right? As they're playing way more passive. For the players on this roster, this is very unusual. You have Solis, you have Ketch, you have especially Erin, the rising star of Turkey. This is a team that I am expecting to level aggression, because day one, for me, they were just invisible. We didn't see anything of true value coming out from this roster.
Yeah, it's really, really strange. I mean, we've seen so much from them over this being very, very aggressive. This version of the roster is a lot more passive, is a lot more controlled in how they do things, but this is a little too far, because at this point now we're not seeing anything. They're being so controlled and so contained that they're not doing anything. So definitely need to step that up. I don't know what the idea should be, though. I personally am always a fan of being a little bit quicker to do things. This is a team that is slower to rotate, and maybe if they were just a little bit more snappy with their rotates and their decision making, they might see more results.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you one thing, though. We're going into Rondo right now, Max Man, right? And we saw some crazy hot drops in day one. We saw R8 versus Alpha 7. We got about a minute on the clock. Why don't you break down some of those hot drops that are about to happen here?
I mean, Alpha 7 R8, of course, as you just said, the main one that is going to be happening. We'll see who's going to be able to take the dub this time around. We had Ulf fighting Virtus Pro in Stadium. There was a very big fight. The Virtus Pro did end up winning and did get rid of all of Ulf in that position and did force a recall, so that was very well played. But we keep talking about Orangutan here on the pre-show. Niptura, Kara versus Orangutan did happen, and it did result in them going down to a solo player. I believe it was Aru who then went for the full recall and revived his entire team, which was great. Are they going to contest it after they built up a bit more confidence yesterday? That's a very big question that we're going to see answered very, very quickly.
Yeah, I think it's entirely possible. Honestly, I wouldn't put past anything past OG at this point. They're feeling so good after yesterday. I just hope they can contain that and put that energy, put that confidence into making some really big brain plays and not just make silly decisions because they're being really overconfident. That's the balance that you've got to keep here. So I just really hope and pray that that's what we're gonna see from them today, and it's not gonna be a little bit of a car wreck, because we need to see that OG. We've loved what we've seen from them so far. We just need them to bring the heat.
Well, the heat is coming, Max. That hot drop, man. It's coming. We know it's only a matter of time, guys. Can OG hold it on? Can they get those eliminations? Let's see if it's going to happen right here, right now. Let's go ahead and take it on over to Blake and John Allen.
Hello, and welcome to day 2 here of the Gauntlet. And we've got another Rondo up and up to bat. It is going to be big. It's going to be messy, because we've got those recall beacons back in action. They're engaged, just like us. We're jumping straight into this one, Blank.
Yeah, I'm locked in. Not the tomatoes, not the onions. Stop throwing them, please. Please, I can only take so much.
He's in the stocks, bro. He's in the stocks on this.
I got put in the stockades yesterday. It was crazy. But we're straight back into things over on Rondo here. Northern Plain Path. Should be a good one. Hopefully less of the water in this one as opposed to yesterday, because yesterday's finish was pretty insane, and I think we were theorizing behind the scenes. Probably shouldn't have been possible in the first place. I think it was fairly cruel. And there's only so much water in Rondo as well, right? You got a little bit down towards Rinjiang, and then most of it's over towards Tulingjidan City. We managed to head right there, which was very unfortunate. Already though, we're getting those hot drops coming through. The three mans going up against one another, trying to get as many points as possible in the early game of Rondo.
We saw those big pickups right at the beginning of yesterday. I think it was 6 points earned off Alpha 7, right? That was pretty incredible stuff off one team to be able to extract 6 elimination points right off the bat. Was brilliant. That was R8, I believe, who were able to be the main profiteers of that one. We are going to be heading up to the northeast side on the circle as our hot drops continue to unfold. I'm sure we're going to have more than just GS and Geeky on our plates very, very shortly. But of course, remember those recall beacons. We harp on about it enough. You guys should be familiar at this stage with just how it will work. And you can see a little bit of maybe trepidation for these teams right now to kick things off.
Kind of crazy that you've got Safji from Geeky all the way up towards the northwest side of the map, south of Minhu. This is Bradley on the other side of the world right now to the rest of his squad. Obviously, Nerzed in the mix with the rest of them. So Ragnarok and Kevin. I think this is a pretty good mix as well in terms of firepower versus GS, but GS brought out some surprising gameplay yesterday, some pretty strong stuff. All right, Moth started things off versus Revo with the knock, takes him down instantaneously. That's what we're talking about.
Oh yeah, looks like maybe we're on for a repeat over there. Brazilians getting bandied about. Meanwhile, APG looking to try and hold the door frame. Top can't quite land the spray. With the UMP around the corner, the step in with the micro Uzi is good, but it's going to be all right for Alpha Gaming. They are actually very, very split. They're on a four-way split. Every single one of their players dropped solo, and they will have plenty of opportunity to go for these recall beacons. But that seems an interesting choice for APG.
Yeah, it's super weird as well, considering like Alpha Gaming strategy is to drop as a 4-man on Rondo. To come to globals, it's like, well, let's drop as a 1-man. In 4 different locations, which I don't think it's ideal. I mean, all 4 of these positions are not in the circle either. So this is a complete, or say waste of time from Alpha Gaming, but it's not great. Let's put it that way. So to regroup here, you'd have to battle through R8, A7, DRX, even OG's in front of you here. Could be a bit of a menace to you. So I think that overall, this is a bit of a difficult scenario right now for APG. Not sure I'm on board with the strategy just yet. We'll have to wait and see.
The one thing I think may have happened there is that they were trying to camp multiple recall beacons, right? And I'm really giving them some slack here. I feel like it's very tenuous of a link, but yeah, it's a weird play. It's certainly not something we've seen before on Rondo, where teams are balling up for the death balls. Okay, that was first blood. I mean, that makes sense. You hit the deck, you get that M4 on board, you're going to hit those sprays all day. Looks like they do get some retribution, though. Alpha 7, back in.
Yeah, I think Obscure's been playing very well, honestly, for Alpha 7. Out of all the players as well, you sort of expected to be Revo, Carrillo pulling out that magical moments, but honestly, Obscure's been very strong, even just on the nades overall. Jafar at distance here from GS with DS3 and Icon inside the building. He seems to be dipping out a little bit here. There is one nade in the hands of Icon. Could be quite deadly versus Geeky, but this fight is massively slowed down. And again, this is towards the north side of Judena City, so they're not really towards the circle just yet either. Both teams likely would have to rotate on that north side. It is slightly weird for Geeky with Safji being over towards that northwest side, where the intention here is, I guess, not to lose the fight, but if they don't lose the fight, regrouping with Safji might be slightly rough. Let's put it that way, because they've got to push through Mad Balls. There's Deke Xavier in front of them over towards Concierge as well. So yeah, I don't know how that happens. Reefus is down from Alpha Gaming. He tried to look in on this fight, and Marv said no.
Marth's cracking on. He's having a great day so far. And R8, very happy to earn these points back. They do still need to get one of their teammates back into the fold. They did, of course, lose that one to Obscure. But Alpha 7 seem to have actually regrouped here now as well. They are all 4 players alive. He spotted an off angles there. Rizal actually landing the shots of the Marth, and there's no response. A nice little pickup. He steps through, gets the flush for Alpha 7. Another point added to the tally. But is Amori going to find that answer? Doesn't look like it. He hits the deck in time.
Yeah, it's a pretty aggressive push here coming through from Marth, honestly. And at least he does reveal the position from Guizhou as well as Carrillo, but that's about it. They do have that outpost in Prestige down towards Rinjiang, which is pretty far out from the circle, but they can pick their players up. I think right now, probably Prestige is just asking Amuri to see if he can get a knock, get a flush, and then just leave out of here. VP enters the scenario as well, as does Zjol from APG. It's a full 4-man squad now, back up and in position.
All right, okay. Aragon moving into the corner here with Voston as well. Revel has oversight. He's warned his teammate. He's not going to be able to do too much more. Carrillo, though, able to find Aragon on the first. Step into the bathroom for a heal as well. Another APG player goes down, but it seems like that's just par for the course at this stage. They are just adding points to everyone else's tallies at the start of this game. Alpha 7 popping off, though, and keeping things going. Carrillo on the corner, an indomitable fortress, keeping Virtus.pro's duo at bay.
I think the thing is here is that at least Zhou gets information there's two teams in this area, and then they all regroup down towards Yulin. So they could push north and hold out both these squads if they wanted to. Virtus.pro's got a similar situation where they got an outpost over towards Stadium that they can refresh their players from. But Alpha 7 definitely weathered the storm there. It was not easy versus R8 in particular, but R8 also back up to 4 players. And Murray, though, looking for a little bit more. Doesn't quite find it. Carrillo hits the deck, but will get rezzed fairly quickly afterwards. Let's take a look at what's happening over towards the circle on the northeast side. Great start from Thunder Talk on a 2-2 split, which they quickly regroup towards a central position. They're holding high ground with Sai Ting, as well as Sing towards the lower end of things, just providing scouting capabilities towards that southern side.
That river that sits in the middle of this circle, Blank, has some really difficult crossing points. I mean, we saw just how treacherous those riverbanks can be yesterday on our Rondo game, but in general, there's not the easiest time where maybe on a map like Erangel, when you're crossing that central river, the riverbanks are a little bit more forgiving. I feel like there's a lot of verticality on the Rondo riverbanks. There are obviously some places where you can get across, and obviously those bridges will be an option, but it's going to be pretty tricky for teams who haven't already made it to go straight through. So I'm expecting quite a lot of wide wraps from teams on the southwest.
Yeah, I think getting over towards Ryan is probably the best idea, and then you can wrap down towards DRX's position, potentially take some high ground for yourself. But it does depend on this next circle, right? Because if it does shift down towards the southwest here, like you're looking at Test Track, you're looking over towards that hillside in the west, but it doesn't happen. We head over towards Huasing. I think that this is actually fairly rough in terms of position to play. And GS, though, still going strong versus Geeke here. This fight has raged on for quite some time.
It shows no signs of slowing either. D3S wants to hop out with the auto shot.
Wow.
Doesn't find the first, the second, not so lucky, but there is still that trade around corner. Actually, only one player now remaining for Geeke, I think. No, sorry, for GS, just Jafar. He's been in these spots before. We saw it against APG down in the C block fight that we saw in match 2 yesterday. And now he needs to find Kevin on the corner. The recall beacon just outside is beckoning, but he needs to get through this hurdle first. Kevin's running low on ammo, but he has got the other weapon in the back pocket.
Nice.
Jafar handles him though, not even going to be able to loose a shot his way.
Yeah, that was a fantastic play there from Jafar. Some great baiting as well. I mean, both players had 0 meds to work with, and they would have heard each other using them. So Jafar just baits out the scenario, waiting for that desperation play. He has a full sweep on the edge as well, where he can swing wide. So it's really, really smart maneuvers. Wolves here going up against Regnum Karya. Now, there's a lot of talk about Regnum Karya's day yesterday, which, as we all know, was pretty poor. I think losing a player pretty much in the early moments of the map each time definitely hurt them, right? They were playing as a 3-man, multiple maps, and they just couldn't get much done from there. But Regnum Karya usually uses that day 1 as a big study day, though I was a little disappointed in the performance that they put up. I thought they'd get a little bit more than 19 points overall, but already Rondo starts fairly decently in a strong central position as well.
I'm liking the little pop-ups on the tower graphic on the right-hand side. I don't know if you've clocked it, guys at home, but if a recall does happen, we saw it just on the Wolves tab there. It will show who has been pulled back up and when it will happen. A little gold flash appears on the right-hand side of your screen. So if you're watching and we're not on board with your favorite team and they're looking to get a recall on board, that's how you can keep track of it. You'll see exactly when it happens, so you're nice and up to date with everything.
Igor just going over towards E Arena right now. Joker was pulled out yesterday for NC2. Learned his lesson, apparently. Come back into today looking a lot more fresh. Getting the initial pick off there onto Wolves. I mean, E-Arena didn't play terribly yesterday. I just don't think that they had these massive moments. They were consistently towards like those later portions of the game, but I think it's mistakes like this, right? I think they get step 1, step 2 correct, and then step 3 is where they fall short. I think that when it comes to thinking ahead, they don't really have that right now. Where they make this push, you're playing on the hillside, you're not worried about the backside angle. Again, in a global lobby, you have to worry about that. It's imperative that you worry about that.
Ooh, Circle pops down towards the south, gives a little bit of a favor to Regnum Kaya potentially. Orangutan on that southwest side as well. Looking at the teams on the south, though, it's a bit of a difficult run up here for teams like Alpha Gaming, who have got all 4 of their players alive. They did manage to get those recalls on board. And E-Arena, who are moving very, very close. It's going to be pretty stacked up on this south edge with Kara as well, maybe poking their noses in. And a few teams yet to move as well.
It's been an incredibly odd start for Alpha Gaming. I think that it's hard to say whether it was the correct decision or not. Personally, I don't think it was the initial 4-man split. Like you said, I think you were giving them a lot of credit for what they were attempting to achieve, but I think that that's more coming from the fact that they had such a bad day yesterday. They were feeling very worried coming into today. And then this first 12 minutes has just been about getting a 4-man towards that late game, which is where typically Alpha Gaming does shine, is if they have a 4-man towards that 18-minute mark, they're very good at sweeping. But we just haven't seen that because they've been torn apart by teams like OG yesterday in that final match. I don't think that APG is feeling very confident coming into this day. And unless we get something insane over the next 3 games, I'm not even thinking that APG gets into top 7.
Yeah, gonna have a tough time of it for sure. We'll see if they can bring something to bear in these next 2 days. DXavier, they've spotted at least one of the players from Alpha 7. This is up on the north side, Blank, coming down from around Heme Town on that north east side of things. Alpha 7 struggling to get through. They got the Mad Bulls ahead of them as well. Not only are DXavier going to be harrying them as they try and move forwards, but they're going to have to deal with that too. The recall beacons not long in this game, so opportunities starting to dwindle to get yourself back up to 4 players.
Yeah, we are really lacking on those recall beacons. The only one still available is probably in Alpha 7's camp over towards Muhapan. I think that potentially Korea is able to pop that one off, but Mad Bulls is set up on a lineup right now. Takes down Guizao and Obscure, so leaving just Korea at the recall beacon to get the rest of his team up, but they will be dropping in with limited supplies. I'm kind of concerned right now for them. 5 elims on the game. It's not terrible. It's not great either, though.
You see those recalls popping up there. Wolves moving through as Ulf managed to get into this position nice and early on the plateau, but will they be able to hold it? The first is good. A double spray down across the way. No, it's a 1-for-1 trade. But Ketch is able to find another. Coops goes down. They lose one on the off angle here. Scarface has been knocked, but the Wolves are no more. Taken away on the approach. You can't get up the top there. Ulf able to beat out the Wolves on that hold.
So funny, it's the 2 Wolves logos going at it with one another. You know, the 2 packs are scrapping in the meantime. Though I think that Max brings up a really good point on the desk, is that the Ulf does feel very weird right now to me. Rondo actually was one of their best maps that they played. They were fantastic at it overall. And I think for Ulf, there is this issue that I think it is confidence-based, because they went from being kind of lackluster when they were playing under the name of Fireflux to suddenly this whole new team with Aaron on board, with Matcat out, and then coming to globals. I was just concerned because I was like, well, this is not the Ulf I'm used to seeing, with just incredible long range control, and especially having such a good time on Rondo. It just was not meant to be yesterday. We'll see if they can pick up that performance.
Ooh, the Garden's not playing well for DRX. They have a lot of people trying to move into the area. Alpha Gaming actually fairly successfully taking a decent chunk of it. A big nade comes through from Reefus as well. That's going to find 2 of them, just leaving Soizy down on his last legs here. Last player to stand, and his bridge position fairly known. Look at the ground that Alpha Gaming have been able to achieve. I mean, fair enough, you know, to be able to salvage something like that. From a game that started the way it did for them. And with 2 elims, they do have a lot of teams that can crest over the ridgelines, take shots at them. The question is, will teams want to do that?
recentering up on the circle a little bit now. I mean, Mad Bull's on the northern side. It's not a terrible spot for them, but they are a little bit exposed right now. Regnum Kari are playing things slightly slower over towards the western edge. You can see here already a nade goes through, able to find good damage over towards Tulika. Likely a knock and a flush comes through off the back of that one. But Tulika is just crawling backwards as fast as he possibly can. OG playing things out smart down towards the southwest side, just biding their time, and I think that's fair enough considering your VP ahead of you. They can try and cut out any control on the south side. There's no reason to move right now.
Kara. And they're well on the east side. We saw them trying to crest that ridgeline over towards the Alpha Gaming position in the center of the gardens. And now they're going to have to move off of that hilltop. You can see Poser poking his nose in, trying to establish some kind of inroads for them. I think it may just be a crash onto Alpha Gaming's spot, but GS are going to move in parallel to that. It's going to be messy in the middle there. A difficult time, I'm sure. DX Xavier, they've moved in from the north side. The Mad Bulls have been leapfrogging with them, and Paragin will be the player to go down, but there's an answer, and it's Regnum Kaya to third party out to the west.
Fair enough as well. I mean, Regnum Kaya able to gain a lot of control over that northwest side. Mad Bulls continuing to take damage. Loxy finishing off some of the final players there from Mad Bulls. Just one last left alive now in Pusher, who is hiding in a field of Doritos.
Oh dear. I've had dreams like that, I'm pretty sure. The Xavier, though, a bit of a nightmare. With the nades bombarding them behind the tree trunks, but fortunately they're just stepping into the cover at the right time as the trucks to be excavated beneath their feet. Mad Bull's putting them in the ditch.
I mean, I don't know how long Mad Bull survives here. I mean, they've smoked out as much as possible, but even so, that's a little bit tough. Now we're looking over towards our final circles. With Ulf playing this high ground, I think they have a great chance at this game. There is equally E Arena, who needs to do a lot of work now to control over towards that northeast side. OG continues to put presence over towards the northern edge. I think they understand that Regnum Kaya right now is probably their biggest threat, and Silas is continuing to poke over that way and see what they can find off the back of this. He is recalling the rest of the team now down this way. They have the high ground advantage. OG initially taking shots over towards R8 though on that southeast side and get caught off guard by Regnum Kaya. There are shots coming through.
And there's the trade. Loxy looks for a second and finds it. The backline now down to one. Just a tanky there, looking for the shots, and does manage to clock Silas, looking for... Now Loxy getting backed off the angle. Only one player now as the flushes are confirmed for Regnum Kaya. Silas unlikely to get rezzed here, Blank. I mean, they could put him in a vehicle and see if he can get on forwards, drive him on in, but I think it might be more worthwhile to just send your three players away, not try and spend that time, because look at this approach. I mean, Tanky's managed to make it to a rock miraculously here for Orangutan. See if he could survive and out for the final moments. We know they are able to do it. They've got it in the tank. Let's see if they can do it this time.
Yeah, trying to survive on that side of the map. Slightly underneath Ulf, though, so a little bit of a dangerous position for them, but I don't think Ulf is too preoccupied with that right now. They're looking over towards Mad Bulls and making sure they hold out VP in the process. So it's a good play from a tanky. It is a little bit of a risky one, but if it pays off, then he's able to get quite far into this game, which is nice to see. Regnum Kaya, though, that is a decent start for them. Up to 27 points now. So already 8 points on the game here on Rondo, which is massive news for Regnum Kaya. Starting to catch up to teams at the middle of the pack. And a nice start to the beginning of the day is really huge for a team that struggled yesterday.
That's what you need to be able to find as well at this global level. Finding that resurgence after a bad day, very, very important. Although sometimes you don't have that opportunity, especially when it gets to the smaller numbers of days, smaller numbers of matches that you're going to be playing. For now, though, Thunder Talk, I mean, we saw how much work they were able to do yesterday, right? Getting so many points and getting so close to what we expect the bubble to be already in just one of their 3 days.
Nice
is a beautiful turn up. Silas was picked up, but maybe not for too much longer as he's crawling back behind the deployable cover there, looking for another res. They are in this zone. Virtus Pro might try and put them out of it, though.
You can see their VP looking to try and push further up. These nades are getting very close. There's a good chunk of damage. I think that Regnum Kai is kind of lucky that they don't lose too much damage on their side, because the nades seem to stop a little bit from VP. They want to hold them out for a little bit later in the game there. There's no real chance at getting too much more utility going forward. So you've got to be a bit conservative now going into these final moments. Good shot over towards Ulf as well from Regnum Kai in the midst of all that, by the way. I don't know where that came from.
Silas very close to bleeding out here. Might in fact get flushed. I think he does. Oh, I think, has he gone down? I think he's down entirely there, Blank. It's going to be very close to the wire. Might be just about getting rezzed. Can't quite make it out on the screen there, but that's a nasty little turn up. And I think it was actually R8 who did a chunk of damage from that off angle to be able to seal his fate. Oh no, I'm seeing 4 players alive around Nukaya. Maybe the rez was there after all.
Yeah, it did come through. Tanky, though, knows this location. Looks to send some nades over the top. It's a pretty nadeable position, but he has limited sightlines on this with the rock in front of him, but a great nade over the top will take down one player from R8 there. With limited vision as well. It's a great arc on that one.
Brilliant little find, but will he have drawn the ire of too many around him? Mad Bulls feeling the burn as Regnum Kaya roll them down. 2 players fall, and that will be them done and dusted for the match. Regnum Kaya seem to be on the warpath here. 8 elims already. Let's see how much further they can go.
Yeah, I think for Regnum Kaya as well, it's important to consider that when they were playing on this northwest side, they would continue to get knowledge, to get information. Silas is great at that type of thing, alongside with Wild, where they were consistently wrapping out in the vehicles. So they knew sort of what was going on up here. They knew Mad Bulls were a much weakened team, so they wrap upwards. They don't really want to get stuck in that situation alongside with VP, but a nice nade from Soez over towards Thundertalk will take down at least one. Doesn't quite have the angle yet to confirm onto it, but I don't think Thundertalk really have too many options here.
Yeah, really don't. They're starting to run out. Barrel getting a little dry now. Sighting wants to peek over the top, but you know how dangerous the hump of this bridge is. We'll see if so easy. He's going to be able to do it though. Not quite connected through the smoke. 2 players run around behind, and a nice little flex out for Thundertalk. Will anybody spot it? Regnum Kaya will have heard the shots. They'll be looking. You can guarantee that much. We'll see if they're able to find it. Doesn't look like they will. Maybe a little bit of time for Thundertalk to play with. Amori now the last player for R8. Joker steps up. He's not going to find it. Another player goes down. A Sakura falls. Tony K as well. This hold has just been a blast. A little assist from Ulf on the off angle. But how has he survived that? What a hold on the inside. Don't think he's going to last too much longer, but that is a great little clip for him.
I mean, Amuri in the wreckage of broken vehicles, but as sharp as the scrap metal around him, looks to put a little bit more damage on. Quick Molotov over towards Joker to try and confirm the elimination point and get some more underneath the belt. Has a little bit more to work with. Smokes out front side. Can't believe Amuri lives through that moment off in the distance as well. Not likely to even try and attempt to get near him. Throws out another Molotov, and that should do the trick. I don't think he got the flush over towards that player, so he's looking to confirm it, but he's already gone.
He's not there. No more. Not a morsel. Mori, though, surviving next to a tanky for Orangutan. Both of them hunkering down, trying to lock it in for their teams. Get a couple of placement points on board, because we are now into placement point territory. See if Ulf can survive on this push. They were able to defend against the Wolves. But Regnum Kaya might be too tall an order. They've already found a knock. A north side shift does keep a tanky in, but you can imagine that APG are going to be trying to bear down upon him. Amori already feeling the brunt of it.
I mean, Alpha Gaming, this is what we're talking about. Get them into a 4-man position towards the end of the game. That's where they can start sweeping a little bit. But there is consistent angles that are being available here. It's such a rough scenery to play in, where any little mistake in terms of sightlines that you leave capable for yourself, you're going to take damage from. Regnum Kai continues on their mission to take down the entirety of the northern hemisphere of this circle, and doing fantastically at it. They've already put in a lot of damage over towards Ulf and probably limited a lot of the supplies, but now VP makes their wrap up over towards that north side, and Regnum Kai instantly is responding.
They're moving back on over. They sent a lot of their players out to that east. Virtus Pro read that quite nicely. Thundertalker actually managed to get a full reset here. A tanky finally may actually have to stand up and take a fight, but the nade is just too strong. Doc had the run out as well, and it will be the end. 6th place, locked in, 1 elim. orangutan there. And they will not be able to survive into the later portions of this game. ThunderTalk make it across, and they will be able to do so with 2 players. They still got a backstop to deal with, and a player knocked as well. That just came through as a res, so they're up as 4 once more. But can the other 2 rejoin?
This is great damage coming through from Sing right now. They have to drop down the tactical covers, try and keep themselves up, but a double in the back line will take down 2. Sighting walks straight past the nade there, takes it on the shoulder, and Doc now has to do the impossible.
With only 1 player standing, Doc needs to come up big for them to survive for a longer into this match. Another nade. But on top, it's going to keep the pressure on, but the res is going through all this while. In the meantime, over the northwest side, Virtus Pro and Regnum Kaya starting to pop off. And it's Regnum Kaya to hold their nerve. Only 1 knock seen, and nobody's in a position to capitalize because Ulf are more preoccupied on the southeast edge, looking towards ThunderTalk as APG fall as well. That is going to be them done and dusted. Regnum Kaya on the north edge, looking to try and get the reset, but there are still shots flying their way.
I mean, for Regnum Kaya, though, it has been a hell of a day for them already. Loxy does go down as he attempted to move further up. This is great management and good control from Ulf right now between 2 separate squads. They had the high ground. They're trying to work with it. Smokes are flowing through right now, but you can see 0 nades on the cards for the boys on Regnum Kaya on the top of your screen. But I think that may be a lie. I'm not sure.
Well, done well. We'll have to wait and see if they're able to loose any. Certainly would be a great boon to them.
Ulf's got nothing.
Ulf are completely barren on the old supply cupboard there. Regnum Kaya actually able to clock a shot over towards King, keeping Ulf safe. Scarface might have gone down there with just a little moment longer on that spray from King, but he is denied. Regnum Kaya able to save him. Scarface back up with that first aid kit.
I mean, for Ulf, they are definitely struggling in terms of utility, in terms of gear. Scarface playing this close as well is dangerous, but it's necessary. Has to be done to keep Regnum Kaya at bay in the coming future. I mean, ThunderTalk off an insane day yesterday, a pretty difficult crossing for them. I think the most surprising thing about this game is ThunderTalk being on 4 players at this stage of the game. I think they must have been knocked multiple times. And I don't think once used the recall beacon during this match, which is even more impressive. So I think this has been fantastic from ThunderTalk. Now it's a question of whether they can actually close out the game, or will Regnum Kaya sweep through with their 3 players, because crossing this open ground is very difficult. But ThunderTalks have 13 nades to do it, but no smokes, which is the critical factor, which Regnum Kaya, they've got all of them.
They've been ordering them. It's all or nothing. Ulf have found a nade from somewhere. They've been able to pick one up from a box, but catch. He's going to be dropped down by King, and the 4 players from ThunderTalk trying to take down the off angles from Ulf as Silas actually gets spotted. Scarface. He would have gone down if they hadn't have taken King out on that spray. Oh, they're regretting that decision now. ThunderTalk, though, mounting the pressure. Regnum Kaya, I think they were up on 12 elims. We'll see if they can get a couple more, because Eren not going to be able to defend in the face of the onslaught from ThunderTalk. Zedwolf breaking out wide, and the 2-piece here for Regnum Kaya needs to be impeccable.
I mean, I don't think it's possible. With all these nades available for ThunderTalk, it is going to be so difficult. You know generally where they're coming from. ThunderTalk looking to take yet another game in their favor. Zedwolf and Wild will have to pull out something extraordinary here if they want to win this one out, but I find it highly doubtful. Wild sending all the way on the side, but them using this little cliff towards their western edge, their advantage, and now it is Wild in this 1v4.
Oh, they isolate it. They all move up. They get 1. Wild looking for the spray. You're right. He's managed to get 2 here. Maybe able to give them the slip. This is the final zone. It closes central. Wild, if he can hold a central position for just long enough, maybe the blue zone will put too much of a hurry up on these reses. Zedwolf does get flushed away, but a 1v4, I just don't think so. Wild looks for more on the angle. King steps up for the challenge, and he's good for it. I thought he might have stepped a little bit too far there, but Regnum Kaya fall. It is ThunderTalk to get another chicken dinner. Blank, they're not satisfied with 1 day. They want 2 at the top of the tables.
I mean, it was a crazy run out from Wild, but you got to respect that ThunderTalk already had sightlines down that way. Knew that Wild probably would be rotating to get the clean lineup angle down the edge of that hillside. So really, really well done. I think Regnum Kaya, you can be pretty pleased that game. Not quite getting the chicken dinner does feel slightly rough, but overall, I think that was way, way better than yesterday.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of elims for Regnum Kaya on that match as well. Able to do a lot of damage to the lobby, picking up plenty of points. They'll be happy. But Thunder Talk, I mean, that is going to put them really, really close. I mean, they're pretty close to breaking the 100-point barrier already, Blank. I mean, with the elims that they found.
Yeah, I think they are done at this point. It's very unlikely they don't make it into the top 7 going forward. But I also think at this point, it's likely that they'll be making up towards first place if they keep playing like this. Let's head back over to the desk.
Thunder Talk get their 3rd chicken dinner so far, and just like that, there's now 6 slots remaining to the grand finals. I'm just kidding. No, but I mean, after that performance, these guys have got to be a lock by now, Max Man, right?
Yeah, I mean, look how much of a clinic they set up at the end here. Thunder Talk have to rename officially Thunderclap. Because, oh my goodness, they're slapping the lobby around in these games. And Nipchura, you were saying it before we just came on camera here. This is a back-to-back win now we just got from Thunder Talk. And actually, on top of that, they've now officially got a win on every single battle. Got a win yesterday on Erangel, a win on Miramar on the last game, and now a Rondo chicken dinner. These guys are putting on a clinic on every one of these battlegrounds. And look at the player stats. Sitting 4 limbs, 5 limbs for King. AJ's gets 3. Jing putting up 1 elimination, still 500 damage, putting in the work, putting in the hours in this lobby. Not an easy game to Nipchura because they were fighting tooth and nail in the swamp. APG, there was DRX, there was Kara on the east, and you survive. They thrive. They keep every player alive, making the Weibo might not just be the best team at all.
Absolutely. I mean, exactly what you were saying, right? We game, and, you know, who's going to win this game? You know, who's next? Thunder Talk conversation all, and they just in of every fight happening them. It was such master. I mean, the nades onto AP, clearing them, getting that ridge to themselves, and then just being for the right time. The timing is impeccable with this team.
I mean, just putting on a masterclass on that edge style play, right? I mean, they were playing the edge pretty much the whole way until the end there, right? Just taking out teams one by one, catch guard, and to do that, all 4 up, especially in a lot this max, it's just super impressive.
It really is. I mean, in particular, they out-naded Doc, which we know, Doc, the nades, that's a specialty usually, but no, they were able to actually outdo APG on that eastern ridge next to the hilltop of Ulf, and the execution from that was really good. And especially not just the execution and how they fought, I would say, Nipchura, the timing at which they left, I would say, is when all the teams were at their weakest, and it was extremely well executed from start to finish. The timing was a 10 out of.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Oh, Revo.
I want to say,
whoa,
hang on.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Whoa.
Unfortunate.
Yikes! That's a clippable moment for sure. That's going on all the platforms for sure. But yeah, I love as well the timing that we saw off Regnum, as well as, I mean, VP was a really nicely played in the last moments there, where they tried to come up kind of next to Regnum and take that hillside. But Regnum specifically, the timing was so much better than yesterday. I kind of wanted to see something a little bit better from them in terms of those timings, in terms of that, you know, a little bit more direct, a little bit more aggressive in just terms of, you know, how they do things and what time they do things and waiting for the right time. Yeah. And they were delayed a little too much yesterday. Today, they were not, and look what it got them, a really good second place.
This is the Regnum Karia I expected to see entering on day 1. Unfortunately, they were a little bit complacent, maybe not quite able to play their own game, but here they were able to do it because I would say the best way to describe how Regnum Karia played this game is not taking any unnecessary fights. Everything they took in this Rondo match made sense, and if they won it, they gained value out of it. That fight versus Orangutan on the western side, they clear Orangutan. Guess what? They've got a great scouting spot to check into the circle what the hell is going on. After that, they're sending up north next to Ulf. They got that symbiotic relationship situation where they can hold down the fort together, and it just so perfectly for them. This is one of the best IGLs in the world. Sylat pulling the strings in the back end, and clearly so far it gets them in the late game. I'm thinking this is the redemption arc that finally begins, Hot Jukes, for Regnum Karya.
I mean, it's about time, right? But they didn't just get to the late game. They got there with a whole bunch of eliminations right there, pulling out a dozen. We talked about how they pretty much needed to double their performance and then some at the top of the show, right, Neptura? And I mean, I don't think you could have asked for a better start, right?
No, 100% not. Such good numbers coming out of them. And APG as well. I had them slated to win the whole thing. Y'all didn't. It was, it was on the edge. It was off in the swamp. It wasn't looking particularly good, but, it wasn't a win. But they came out with a much better performance. And is it not a win? It's not a win, but it's a top 4 and a solid top 4 that sets the tone for the rest of the day. Fingers crossed.
Hey, we'll take those all day. You know what? I want to kind of go back to the start of the game, right? We did see that hot drop with Alpha 7 and RA. Oh, never mind, right? Are you kidding me? I mean, talk about a run for the MVP of the tournament here, Max, right?
I mean, I know why he's called sitting. He's just seeing everyone like right now. You're not playing this game. The guy is an absolute beast. And to be completely honest, when looking at players from PL that I was paying attention to, I was looking mainly for this team at, of course, you got King and you got AJ. Those are the two that I'm like, okay, these guys, they can cook, they can step up, they can Yang Tasho. But here this time around, though, it clearly is sitting. And they are sitting pretty. 100 points. And right now, I did a little bit of calculation. Wow. Of course, it's not great math. 120 points, you're pretty much 100% sure to go in the top 7 in the grand finals. They're already just 20 points away. What are we doing?
Wow. Yo, that's what is that? A 59-point difference from the Xavier here. That is absolutely, wild. I did not expect Thunder Talk to pop off this crazy, Neptura, but man, did they show up. It was good to see some other teams as well put some numbers on the board. I want to look and see a big mover and shaker. It's got to be Regnum Karya, right? Where were they at the start of the day? They're in 9th place here, Neptura?
Yeah, they were 13th, I think it was. So they've really stepped up now to where they're only 5-6 points away from a top 7. So if they keep this consistency, it doesn't have to be, crazy top 3s all the time. But if they keep making the extremely calculated plays that we saw in the run this game, the rest of the games are going to be so easy for them because we know what they can do. We saw glimpses of it yesterday. We've seen more of a sneak peek of it today. We just need a little bit more consistency. Just bring it more and more and more because that calculation of this team is what's going to put them on the map.
Oh, looking at the player stats here, Amori destroying my initial prediction of this game of E-Arena. E-Arena sitting it 1-1, and clearly that was abused by Amori. He was able to capitalize on that mistake and able to get himself multiple 1v1 clutches for himself, so very, very well executed on his end. And looking, of course, at AJ here in terms of utility, chucking a lot of it all over the place, allowing to make those transitions happen for his team. But of course, Jing, the man himself, able to also do something similar. Team throwables used. So yeah, the utility used by Thunder Talk is the main reason why they were able to survive this entire game, Nep, right? The smokes, the grenades in particular, to zone out, for example, APG on the cliffside was just paramount for them to make that movement happen in the first place.
Yeah, it's what I love, using their nades as well towards Ulf as well, right? Because what I love is when a team understands that a nade doesn't have to do damage to be effective. It's just there to displace or to keep away. So if you're trying to zone out a team and keep them in their circle, just chuck nades at them. They won't be able to move. You're not doing any damage, but you're keeping that control. And that's what Thunder Talk seem to really understand, is that those nades, they don't have to do any damage to be effective.
I wonder, does that include emergency cover flares? I feel like it, because I do want to see emergency cover flares of Thunder Talk.
Huge.
Not the best, though. Not huge, actually. I would say they were not great. They were throwing them in positions where they really leverage much out of the item itself. I want to see them try and use it as a leapfrogging tool instead of a more defensive tool. It makes sense earlier on in the game, in the mid-game stage, but when they were pushing on Ulf, I think if they throw them forward, that transition would have been even smoother. Of course, they still won it and kept everyone alive.
They could have won better, though.
If I had to criticize one thing, it would be just that. But otherwise, the rest was just absolutely perfect from start to finish.
Yeah, I mean, there's always those little tiny little tweaks that you could make, right? And one of the tweaks that I'm really starting to get a little bit concerned about, right? I mean, right off the rip here is because when you have a team like, this is what we were talking about at the start of the show, Max, right? We knew that a lot of these big names were going to perform today, right? Regnum Karia said, we're doing it right off the rip, okay? For a team like OG, right, which was playing very calculated, consistently putting up points on the board, right? I think we're gonna need to see at least a couple of big games from them if we want to see them in the top 7. Do you think that that's right, or what do you think OG needs to do here?
I mean, I would agree. Orangutan, you know what I want to see from Orangutan? I want to see a bloody chicken dinner, okay?
Yes,
it's about time. They keep surviving into the late game. I think yesterday they had a bit of an issue where in the first 2 games, it was just a solo. It was AKOP and it was, who was it after that? It was Aru on the Erangel game, surviving as a solo. If we see more of that, but they survive as a trio, as a full squad, there's definitely a win potential there for me to see coming out from Orangutan. So, Niptura, do we think we're going to see an OG win?
I hope so, and I think they will absolutely get the win if...
not hope so. It's a yes or no.
Sorry.
What's happening?
It's yes.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, because, and I'll tell you why. Because the main difference between how they normally play and what they're doing now is they're spreading out on the edge. That's typical for OG, right? They're using their terrain, they're spreading out a little bit, they're trying to get control, but they're not backing it up. They're taking the position, and then the moment somebody comes towards them, they're kind of like, we'll try and defend, but they're not going forward and going, actually, this is our spot. You know, where is the confidence that we saw in the interview of, well, if APG want to drop our location, then they're free to do that. We want to see that same energy coming into the end game when they go, this is our position, we're going to set it up like this, and also we're going to back it up with some shots. It doesn't have to be elims, but I want to see more presence from him in the end game because the setup is good, but they're just falling down on converting anything into a, oi, stay away.
Yeah, I do feel bad for OG, though, because that play of Regnum Karia was just beautifully executed. So it's really hard to fight back in that kind of situation. But actually, just to go on another team I want to see some improvements from, I'm going to go on DRX, and I'm going to blame Marzi in particular, okay? If you're listening to this, I know he's doing a watch party. Why did you pick DRX, okay? He is the true boss master in India. And DRX, genuinely, one of my favorite teams. For me, there was no doubt in my mind DRX were going to have a banging performance in the Gauntlet and instantly make it to the finals. But no, they started off the day in 11th position, and I believe now they're in 15th after this first rondo.
Yeah.
DRX, we're almost at the halfway point, Hot Jukes. We need to see more from DRX. They've done nothing so far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the thing is, this is my concern, right? Is that with so many big names on the second half of the leaderboards, if any of these teams like DRX do what we just saw Regnum Karia did, right? 18 points, they're in the running for top 7, right? So I think for a team like DRX, though, hey, get it done now. You know what I'm saying? You do not want to wait till the last is for sure. So for DRX, so many of these squads, I think the pressure is on big time here, Niptera, to perform right here, right now.
100%, because we're getting closer now. It's game 2 after game 3 way done, and that's where it's really going to start. You're going to start getting that pressure coming in. You're going to start going, we only have a set amount of games left. All of that stuff's going to start happening to you. So it really is now or never, Jukes.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. You know, I'm kind of going to go on the other side of that point you were talking about earlier. You know, when it comes to OG, right? I think that their performance is very impressive for a squad that it's their first PMGC. You know, I think they've done a lot to be in the position they're in. You know, I think that getting a chicken dinner right now, from what I've seen so far, is going to really depend on them getting a circle position, right? If they're in a dominant hill spot, they get the zone locked, I think they're winning that game all day long, right? I think we're yet to see them be able to pull out a chicken dinner from what you're talking about, like from that edge style play, like we saw Thunder Talk do, right? Play edge, take out every single squad, right? Hopefully we can see them build up to that, but I think the best case scenario for OG here is if they do get that circle, they got to capitalize it like there's no tomorrow. And then hopefully just be, once they get that chicken dinner, right? Be like, we can do it, right? We've done this before. Yeah. And that's something that's really hard to cross, Max, right? Because pretty much everybody in this lobby has won a chicken dinner at PMGC before, right? At least once.
They're all very experienced for sure. But Orangutan dropping in shelter, actually, you got some pretty decent rotational paths. And by the way, we're looking at them right now. These jackets from OG, like, I want one. Can we get?
I
get one of those,
want
please? I want one of the jackets. But no, really,
Please.
Orangutan, the way they're playing, it's I'm having a Ratatouille moment where it's taking me back to the World League years and years ago. When Orange Rock were there, TSM Entity were there, popping off on the global stage. We're getting back. We're getting a taste of that once again at PMGC. So we'll see if they can perform once again. Though I'm going to take this opportunity here, guys. The conversation onto a big talking point here. GS Team APG. It kept happening. No?
Yeah.
Going into Novo military, into Novka military base. Jafar in particular had a massive clutch at the end to wrap up versus APG. Are we going to see that continue if we have a Southern Plane?
Dude.
Or are we going to see APG maybe change things up if they are going to be clashing versus GS? What are we thinking?
Man, I hope so. I actually, no, I hope we don't, right? And the reason why is because, we saw GS hot drop right off the rip, game number 1 of Aaron Gale, right? Neptura. And then in 2 games, they didn't hot drop. And I think that was mostly to the fact that that plane path was heading more towards Severny for them, their secondary drop location. Do you think, Neptura, that because, it worked for them, right? I think GS did a lot better when they didn't have to do that hot drop, right? So I think maybe their coach or Neptura, you're the coach of GS, okay, right now. Put it on the coach chat, right? If you were their coach, what would you tell them going into Aaron Gale here for me?
I wouldn't hot drop. I'd be like, look at the results we got as staying full squad through most of the match, getting much farther into the match as a full squad versus when we hot drop and we get some early limbs, but now we've got a really long rotation to make. So through the blue, all of this sort of stuff, everybody's already set up. That would not be my play. I'd be just like, no, you guys, we gotta switch things up, go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Max, you're the coach of APG. What would you do?
Hot shot, because I think, on a very serious note, it would be extremely funny. That's my analysis, because for the memes, go for the hot drop. But no, generally, I would like to see it not happen on a serious note, because it just doesn't help the team. So hopefully they can fix it, Hot Jukes. It's in particular APG, because they can't afford another bad day here. They need to step up. They need to make military base their own.
Let's make it happen as we take it on over to John Allen and Blank for match number 2. Well, you know what? We are gonna have a little bit of a pause here. Well, guys, it looks like we're going to wait a little bit longer here to get into the next game. So, you know what? That gives us a little bit more time, Max and Neptura, right? To get into this. I know John Allen and Blake are super excited to get this, and we will get to that next game, right? But I want to talk a little bit more about possibly some of the other hot drops we're going to deal with, Max, right? So what do you think is going to happen here in Aaron Gale?
Really, except for the APG GS team, I think hot drops were pretty clean. Nothing really happened. So I think we're chilling on that front. I think we're okay. I'm actually going to be paying attention to Virtus Pro and A7. We know they have some drops in common. They have Northern George Pole, they have Lipovka, and also VP tend to drop into Milto, which could be a clash between themselves and DRX, depending on how the drops go and how the playing goes in particular. So I'm looking at them. But Alpha 7, Nipture, I'm looking back at yesterday's Erangel games. Their rotations were so pristine, were so quick. They would get in a circle before anyone else and in really good POIs typically. So are we going to see that same Alpha 7 in these Erangel games? Because if yes, I think they're really going to solidify a high rank in the top 7.
I mean, I would love to see that for them. It's something that they're desperately needing, and I think they're going about it the right way. You're right. The timing has been pretty impeccable. They've been doing everything they need to do. They've been taking advantage of the teams they need to take advantage of. They're reading the lobby really, really well so far. That doesn't always translate into points, but what I always love seeing is a team that you can see what they're trying to do. You can see what they've got strategy. They're not just doing it randomly, and they've got ideas. And so for a team like Alpha 7, who are obviously a very good team, but have just been struggling lately. It's nice to see that we're actually seeing a team that is like, no, we're on the ball with these rotations. We're on the ball with this timing. It's very hopeful.
What I'm really hopeful about is not just the rotational potential of this team, right? I mean, especially for you, Hodrix, covering Americas, but it's so cool seeing the rise of Guizhou and Obscure on this storied roster, on this storied org of Alpha 7. And last game on Rondo in particular, oh my goodness, they put up such a great showing versus RA. And even I think there was a potential third party happening from APG and Virtus Pro in the wings, and they were fully ready for that. So this is Alpha 7 2.0, and I'm here for it. This storyline we're seeing built up in front of our very eyes here in the Gauntlet stage is beautiful. And this is Brazil stepping up with a new generation of top-tier players that are here to claim a trophy on the global stage.
I mean, you heard Rebel say it himself in the interview with Seven, right? He was just like, you know what? I think they already surpassed me. And it's crazy to see just how well these other players are doing, right? Just kind of looking at some of the player stats, right? Obscure, yesterday, he got 10 eliminations, 12 knocks. The player below him, Guizhou, with 5 eliminations and 4 knocks, right? Carrillo had 4, Revel had 3 eliminations, right? So Obscure more than doubled that of his of the second teammate, and that's Guizhou, right, Max? So I mean, Alpha 7, we know what these guys are capable of. We saw it in Arengale, right? They love that rotating to the hard shift side, kind of what we just saw Regnum Karia do in this last match, right? They did that, ended up doing that twice, got a good game under their belts. So when it comes to Alpha 7, I just think it's about just waking up on that consistency. I want to see that a little bit more aggressive Alpha 7 here, Neptura, because I see them just kind of playing a little bit more calculated rather than that hyper aggressive Alpha 7 they're kind of known for.
Exactly. And you know what? I want to extend that point to the rest of the lobby, actually, because if we look at each team individually, a lot of them, there's very few teams in this lobby that actually play compactly, that actually play very much together, you know, kind of off to their own. Many of these teams spread out and take control from the other teams. And I want to say that so far in the Gauntlet stage, we've not really seen that. None of them have been playing how I expected them to play. We're not seeing the A7 spread out into the end game, you know, 4 or 3 players and just, you know, eating up as much of that zone as possible and controlling it, taking it away from other teams. Kara are not doing it. OG are not doing it. Regnum, we only saw them kind of do it in this game. So I want to say some of that is due to everybody's kind of tiptoeing around each other just a little bit. They're still trying to get a feel for how the lobby is going to be played. But the other half is these zones. I don't feel like any of these zones have been particularly favorable to most of these teams, because even if a zone does go towards a certain team, normally it's one compound in the middle of a field and it's kind of very play. So I want to see maybe either, you know, kind of take these bad zones and run with it as much as possible, or just relax a little, just play how you normally play, because that is historically how you get a win.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Take me back to Raheem. We had a Pachinki circle finish. You know what?
Dude,
give me some of that spiciness. You know, that would be really fun if that happened. You're going to need Xavier to perform potentially. But yeah, circles have been a little bit very open-ended, I would say. They're not ending on any big POI. We didn't see that really happening yesterday, especially the one next to ended in nothingness. And you could see the ring. I think you had Alpha 7 just like, there's literally no terrain to work with. How do we work with this kind of terrain at the end of the game? I'm hoping we do get some like more city or compound centric finishes. I think that's going to show a lot of rotational potential from teams. Who's gonna get there first, who's gonna play defensively, who's gonna be trying to initiate those crashes. I want to see a bit more variety on Erangel, because on day one, Hodrix, I would have to say, was a bit one note to me. So I want to see more variety from some of these teams, depending on, of course, how the circle tends to go.
Yeah, I think we're going to definitely see that here in day 2. I think we did already in Rondo, right? We saw some of the squads that underperformed yesterday go nuts. So I'm expecting just absolute craziness here in Erangale, because every team knows kind of how the end of these tournaments go, right? There's going to be quite a few squads that are going to be so far down the leaderboards that they don't have any chance of making it to the top 7 here, Max, right? So when that happens, typically the last few matches are not typical of what the whole tournament was like, right? The teams that know that they're not going to make it are playing super loose. Maybe they go crazy, start pushing everybody, or they're just like, hey, you know what? See you guys in the group stage. We'll make something happen from there, right? So I think considering that, Max, teams more than ever just realize how important it is to put points up here now rather than waiting to the end of the game, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. It's going to be changed up quite significantly into this. But I want to go a little bit deeper on what you said about the later stages of the Gauntlet change significantly, Hodgix, because I think it brings up a very interesting scenario where, because you need to be in top 7, right? It's very forgiving if you're in, let's say, top 3 in last 2-3 games of tomorrow. Like if you're looking at Thunder Talk, Mad Balls, R8, maybe Orangutan. Are we going to see a situation, because you would be so comfortable, that you can kind of ruin the opportunity for teams down below? Yes, I am talking about potential hot drops, just as a theory. Here, Nick, just to have a conversation. Orangutan, if they're very comfortable in top 7 heading into tomorrow's last few games, and Alpha Gaming are still struggling, do you get rid of them to clear up that position for the grand finals? Technically, that wouldn't be a bad shout.
I don't think so. I don't think so, right? I mean, that's the thing.
She's so silent. She fully agrees with my point. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a hard one for me because I don't normally love that tactic. For a couple of different reasons. I don't feel like it really does all that much, because if a team is, yes, if it's like, you know, a few points away, whatever, but I don't always love it. But then we're always talking about teams that are further below trying to ruin, you know, some potential chances for teams a few places ahead of them, where here I think in this instance you're talking the other way around, right? It could work. It could, you know, just try and solidify their dominance in certain situations, right? It's like, you know, we're gonna hot drop you in Chumacera again because you're not doing well, and we want to make sure that going into the finals you're not gonna drop here again. That could be something that might be worth the effort, because otherwise, I just don't really see the point.
Yeah, I'm mainly talking for the fact of clearing up a drop location for the finals.
Yeah.
I think there's definitely a long-term incentive to do it. For example, you can also, I brought up OG and APG because it's the funny meme one to bring up right now, right? But otherwise, GS Team. I think a lot of teams want to try and get rid of them, such as maybe APG if they're able to climb up the rankings a bit. Alpha 7, Wolves want to try and get rid of them. Maybe even GK because of their Rondo drop location. Again, that's dependent on what the leaderboards look like entering into tomorrow's 6 matches. So yeah, definitely, you got to keep in mind that if you're not comfortable going into day 3, you could be in a little bit of trouble, because if you are sharing a drop location, chances are that team does not want to share it going into the finals, where again, you're fighting for the lion's share of $3 million prize pool. So I would backstab some people for that. Hell yeah. Maybe not you guys.
That's a lot of money.
You guys. You're safe.
Yeah, you know, a lot of money on the line here. And you know what's typical? You know, I honestly, this is one of my biggest pet peeves about competitive PUBG Mobile, right? Is we don't normally see squads like do these crazy drops towards the end, right? Which is what I would do, because I'm like, hey, why not, right? We got such a huge lead. We could do whatever the heck we want. But for some reason, they continue to play the kind of like the same game they've been playing, right? But one thing that I think really makes a big difference, Neptura, is if you want to take out a squad, you could just say, let's go ahead, and if we get into a fight with them early on, hey, we could just make sure they go out. We could take them out no matter what here towards the end. So I think those mid-game fights, things can get a lot spicier, Neptura.
Oh, absolutely. You know what? You want to take a team out on rotation? Absolutely. That's minimal risk to yourself and all the damage onto them. I would love something like that for that to happen.
Well, let's see what's going to happen here in match number 2. First air gale of the day. Let's take it on over to John and Blake for match number 2.
And you know what that plane means. We are heading into match 8 of our 18-match set here. And day 2 will continue to unfold. We put the recall beacons to rest. Don't worry, if you're not a fan, you're not going to be seeing them here on Erangel. We are going to be back to basics here. So APG, you can't be losing all your players right at the start of the match. That's a free bit of advice. I won't bill you for it.
Very well done. It's good advice as well. Necessary advice on a map with no recalls. But we are heading from the western side, direct south plane path from the north down towards Ferry Pier. A little bit more difficult to head over towards the eastern side of the map, but Alpha 7 getting up nice and early over towards the, I guess you could call it a slight Zaki North George split that I like to go for here. R8 also out early. R8 consistently being in the vicinity of Alpha 7. Seems like it's a bit of a grudge match going on there. And Thunder Talk dropping very, very close over towards OG on the north side.
That is potentially dangerous for OG. Thunder Talk at the top of the tables. We've seen what they can do. Although, at the moment, OG are a little bit isolated from them in Severny. It may be that Thundertalk try and grab a vehicle, head out to the east coast here. Getting stuck into a fight in Severny this early on, without the circle being confirmed, especially now, Blank, because we've got a military circle. Yeah, immediately, there's the vehicle icon. On you go. That might mean that the hot drop on the south side might get a little bit more intense, but it is going to be a military island circle here. It's pretty much guaranteed at this point.
GS actually dropping down towards the southwest here instead of dropping on military base. So APG should have this all to themselves. Wolves, you can see here, getting themselves into vehicles and maybe moving across. But that is a heck of a lot of teams already on Sosnovka this early, sort of predicated by the fact that the playing path was so southern. And on the western side, you have to split across the entirety of the map. And that includes the South Island. So quite fortuitous for teams like EK as well as Virtus Pro, who don't normally drop down in this position. They get a really good head start, but also that makes crossing on the western side quite difficult. And I think for Wolves, this is a somewhat of, I might call it a mistake. I think they were so close towards that south side that maybe they should have shifted over towards the east, understanding that was a little bit of an easier one to go for. We do have an in-game interview coming up shortly, but in the meantime, we're going to keep focused on the map here. I think Kara makes the correct play. Currently, they're rotating on the east bridge, and I think that's the smarter play here. There's going to be a lot more space to work with going forward for themselves, rather than get themselves mixed in with Virtus Pro as well as GS.
Let's head over to the stage for an interview with Reckon Kaya.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. This time I'm joined by the PMGO winner, Silas from Regnum Karya. Silas, yesterday's performance was very lackluster. What was the main thing that you guys changed from yesterday to today?
Valla bugünkü performans pek iyi değildi. Dünden bugüne ne değiştirdiniz?
Aslında gün yeni başladı. Neyin değiştiğini gün ilerledikçe göreceğiz. Rondo'yu biraz çalıştım. Bireysel olarak gezdim. O yüzden bu maçı güzel oynadık.
So it's just the starting of the day, so we will see later what we change. But I personally actually studied Rondo personally, so we will see what's going to happen.
And talking about Rondo, I mean, Thunder Talk getting their back-to-back win. They win the last game yesterday. They win this one. Is that a team that is also causing you issues, maybe going into Erangel?
Valla Rondo'da Thunder Talk güzel oynadı dün de bugün de. Sizi zorluk çektirdi. Gelecekte çıkarabilecek mi daha?
Yani havaya alışma, ilk gün havaya alıştık diyelim. İkinci günde çok fazla, yani bugün çok zorluk çekeceğimizi sanmıyorum. Bugün daha çok alışacağız, sonraki gün daha çok alışacağız. Finale çıkarsak da tam bir şekilde hakkını vereceğiz.
Yesterday it took us to get used to the Rondo, but right now we will practice more onto it and make it better. And if we can make it to final, we will redeem it.
All right, well, I'm hoping the performance here in Erangel coming up is going to be good. Back to you guys.
Well, there you go. We heard a lot from Reckon Kaya, but we heard a lot from GS in the picture-in-picture, if you guys were keeping track of that. They clean wiped Virtus Pro just then. That's pretty great. Big fan of that. And Reckon Kaya, they're going to go into the drink for a swim too.
Virtus Pro going out like that, fairly unfortunate, I would say, but very, very well done. Really, really big plays there. And that clears out a lot of space for them as well on the map, especially because they were down towards Sosnovka quite early. Going down in 6th place as well gives a lot of opportunity for teams like DX, GS, Wolves to overtake them and push them out of the top 7 now going forward. In the meantime, we've Alpha 7 on a long approach from shooting range all the way down here, but so many teams already making that cross early on. Regnum Kaya also making the swim, but so many vehicles will already be taken here because there were so many teams on Sosnovka early that Regnum Kaya likely for the rest of the game will be moving around on foot.
Yeah, it's very picked clean. You're right. It's just the bones left on that north side of the Sosnovka Island. We'll see what they can do, though. They may be able to nab 1 or 2 if they're lucky. If they can get close enough, we'll have to wait and see. E-Arena, they're going for the bow take to the south side. This is going to potentially be uncontested here. There's no one really overlooking this beachhead on that south edge. The rear duo for E-Arena as well. They're playing very, very split. Also on a boat rotate, so they'll be joining up with their teammates fairly soon. The Wolves managed to get through nice and early onto the military island. They are just south of that observatory mountain. They've crashed into the compound on the south side, southeast point of the military island. Now, A lot of teams have made it, but there are a few who haven't. R8 actually very slow to move, and Thunder Talk as well up in Stalber. They're still looting, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, go off, Kings, I guess. It's an interesting maneuver, and you can't really fault it too much at this point in time with how they're playing. I mean, I just need to wait and see. I personally think this is a little bit late. It's very late, in fact, from Thunder Talk. And with the amount of teams that are already down on the Southern Island, I mean, getting in there at that point is going to be very difficult. I think maybe the plan is just to get as looted as possible, as much utility as possible to make that bridge crossing doable. But I don't know. But you can see here, Regnum Kaya, as I said, no vehicles on foot, which is what we expected to happen, John, but it doesn't look fun at all. I mean, hearing a vehicle at any time and having to drop the deck here, this is some very sad gameplay where you pretty much have to hide it out as much as possible.
I mean, you've got to feel real jealous as well of teams rotating past you in vehicles. You're like, oh, man, if only we had that. We could do super well this game. And Regnum Karya looking to convert on their last match as well would be a brilliant result. As we're looking over towards those bridges. Actually, the crossings so far have been basically uncontested, Blank. I mean, it's only Virtus Pro who have gone down, but that wasn't on a crossing position. That was on just a fight for a compound once the crossing had already happened.
It was.
Only 5 teams remain to cross. That's what they're looking for at the moment. Mad Bulls, R8 off in the distance up towards South George. Alpha 7 just passing Lipovka now. Orangutan as well, getting past Prison, past Shelter and Milter. The bridge on the east side currently, I mean, it's Geeke, right, who are going to be overlooking it from that observatory mountain.
I think for Geeke, it's actually a really strong spot to be playing. We've seen multiple times, multiple teams win from that position on the map. It does require you to get a bit of an eastern shift on the circle, but this is already quite eastern anyway. A lot of water off towards Novorabnoye, so it's likely this is going to cut back in towards the mainland. So there is a high chance that it ends up around Observatory in the end game. I don't mind Kara's position too much. I mean, what they're doing is essentially just holding out teams like Alpha 7 who are going to be coming in from that side. Still no sign of Thunder Talk just yet, by the way. Still on the northern side of the map. Looks like they're bowing out this match, it seems.
You know, they've been playing so much more than everybody else at this point. You know, they needed a little break. They're making their way down from Stalber. It is still stage 2, but those crossings, I mean, especially now, you've got to wonder if Thunder Talk are going to be able to make it. That southeast coast is going to be lined with landmines for them to step on if they try and make their way in there. Wolves now in for a fight with GS potentially. GS were able to win it out against Virtus Pro. Will the Wolves, who are just behind them on the tables, be able to do what Virtus Pro could not?
I mean, for Wolves, there's, again, I think they have a similar issue to Virtus Pro where we're not seeing them respect a lot of sidelines in these matches. That's the thing that worries me is that, yes, the gameplay is not too bad. The rotations aren't too bad, but there's a lot of these moments where they're making some careless maneuvers, which I would like to see improved overall from quite a few different teams. I mean, Alpha Gaming even falls prey to this as well, where I don't think they're respecting other teams very much at all in these matches. And I think that's what is coming back to bite them. Like even that last match that we just saw in Rondo, there was a lot of good chances for them to really kick off and start having a great game. Unfortunately, because they kept taking shots, kept taking these angles which were open to the likes of Virtus Pro, open to the likes of Thunder Talk, they slowly blew out players. And I don't think that was great because from the initial moment, you know, the 4-man split was weird. And then getting further into the game, I was like, okay, there is a 4-man. This doesn't look too bad. But yeah, it ended up being quite disappointing, honestly. But we'll wait and see. I mean, they get to start in the melee base this time. No contest, other than Regnum Karya, I guess, who are hiding over on that north side, just trying to live this game out as long as possible. Mainly trying to find some set of wheels, basically, Joe.
That is kind of the name of the game for Regnum Karya right now. If they could pinch one, I'm sure that Alpha Gaming have on board, that would be brilliant, but position being known there. We've seen this from Alpha 7 in the past, Blank. They've taken to the skies. They are going to be heading over in the glider around on the east point here of Novo, trying to stay out of render distance of everybody else. Looks like they will be able to for just a little bit longer. Very dangerous place to land, though, because Kara have outposts all over. You've got to think they're going to spot this, and if they don't, somebody else will.
I mean, Kara absolutely should be able to look at this one, but you can also see that Alpha 7 is currently trying to play out a render distance as much as possible here. You can see that Obscure and Guizao is going very, very wide here, down towards the south side. I think they're trying to look for a point where they can make their way in, but the amount of teams that are littered along the southern coast, I think it's going to be hard to find a runway and land here. I think most likely it's going to be a crash landing from Alpha 7 in the near future.
I mean, you just don't expect the north side of Novo to be open, right? Like, it should be landing there if you have a map feed up like we do, but that's really difficult to call. The swim as well for Revo and Carrillo, that might draw the attention of Kara. It could prompt a little relocation, but Alpha 7, I mean, I'm seeing them approach from the south side in that glider. Wolves are going to take shots. GS are going to take shots. This is going to get nasty.
Yeah, it's always an interesting thing watching like high-level gameplay at an international scale, because everyone has the same idea. I mean, they were able to get up. Igor's only have the pump shotgun, gets a little bit of damage done, but there isn't any backup right now, which is not ideal. Luckily, able to find one with the angle off on the side from Coops, and that's Revo going down. Now just Obscure remaining as they all crash into this one. This should be a quick cleanup for them. But yeah, I think that it's interesting looking at an international level. Everyone has the exact same idea, is that the south side is where most teams are going to make their cheeky rotate through. So everyone litters down there because they all assuming that each other are going to make that same maneuver. The only team that actually falls prey to it is Alpha 7, but alas, they were coming in from a long, long way away. Again, no sign of Thunder Talk just yet. They're still traveling like Frodo Baggins right now on their way to Sosnovka.
There and back again. Goodness me. They are really going to have to get in fairly soon, because it's getting to be the blue zone's going to hurt a lot. They started obviously in Stalber. They were slowly rotating down. Also, R8 were struggling to make their way on through, as Alpha Gaming seemed to have spotted Regnum Kaya making their way on foot. And unfortunately, I think Regnum Kaya, they've lost a player there. Far from ideal. And they'll be playing on as 3. Still fairly split and still very, very slow.
Yeah, I think for Regnum Kai, it's a rough one. I mean, I think what you have to do there is commit a little bit earlier to an eastern crossing. I don't think that the swim is that bad, but under the assumption the circle is so far off towards that east side that it's likely going to center up on observatory, which it is currently doing, by the way, so we were correct in that assessment. I think that you have to risk the eastern crossing as opposed to trying to play on the beachhead and the three building compounds around that area. I think that's what Regnum Kari are trying to go for. It's a very European approach, I'll say it that way, but I think in this instance it's not correct.
Yeah, maybe different decisions to be made in the future, but military circles always fun.
Oh my god!
GK getting the shift. Oh,
there they are.
I think I've spotted what you've noticed. They're on the map blank. It's Thunder Talk on the North Bridge, and Orangutan are going to be holding them out. The circle goes still towards GK's favor on that observatory mountain. But let's take a look at this bridge camp, because the health bars on Thunder Talk are going to be low here. They step out, and immediately the first goes. The next as well, looking for the spray down. The backup from across the way as well is good. 2 players now stand for Thunder Talk, and the blue zone is hurting.
I think the craziest thing about this is that OG expects the team to be rotating at stage 4 into the circle on the eastern side. I mean, it's a great pickup. It really, really is. But fantastically done. I mean, Aru's on the ball here, waiting for Thunder Talk to approach, and that is the top squad going down to 1 player from OG. Very, very well played. And now they can figure out how they want to move down, because you'd assume at this point for OG that there isn't going to be another team tailing Thunder Talk. If they were, it's likely Thunder Talk would have had to have fought a little bit earlier out on the coastal side, in which case OG would have heard it. So this is great in terms for OG for clearing that northern edge, understanding that now they can push south without worrying about their 180. So very smart.
They managed to take 2 players down, but there is still a little bit of life in Thunder Talk, and you can't count them out. A big flex out came through from Orangutan, from OG, both sides, WizGod and Atanki, moving into position to try and pick up the scraps on the last 2 players. They couldn't find the angle. Thunder Talk able to keep it under control for their final 2 players. And this is so open because of all of the teams moving to that south side. It's what you were talking about earlier. Because of the teams all putting pressure down south, that ability to move is what OG have capitalized on there well on that north side. Now, on the south side, though, it's going to get mucky because the Wolves have to leave the cliffside. They're moving off, and they've already been slowed down. They've lost Batten. Doran needs a res. Coops is pulling him back to his feet, and you can't spend too long out here. The blue zone really starting to hurt now.
Yeah, basically instantly have to get that bandage off. And I think for Wolves, it's pretty much over. I think Kara set up a really, really nice lineup here across the hillside. I think that Wolves is pretty much gone. Egos is likely to go down as well. At this point, Kaido, it's one of the situations where do you just deny the point? Lewis picks up Doran. And now Thunder Talk with their two players look to put a little bit more hurt over towards OG. But I don't think that's happening.
Ooh, spray down, King spotted. And Atanki able to clock the shot. AJ last to stand, and OG have only got one more domino to fall to take down the top dogs. Spray around the corner, not quite fully connecting, but it's going to do enough, and it will be closed down. The roll down on the crates as well. OG want the spoils of victory. Pulling that into the back pocket. They'll clean out the north side.
Yeah, that's clean. Very, very clean. So now OG has a huge amount of control over the north. Doc moves up, does get shut down by Mad Bulls, but R8 is still having presence within this engagement. Reefus seems to be the last player alive here for APG. The DPS should do the trick as Lemon weaves in and out of the blue there. But now R8 look to weave a very different picture for Mad Bulls, one of dread and ruin as they move over the hillside.
Trying to push in on the western edge. The route out of that military base is treacherous. R8, they're going to fold back, look to res Marth. Mad Bulls disengaged. They're sending across, heading towards DRX and the remnants of DX Savior as well, closer towards the middle. We're not going towards the mountaintop this time around, Blank, though. It is going to go down south towards GS and towards this ridgeline that we're seeing being fought over fraughtly by Kara, who are keeping their nerves together here. 7 elims already.
It's definitely not easy for Kara, the movements they've had to make, the decisions they've had to go through, but they've done well. I mean, Ulf is definitely their biggest target in the future over on that eastern side, but even they are sort of held out by the angles from Geeke. Now, the circle does move away from Geeke on that observatory, so they need to find as much information as possible, decide where they're going to end up in the future, because they have to move now, and it's always difficult getting off from the top of observatory. Mad Bulls somehow stay alive with their two players, get to the south side of this compound that currently DRX are holding, and I think for DRX, a lot of fans are hoping they do well in this game because it has been a pretty abysmal start from yesterday for DRX. A lot of games where they're just not able to get through that mid game whatsoever, and I think that has been the most worrying thing from watching them, is that mid game. It's just a lack of life from that squad.
Getting through that mid game, always treacherous, and it's where you earn the majority of your points on the tables, right? It's getting past those mid game situations that starts to earn you those incremental 4-5 extra points that you need per match to really sit up and amongst the top dogs. DX Xavier trying to hold a sliver of a ridgeline. You can see there's players above them as well from Ulf. That is a really tough spot, but I think DX Xavier are going to be safe for quite a while. Geeke actually more likely to pull the trigger on a fight here.
I mean, Geeke needs to find something. I mean, down towards Ulf is likely their best bet, right? They can still play high ground angle and then try and sweep down towards that south side. OG has met little resistance, and DRX actually moves off from that northern position on the compound as OG appears. So this is a very, very sneaky moment from OG to be able to get into the circle and then find themselves a strong position off the back of that as well. The question is whether R8's been watching this rotate and if they'll be able to find some shots over towards them. But again, so far it has been some fairly well calculated decisions from OG.
I wonder if Ragnarok thinks he's cleared that angle there against Sakura. Did have a good old look there, spotted the horse, but didn't see a leg, didn't see an ankle or anything peeking out. Geeke, they got to take shots over towards Ulf and back them off the angle. Actually, Ulf putting more pressure in towards the middle. Nice stuff, nice find, but that could all come a cropper if GS takes shots out their way, if Ragnarok has his say as well.
I'm very impressed that it's actually not R8 that takes shots over towards OG. It's OG taking shots to R8, actually finding a Mori here, and they don't have a lot of time to pick him up because the circle is in closing. No, R8's put in a very, very difficult position where OG knows at least 2 players are on that northwest side.
Rotate out. Wiz got it. Oh, I thought he was sending it there. I think he was breaking out. Two of them trying to flex through. R8 looking for that regroup, and they find it. They manage to pull themselves back up, grab in the vehicle, not go for the res out wide. Instead, use that little defilade that they've now been able to claim. Prestige backing out as well. Back up to that high ground. Wants the long range oversight, but will have to move back in with this circle shift. Ulf as well, putting pressure in. A potential scout towards GS. Ketch will get that info back to his team.
And for Regnum Kari, you've been able to get quite far into this match. I mean, only have one player left remaining, and that's Wild, but Wild is typically the lone survivor for the squad. OG really taking good use of this hovercraft. No one's really looked at them, so they're having this hovercraft far into the late game is really quite a big deal. Nade's starting to pour out over the top now. A little bit of damage surely should be done, but the nades just bounce a little bit too far. Nade swings back down the top side, dribbles down just a little bit. Another one goes through. More damage on towards OG now. One player fairly low in Aru. And R8 can maybe leverage this, but a good off angle right now from OG is keeping them at bay.
Oh, another nade, another knock. There's no punishment really being seen. A return. Finally, Marth goes down. There was a third party as well, I think from Geeke on the high ground to take a shot over towards one of the players from OG who has now been flushed away. Trying to flex out. This is where the off angle from Prestige really needs to come in clutch, stopping this fight. The smoke's over the ridgeline. They want to keep this momentum going, but R8 back off the angle. The nade's not quite connecting where they need to. Marth potentially? No, it goes too long. The cook not quite right there, but that one's good. A tanky sends it back his way. And Aru again, so low, but not going down just yet.
That is a cracking grenade from Amori over the top towards WizGod, who's trying to get that off angle towards them. They've laid the smokes down, trying to keep R8 back at this point in time, give them the heavy hand. But right now, it's just not working out. WizGod likely to go down. Finally, Prestige enters the fray.
Moves in from that off angle. That might actually give OG an opportunity here, but another flush comes through, and R8 now into a 2 versus 4 in their favor. A tanky needs something big, but he only gets one. There is no answer from the backline, unfortunately. Aru out in the open, caught with his trousers down there, and R8 are going to send them away. 5 elims, though, on the game, Blank. That's a pretty good result.
Yeah, it's not bad. Gets them back up towards 4th place now, and there really isn't anyone chasing them too hard on the tables. Alpha 7 went down as a VP as well as Wolves earlier on, but there is now teams like trying to make up points with this massive point vacuum at the top from Thundertalk. You're going to start to see these things get very messy towards that top 7 towards the end of today. Ida finding Solus as well, so R8 not done quite yet.
They want a little bit more. Up on the 70-point tallies, we're talking a lot about Thundertalk's security in towards those finals, but over those 70-point margins, that's also looking pretty safe, Blank, all things considered. They've done a lot of work. And they've put in the effort. And at the moment, they're way over the average that they need to be able to see themselves toward those finals. Kara got 8 elims so far this match, and they want more too. Marceau hops out, looks for the flush, confirms that one, locks it into the bank. As DXavier hold their divot, they've been in there for a long, long time. And actually, Geeke going down. Okay, the descent from the mountaintop, not going to pan out.
I mean, Kara's played this game phenomenally well. I think that's, you can't deny that from Kara. From their initial hold towards Nova Abnoya and then the slow sweep down towards the south side, it has been a real patience game for them, and at times really tough, but they've done well off the back of it. Lewis finding catch now as well from Ulf as R8 looks to assault that position. They really only have one option here, which is to try and send down to the rocky outcrop on this south side before they head over towards DRX. DRX has had a bit of circle look, and no one really has had a shout in, but similarly DRX hasn't really found any points from this position whatsoever. Likely the thing is that if they go down in 2nd place, this game will not be as profitable as most would think. They sort of need to finish this game out with a chicken dinner if they want to have a decent performance off the back of this one. Otherwise it is just sort of another meh game back in their pocket.
I mean, he's got 3 more nades, but finally someone takes a look out his way. And that is going to be the shutdown. And DXavier will fall finally. 5 teams now remaining, Blank. And DRX with this center position. Kara, they've moved 2 players up here. They'll need to regroup back down to their bottom side too and push in a little bit closer. They might be able to hold the top of the rock for a little bit longer though. And maybe they'll be able to farm some more eliminations along the way.
I mean, Kara being at, what is it, 14 eliminations now is very impressive. I think the R8 likely are our utility because they had to throw everything in the kitchen sink to take down OG. They were very resilient during that engagement. But I do think for R8, it might be a little bit tricky going forward. Depends how much they're able to steal away from OG. And that's one thing they certainly did steal away is the hovercraft, which is going to give them a little bit of safety going forward. And especially in these final moments, again, because OG held on to it for so long, it didn't take any shots. Now it's super useful for this late game as a bit of maneuverable cover. That's a long nade. Feels like the bounce is not too bad, but GS does go down to the circle itself. Aaron gets shut down by Marth, who has just been on a tear all day today.
A huge Elim count being racked up still.
Oh
they want
still
more
going
for Kara, and it's going to be Marth actually starting to take those shots out the way. See if he can take them down, but R8 lost a player crucially. Amori got flushed out on that situation, could not make it any further. I'm surprised there's still nades in the pockets for R8, but they've got at least one more here. And they want to try and find the opening to Kara. DRX, they've got everything on side right now. It is a question of who's getting second place in my mind. It's going to be very, very difficult to take DRX out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, for DRX, this is a freebie game, right? They haven't really done much whatsoever. This is one of those games that just gets gifted to you now and again. I think that, again, praise should be going through to teams like R8, teams like Kara, who have manipulated the circle very, very well for themselves. Maybe even I'd go ahead and say OG on that north side. I think that there's like those three positions of Kara down on the east, R8 coming through the west, and OG on the north. But for DRX, yeah, there's not much to be said about that squad.
I'm surprised that they haven't moved anyone up to the wall yet or moved out a little bit. They're kind of allowing ground here a little bit. Maybe timid, cowards. No, definitely not. That's a bit too much. But I mean, it should be theirs under control. They know that these two teams outside can't really move up unscathed, but Kara are going to give it a go. They're going to have a crack at it. Poser up first, and they slink out wide as well. With
I mean, what is
Lewis
that?
Moving on in. There's a knock over to Hyunbin. I mean, yeah, that definitely shouldn't be happening here. DRX are going to have to go for that res, and that might allow Kara even more leeway. See what CEO's getting up to the wall now. Things are starting to get a little bit dicey as R8 have the pressure of the blue zone pushing up towards them. This is the final zone blank, and it will close dead center on this one. It does go inside the wall, which means that Kara will have to cross that boundary if they want to win this one out.
Yeah, I think that they hope during that knock, I mean, 2 angles is all that DRX has there because one's taken up on the res, that they could finish out this fight as quickly as possible. The blues being a big issue, CEO able to hit a nasty nade again. I think this is a massive game for Kara going forward. Another nade goes slightly far, bobbles just a little bit too much. That's a wild nade coming through, goes straight out to the outer edge of the zone, but smokes is all that's in the way between Kara and R8 in this moment. And finally, DRX starts to make a move.
Kaisei flexes out to the wall there. The angle spotted though, and a nade immediately put towards his feet, and he has to dance out the way. DRX starting to get low on nades. They've only got 7 left. R8 are up to the wall as well. They've allowed the entrance to move on in. R8 will go down, but it's Kara to do the dirty, and they will find 2 more eliminations on their tally. A big nade from CEO. Will there be an answer from DRX? They're allowing this to go through, and the smokes there covering so much of their sightline.
I mean, the big difference right now is Kara is incredibly hot coming into this engagement, whereas DRX feeling very cold off this game. They've not done too much. It's the 4v3 and the 19 elims on this game for Kara. The Crows are flying strong here, but they take initial knock. They're trying to get the damage done. Hyunbin alive for the time being. The bullet scraping his backpack.
Not quite able to finish the job though. They swap over to the next vehicle, and it leaves Poser as a solo. DRX finally able to keep themselves standing. Hyunbin gets the res. 1 knock is all they'll find, and Kara denied the 20-point Elim game. They will go down in second place. DRX able to hold their nerve right at the end.
Every single buckle blown off the back of that backpack in those final moments for Hyunbin. But the fact that he stays alive actually is the thing that gives him the chance, because so much time was wasted there for Kara versus Hyunbin. I think if they get that knock, there's a potential for a 3v4. I think Kara is really feeling that game, but still 19 points. That's a 25-point game coming through from Kara. Incredible scenes here at the Gauntlet.
a massive jump up for Kara. That has got to feel real good to be able to leapfrog all the way up the tables as they have just done. We've been waiting for it. We've seen some stuff from them previously in their regional positions, but up until now, sort of a little bit lacking. They did have a third place towards the end of yesterday, but it is good to see them finding a little bit more power into these situations.
Absolutely. And I think for Kara, again, they played it well. They have strong players on side. They're not the most well-known players in the world from their particular region, but they have all played for multiple years and are all veterans of the game, which is very good to see. But again, I think for DRX, it is just a little bit lackluster win. In the meantime, we'll see what the desk had to say about that match.
DRX down in 15th place, so desperately needed a chicken dinner, and they get one right here, right now. Maxman, why was this game so different for DRX? What made them get the chicken dinner as opposed to the performance pretty much for the rest of the tournament so far?
Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't ask me that question. They got circle gifted. Okay, you want me? Unfortunately, it is a win they desperately needed. Okay, don't get me wrong. They were in 15th position before this game. They were circle blessed. Luckily enough, they do go for that big push onto the side of Kara, as you can see here in this finishing blow moment. And they do get himself some really good swarm moments around Poser, get himself the wrap up, and get himself that chicken dinner. But it was definitely circle blessed. And it is not the win I wanted to see, Niptro, to be completely honest. From them, a bit more presence when they do get eventually a chicken dinner. But you know what? As you stated before we got on the desk here, that give them a little bit more of a confidence boost to finally initiate that ascent in the rankings.
I 100% think that's the case because of the way they switched the flip, or flipped the switch, that's the one. They flipped the switch as soon as they decided, okay, now's the time to go, they went for it. That was the DRX we're used to seeing. So I think now they've got points, they're out of 15th place, they can relax a little bit, take a breath and go, okay, we've got a win. Yes, it was kind of handed to us, but we took it in the end. We've come back to where we need to be. Now let's go forward the way we want to play. So I really am hopeful for them now.
I mean, Sizzy, you can look at his face. He's just like, yeah, it's not quite the win we wanted. He's just like,
hey, we'll take it.
I'm happy about this game. I love his expression on his player shot.
So
it's great.
good.
But, overall, like the numbers coming out from the players are good. Like so easy 4 eliminations, 1 coming out from Sizzy with 600 plus damage, which is very impressive. Hyunbin, of course, 2. He is my MVP contender for the Gauntlet. Might not happen anymore. It might just be sitting from the side of Thunder Talk. Clearly, Hot Jukes, unfortunately, but. Yeah, again, circle gifted to them. They were able to wrap up the win. So you know what? They were given an opportunity. They were able to strike while the iron was hot. Can't blame them for that. Sometimes circle just comes your way and you make the most out of it.
Hey, you know what? That's exactly what they did. I'll tell you one team that made the most out of it, even though they didn't get that such a circle blessing, and that was Kara. Oh my gosh, these guys went crazy, Neptura, especially that beautiful nade from CEO onto R8 to take out that side. Oh man, I mean, these guys went crazy. How do you feel about their performance here in this match?
I love it so much. This is the Kara I was expecting to see, Jukes. I mean, look, I saw them yesterday. I went, they're not playing the way they usually play. They usually play center to edge, and they just weren't doing it. I was like, why? Then yesterday in the Mirror March, we saw that a little bit more. Then we get to this game. Big split on the edge, 2-2 split mid-game to actually clear as much of the other circle, or the other teams in the circle as possible. Exactly what I wanted to see. They went back to their playstyle. They stopped letting, you know, PMGC be a big pressure on them to change things up, went back to how they play, and look where it got them.
Well, you know, a team looking at these groups had a really bad time. It was Alpha 7. The glider rotation into also 2 players swimming into Nova itself didn't work out. Unfortunately, they were trying to get scrapped here and they got nothing for their troubles as though on the northern side we still did see for a bit. Haru clapping back versus Thundertalk. That was a really good double spray down, getting 2 eliminations right away. Aru popping off as the IGL, and clearly can be a fragger from time to time.
Clutched it, man. I'll tell you what, I mean, we're talking about, you know, the confidence that we're going to see from OG building up. I mean, how much more confidence can you get whenever you take out the top team in the lobby, right? So, I mean, OG, great game for them. We also saw a little earlier, right? We saw GS be able to get the better up onto Virtus Pro. What do you think about that one, Max?
That was fun to see GS actually not go for APG. They understood we can share it, but Hodrix, what do you want to do when you have a perfect military island phase 1 circle? It's just like, well, we're going to have people are going to want to try and contest those locations away. But yeah, GS just showing themselves as a true contender. This is a team, Niptro, that qualified outside of PMSL MENA with a singular point difference, barely qualifying into PMGC. And this is a complete change-up. This team is looking way more confident, willing to take fights. They're not scared, which is definitely a true sign of success in their adaptation to this kind of lobby. And I do wonder, can they maintain it for the entirety of this PMGC season?
I would love to see that. You see them on the here on the map here now. But yeah, I think also Jafar has been such a key player for them. It's been really, really nice to see them coming through what needs to be done, and really just helped his team as well here. But that zone,
look at R8. They're like,
dude, yeah, exactly. I'm like, what?
I saw that, man. What the heck?
And then circle? Cringe. We don't play circle. What's the circle? I don't know.
Oh, dude, they're still over there when the circle's that small is wild.
That late
rotation. I'm surprised they got as far as they
I was
got
born
then.
in it. Molded by it. And they picked some really good fights. Prestige had a really good off angle in that fight, North versus Orangutan. It really set them up for success. And once they do clear Orangutan, they start holding on the western ridge, which gives them not only just a really good angle to third party, these southern fights. I think you had Ulf, you had Kara. They can easily get a third party opportunity on that. It also keeps them relatively safe. And you can see here, they don't really take too many casualties until they have to push over the ridge, which at that point here, Hodrick, we saw the nades of CEO were on point. And because of that, yeah, 25 points for Kara here. Outdoing DRX that got the chicken dinner. Kara, maybe this is the start of a great comeback.
It's got to be the start. I mean, come on, right? I mean, these guys, we were waiting for them to be able to put up a big performance. We're waiting for DRX to put up a good game. This is what we were talking about, Neptura, right? We knew that we were going to see some squads perform, and they did not disappoint.
They haven't at all. It's nice to see Ulf as well in the top 5 of these points, right? That's another team we wanted to see more from. And, you know, DRX, we talk about, yeah, you know, they got the win. It was a little bit handed to them, all of this. It's still 17 points. And when the leaderboard is kind of close, as we've seen it, that is really what you need. So 17 points going to push them pretty far up those leaderboards, I think, and they'll be able to now use that as a springboard into the next match. So very excited to see what they've got coming for us.
Yeah, Kara, they landed over there in Novo, right? And they just started playing that edge style you were talking about, right, before Neptura. You know, what do you think, you know, when it comes to Kara, right? What's the difference between this game and playing that edge style versus, you know, when we see them go center? Like, what do you think the big difference is for them?
For them, honestly, the difference between the two play styles, I feel, is how comfortable they are with it. Because they play center early on in the game and then switch to edge. And what we were seeing them do is play edge from the very beginning. And that only meant that they were getting left behind by all these other teams. So I really think that that's where they're going, oh, okay, wait, let's switch back. Let's do what we normally do. They're more comfortable and they can be more creative with it now. As so easy. It's not, hey, it's not Siting. For once, it's not Siting being the MVP of match 2.
Look at this pentagram. It's like healing 0, and then you just have a line 29 minutes survival time. You can barely see it, and then 0 assist. This is the weirdest pentagram graphic I think I've ever seen in PMG's PUBG Mobile Esport history. This is an odd-looking one, but 0 healing again, showing that they were circle blessed. They didn't take any unnecessary fights. They weren't over peaking to like take fights that just didn't make sense. They're just like, we're given a free ticket into the late game. Let's use it here, and it worked out.
Yeah, man, oh boy, did it. Look at that. DRX now in 11th place, 37 points. So that's at 9 away from that 7th place position. By the way, guys, if you don't know already, it's 7 spots that are going straight to the grand finals. Everybody else is going to be going to that group stage, right? So looking at these leaderboards, Max, okay, we're about to hit that halfway mark, right? You got Geek all the way at the bottom. What is it going to take for these guys to finally wake up?
points.
I mean, yeah.
Games? Good. I mean, yeah. I mean, for Geek in particular, I was quite disappointed because they were playing Observatory this game. They didn't do much with it. They were very hesitant, very slow, and Kara just saw an opportunity to kind of do what Geek should have been doing this game. So Geek needs to see a step up, a little bit more confidence being displayed here in these lobbies. And same for any of the bottom teams. APG also, I didn't even do much this game. Niptura, we need to see the APG comeback, and as of right now, it's almost a halfway point. As Hodjuk said, it's getting a little bit late to initiate that comeback.
I know it is, isn't it? And, you know, even as we look at those leaderboards earlier, right, like even a win like from DRX is going 15th to 11th. So APG need to have a lot bigger of a game than even DRX did or Kara. I mean, they really need to shape their next game more like Kara, because Kara went from 11th all the way up to 4th place. 4th.
Wow.
In one game.
That's crazy.
I mean, APG need to be looking at Kara now. I know I keep going on about them, but honestly, I mean, CEO coming in here, 6 eliminations. Yeah. 6. Come on. We know APG can pull those numbers.
I want to talk about Amori for R8. This guy has been consistently on these top 4 player graphics, right? I mean, when you're looking at R8, you're looking at Ida, looking at Skuton, you're looking at Marth. Also, there's some really good moments in day 1. But no, Amori is clearly the setup player. I don't think it's intentionally made in a way that he is initially the fragger. He's just a player that finds off angles to set up his team for success, and his off angles are genuinely, Hodjuk, so good. He just gets 3 points, 3 eliminations every single time. So Amori is genuinely a genius when it comes to the off angle plays, and so far it's been really paying dividends in these matches.
Well, you know, that's an interesting point here, right? Because Amori, he is definitely finding those off angles. You know, we saw in that later fight, though, one off angle that was from Prestige, right? Prestige was holding that huge off angle. I think that really set up that fight for them, right? What do you think about Prestige holding that off angle for so long? And then he finally grouped up with his team towards the end, right? But do you think that he should have held that there back a little bit longer, or do you think he joined up right on time with his team?
I think it was used perfectly, actually, in that fight there, Hodjuk. The way he was playing it, relatively passive, I would say. He was just trying to keep Orangutan in check and stop Orangutan from bleeding over that ridge. If Prestige is not in that position, I think Orangutan keep hitting some of those great nades they had in that fight, and they just completely overwhelm R8. Prestige's off angle is the only thing that kept Orangutan in check. So Niptura looking at R8, everyone, it feels like, on the team can pull off angles. I know Marth can do it since spring of this year, so they're just all off angle players. maybe that's the strat.
Honestly, it is kind of the strat. I mean, you see time and time again when you look at fights, very rarely is a fight won by 4v4 just right in front of each other. It's always a sneaky little off angle. It's always somebody wide wrapping that just provides that cover, you know, pushes a team into a corner and stops them from doing what they need to do to defend themselves well. So, you know, it is, if you have a team of all off-angle players, honestly, I find that that's probably like one of the best strats you can possibly have, just because it gives you that flexibility to do whatever you want and surprise them however you can.
Yeah, definitely. Though, looking at this graphic of the top 4 players, we've been on this one for a while. I kind of like how CEO is grabbing his logo. I don't know, it's just...
That had to be intentional, right?
Yeah. I mean, you look at this performance of CEO, it makes sense why he was on S2G. If you guys don't know, by the way, a little history lesson for CEO. He was on S2G. He was part of the biggest org in Turkey. That shows how much potential this guy actually has. He was part of the rising older generation of PUBG Mobile eSport, and he's still putting up numbers. So CEO, I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to, again, put up the numbers and contest the likes of maybe Regnum Karia moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, they already passed him up, so they're feeling pretty dang good going into these final matches. I'm looking right now at the leaderboards, right? Because with this next match, we're going to hit our halfway point here, right? So 7th place is that cutoff, Neptura. Looking on down, it's pretty close, right? I mean, we can see pretty much, I mean, even Alpha Gaming, they're all the way down there in 14th place with 27 points. That cutoff right now is GS with 46, right? So, you know, how many more games do you think Alpha Gaming have to kind of breathe here, you know, before they need a chicken dinner? Or do you think, like, this Erangel match, it's time for them to put up some points? What do you think?
I honestly want to say, like, maybe one more game, but the way that the rest of the teams have been playing, I feel like we're starting to see some teams step up that haven't been stepping up so far. They're starting to come alive. They're starting to do what they need to do. So maybe one game is too late. I'm not entirely sure. I think it really does depend on how this next game goes. So yeah, maybe they do have one game. Maybe, I think. Because Regnum's starting to do stuff. Ulf are starting to do stuff. DRX, Wolves, they're all doing it. So APG, like one max.
Okay, 1-1 for Breathing Room, Max. Do you agree?
I would agree. I think that's a decent sample size to have for them to try and do a little bit of a jump up in the leaderboards. I mean, everyone's looking at APG, of course, trying to initiate that comeback. I'm looking at E-Arena. I'm going to look at the team that's below them right now.
Yeah.
They're in 15th position. They're just 1 point behind APG with 26 points for themselves. It's not impossible for them to catch up to top, but I was very impressed with how E-Arena, the players individually especially, were playing back at PMWC. They dominated this most recent PMSL SEA season, and I was very how they were going to play here, and unfortunately, they've just not been able to follow through with those initial promises we had earlier this year. I'm hoping E-Arena can make it because it would fit. Already, we don't have Bigatron, by the way, from SEA, which that alone feels weird. But if we don't see Arena make it, and maybe D Xavier, if we go like worst case scenario for SEA, I would be so sad, Hot Jukes. We need to see one of them at least make it to the finals. Please, I'm begging.
Please, please. I can't tell you. I was talking to you about this at the start, before the tournament even started, right? I was like, man, how do we not see Bigatron here, right? And it is the first PMGC in Bangkok, Thailand, right? It hurts to see, but hopefully EA could definitely happen here. I mean, it's definitely not too late, even for a team like, Geekay, who's all the way last place right now. 8 teams, I mean, I don't think they have any room at this point. I mean, I think it's putting up double-digit points here and now if you want to have a chance at top 7, because, I mean, you're right, Neptur, a lot of these teams are performing so dang well. You really can't wait towards tomorrow for sure.
Oh, absolutely not. It's going to be far too late for that. I mean, we have seen big things from some of these teams in the final day, APG in particular, that like to just bring out an entire different APG to how it's been the last 2 days, but I wouldn't count on it. I think the lobby is too stacked. These other teams are pick up too early. That, we're seeing things from Ulf. They're starting to make more moves. I mean, EA are starting to do, we've seen some things from them. It's a bit early just yet. No, they haven't been doing exactly what we wanted them to do, but there is still time for them, and I think so. There's a lot of questions, I think, for the lower half of the leaderboard, because there's going to be the top half of the leaderboard that are just going to take advantage of that slowness now, because they've already stepped up to the plate. Now that makes it more difficult for the others.
I want to touch upon your point of Ulf stepping up a little bit, doing a bit more. They are definitely a little bit more present in the later stages, but they're still not as aggressive as I would like to see them be.
No,
you have Solis,
yeah.
Again, you have like the Rising Star, I've touched him many times. Aaron, there was great play on Zeus last year during PMGC. They are not. Then actually, I'm going to be very harsh here, Hot Jukes. They're nowhere near the level of play that I know these guys can provide in these matches.
Sure.
They're nowhere near. I want to see a big change up, because at this current pace, I don't think they deserve to be in the finals. So I need to see them at least attempt to take fights, and that alone would give me a little bit more hope that Ulf maybe can make it to the next step and reach the finals.
Well, that's totally fair. We've seen a lot of teams on that second page do it. Will Ulf be able to do it right here, right now? Let's see if it's going to happen. Let's go ahead and take it on over to John and Blank to wrap up the first half of the Gauntlet.
Alrighty, let's go for another Erangel. We'll see if we're going to get another military island. It would be interesting. It would be exciting, but we are going to be heading on in. My name is John Allen. With me is, of course, Blank. We're going to be getting stuck into this one. A close down at the end there for DRX to keep things under control, but we'll have to maintain a hopeful situation that we'll see something a little bit better from them this time around, even if it will result in a win. I would much just prefer to see another Kara performance.
The 19 Elim game was phenomenal. Very, very fantastic stuff to watch unfold. And I mean, overall, their game plan was pretty solid from start to finish. sadly weren't able to take on DRX. And again, it's from basically an open field with a couple of trees versus an entire compound. So DRX definitely had some advantage there, as well as having a bit more utility in those final moments. The fact they're able to hold them off for so long, it's like one of those situations where Kara, if they don't get that initial couple of knocks on towards DRX, they don't finish off R8, and I think that both get swarmed by DRX in that end game. But this is a west to east playing path. Very kind one, first kind one we've seen today. We'll see where the circle ends up here. Thunder Talk taking a slightly different approach from last game, luckily for us, because that last one was a bit weird, honestly, overall. But we are heading over towards the eastern edge of the map, around Rozhok, Potato Hill area, just south of Yaz. So still Yaz Field in this one, John, but plenty of fun compounds to play this one out.
Yeah, we are going to see maybe a little bit of a diversion for Thunder Talk. Of course, they are close to Kara, though, so maybe a little bit of danger there. In general, we'll be keeping an eye on that Milta area. The circle a lot more centered towards that Potato Hill zone in the middle. A little scrap for Alpha Gaming, and actually, they're going to be able to win this time at the start of the game against one of the players from Wolves. They can't quite get there in time to pick him up, as Coops will be taken down. We are going to be heading to a little interview with Poser himself from Kara after that incredibly massive game. 19 elims. Let's find out how they did it. Oh, maybe not just yet. We've got about 20 seconds before that one. But either way, they are going to be tuning in for it. It was incredibly monumental. They were on for maybe a 23 elimination chicken dinner blank. But
welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new record for eliminations in none other than Kara Esports. I have Poser here with me. You guys were working those 2-2 splits wonderfully this last match. When did you decide to go to E-Arena?
Bu son maçta 2-2 oynamakla çok güzel oynadınız. Nasıl, ne zaman Arena'ya üstüne saldırmayı düşünmeliyiz?
Nova'nın içindeyken alan bizden çektiğinde İARANA ile oynarımız aynıydı. Ondan sonra ilk önce kıyı temizledik, sonra da onları temizledik. Adım adım iyi oynadık.
So the circle actually go on our gameplay with Arena. So when we saw that, we first clear the edge and then we jump on them.
And with this performance, I mean, it's going to shoot you up the leaderboard. What does that mean for the team?
Valla bu puanlama sizi sıralamada üst kısma çıkarttı. Nasıl hissediyorsun bu takım için?
Şu an özgüvenimiz daha da yerine geldi. İhtiyacımız olan böyle bir maçtı. Henüz potansiyelimizi göstermedik. Daha yeni başlıyoruz.
So we got our confidence backs up, and then with this, we will show our performance that we can do better.
Hey, I'm hoping it continues on. 19 eliminations. I know the Turkish crowd is going to be hyped. Back to you guys.
Absolutely. It would be brilliant to see if they can carry that forwards. It is, however, very rare to see teams have two performances like that in a tournament. It would be something special, but we can always hope. Thunder Talk, though, they've definitely had more than one of those performances. It is a rarity.
Thunder Talk definitely a rarity in our games overall. 100 points hit the century. Weren't able to get anything done on the last match, but again, they hit triple digits and thought themselves, let's take a short break. And we'll get right back to it over on the next angle here. Let's take a look at the leaderboards right now. There is that big jump off from third place down to fourth, with Mad Bulls in third place, dropping down towards Kara with 55 and OG at 51. But as you can see, it's around 10th place where we see our next real big fall off from 44 to 37. So there is a lot of teams battling out for this top 7 here. And it should make for an incredibly fun final day tomorrow, where all the teams could be dipping in and out from that top 7.
We get a little replay on Doc, getting the spray down onto Coops. They couldn't quite get away unscathed with the vehicle. Doc happy to have that point on side. A nice pickup found there. As we hop towards the middle of the circle, though, we're on board with Regnum Kaya, who have managed to take a very, very central compound, really important position as well, with a lot of sightlines out to control all the teams who are very likely going to be moving in fairly soon. We're now into our 6th minute of the match, and we'll see just who's going to be on the road nice and quickly. Hopefully, yeah, Thunder Talk, they're already moving. So we're not going to see another massive delay until, what is it, like zone 8 or something like that. And they decided, oh yeah, we should probably get towards the circle. R8 did it too, though. So, you know, it's not just them.
It isn't. I mean, it was possible. I mean, it was fun watching that little breakdown of the paths taken with RA really on a bit of a journey themselves down from that northwest side, starting just underneath Alpha 7 there. But having way more success from their position. I mean, even just to get in on that western side anyway was very, very tough. I mean, there were so many teams there at the start of the game. I do think Virtus Pro going down so early actually opened up a little bit more possibility for space taking on the western side of Sosnovka. So some fortuitous stuff did happen. I think for Kara, they didn't quite get that benefit. They really did have to fight it out for that position, indicated by obviously the amount of eliminations they were able to pick up in that last game. You got OG here on our screens, just the western side of Shelter. Just waiting to see what they want to do next in terms of scouting, where players are coming from. Regnum Karya left fairly early from their position, headed around where Dip is. And we'll just hold that out. With Ulf coming in from the northwest side, that is something they'll have to worry about in the short future.
Alpha 7 moving in on that north edge. Over that Rostock Bridge, uncontested on the crossing. A little bit more treacherous down towards the south. R8 moving out now from South George. They're moving around the foothills of Everest, trying to head out east. Behind the Mad Bulls, though, they will, if they want to go over the north side of Pachinki, they'll have to go through the Mad Bulls there, or try and find another way around to try and get into this one unscathed. It's easier said than done. Although Mad Bulls, they're leaving players over in Sunken. They're wanting to control that bridge crossing to the north, I suppose. Get a little bit of info, a little bit of scouting from Tulika on the Mad Bulls. As GS move over the north, they're heading over the north of the Yaz Lake.
I mean, I think for E-Arena, heading down this way is not too bad. But again, we haven't really seen that early game prowess from E-Arena so far. I mean, round Geek as well. Yasnaya is easily shared. But with only 2 players there, I am slightly worried for them slightly. I think the rest of the team needs to get back in action soon. The Mad Bulls, though, like you're saying, over on that western Rozhok side, coming through past school towards Chopsticks. This is always such a weird starting circle for a lot of our squads. Just purely because what they're struggling with right now is deciding where they want to play going forward. Because as we head into zone 2, like there's plenty of positions which are very, very valuable, but just not quite yet because we don't know where it's centering up. Now we know that you kind of want to take some of these farm compounds nice and early, potentially even some of these positions underneath Potato Hill. Even playing over towards the southern side of the coast is not bad here.
I mean, it makes the decision-making process a little bit easier. The execution phase, though, a lot more tricky for our IGLs, for our teams to try and enact their plans now. Everybody on a mad dash south, trying to get into a very limited set of positions. Ulf got to be charging in from that north side, a little bit split. They've got a backstop there for Solus, trying to regroup. Regnum Kaya clashing with DRX on the inside of a compound. But you've got Ulf putting pressure on the north. You can't afford to go for a crash, as well as on the south coast entirely in the warehouses. DX Xavier, Wolves going back and forth here. Lamborn needs a pickup now. Paragin has to put the pin back in to save his teammate. Will be able to start that one. And Nate moves forward, securing it. They are on the inside. They should be fairly safe, but will they be allowed to get this res? Because there's more threat from the Wolves around the corner. And that's going to be Levi's taken out in the midst of it all. The Xavier having a tough time on this pro.
With Paragin going down, Lambo going down there is very, very tough for DXA because they wanted a lot more speed on that one. And Levi's expected some backup on the side there. That wasn't meant to be a 1v1. That was meant to be a 2v1. Paragin getting taken out by Top. And Gara immediately picking up the elimination point for that. Goodness me. DXA and Wolves now just bottom of the pecking order right now. That's unfortunate. I think DXA can't really leave from this building either with the 2 sightlines that are set up here, John.
They only got 2 elims for it as well, Blank. They weren't able to extract the full 4. They weren't able to do any more than that, which is unfortunate. You could excuse it maybe, you know, if you're able to get up to 4 points, right? And then, no matter what, it's an okay game. You will keep yourselves in the conversation for 7th place, where DX Xavier currently sits right now. And they need every match they can get. We know how volatile the middle of these tables are going to be with the number of points that Thunder Talk are earning. And Kara having that oversight, they'll be all too happy to snaffle away any points that dare to step out of line.
So, I mean, the center of the circle is pretty packed right now. You got Kara and the Regnum Kari just above them, and the DRX holding quite central, but in open zone. Mapple spots the team crossing along the way. It is GS, and they're happy to chase this one down with the mobile turret in the vehicle. It's 3 players in 3 cars, so I think they're assuming they can take those shots quite frequently, but they decide to back it off. They don't want to deal with that angle for too much longer, and a building gets taken up by GS. It is on the northern side of the zone, though, so it is not massively likely it's going to end up there, but it will give GS a little bit of a long breath, right? A bit of relief in this match. That is
enough.
a
Doran goes down.
nade.
What a post through the letterbox there on the nade. Beautiful stuff. Didn't even need a stamp. CEO able to hand deliver that one. Lovely stuff. Able to pick up the pieces as well. Now they're going to have to move a little bit further west, potentially. I mean, Kara should be able to hold this angle. We'll see if they're able to do so against Thundertalk, who are moving in on that coast side too.
It's hard to make the correct decision on this one because as we head further down towards the south side of the map, it slopes downwards, right? So you don't really want to play those positions. I think Alpha Gaming actually has a very good chance from their spot. They have a lot of high ground oversight here. The issue is they're going to have to play that late game a little bit more aggressively as the circle probably will move away from them. I think R8 has one of the more fixed positions inside of the circle. It's a lovely compound to play around with. Leaving it is slightly difficult because you do need to wrap around towards that northwest side. But in this instance, it's really good because I don't think they're imagining that it's going to be a hard west shift on the circle. So this just gives them nice 180 oversight towards their eastern edge. And that's a lot of information to be gained off the back of that one. OG making a mad dash along the way over towards a small building they can potentially play the rest of the game in.
Actually diverting one out to the shack as well. So they have got multiple angles. A run-up made a little bit harder because of that. With 4 players alive, I'm only seeing 3 in the middle there. Or maybe they are all 4 packed in. We'll have to wait and see just how they can hold the dead center here. They're in a little bit of a valley blank. So it is very much a standoff. They are committing to this location. It will be very, very difficult, if not impossible, to leave it. So they need to get the value in the mid-game here with Elims.
Yeah, I think it's a risky play, but it's high value reward if this does continue to center up because it's very much open ground around them. Like you say, leaving through that open ground is treacherous, but if they have to deal with teams walking up towards them, it should be a fairly easy hold. So I think for OG, it's a case where you play this position and like you say, you are just committed to it now. But it is fairly central. They had no real other options other than playing sweep on the edge. And I think they're more comfortable playing this anyway. They're quite decent when it comes to holds. So we'll see what OG can do from this spot. It's a slightly early commit though at stage 3. But because it is so dead central and in a compound, I think you make that call here and now.
Too far. Angles over towards Virtus Pro, the rest of GS as well. They moved out to the north side to try and have a breather, but they're being crushed down a little bit here. Virtus Pro have to turn around. They don't want to get stuck into that anymore. Little sweet drift there for Virtus Pro. Maybe they're reorienting. Maybe they do want to get stuck in. Okay, no, they're just biding their time and leaving tire marks on the grass. Someone's got to look after that. That's very inconsiderate to the groundskeepers.
It is indeed. Thundertalk playing down towards the southern docks as all 4 players. There is a chance it does go down towards that south side. It's not always the greatest and latest of positions, but with the little cover and the little positions available in that spot, docks is not that bad. The question is how well you can hold it as a solo team. It does get to those points later on where you end up sharing that position on the east and the western side of it, often leaving the warehouse open as it's a bit easier to nade out. But I think that for Thundertalks, this is a good spot to play in going forward. Now, OG has an option now because most teams are going to have to wrap around on the east and the west side, is whether they want to move a little bit close to the circle, play out in the open with some vehicles, or just stick to their guns.
Refus on the inside, not going to win that one. The Arena able to find it in an immediate shutdown. Alpha Gaming not in a position to go for the backup there, and Zyol caught out in the open by R8 across the way. That's a couple of 100 meters out there. A long shot coming on through. In the meantime, Gike, Regnum Karya clashing on the inside here. You've got DRX on the north of this fight too. Those nades are coming on through, but it is Regnum Karya to draw first blood. However, it's faded off. Flushes need to come through now, and Safji will be able to find it. Fortunately, it is taken down in the process. Kevin on the outside, though, looking to try and hunt down more Regnum Kaya players here as he steps forwards to Loxy. Low HP on Zedwolf. Not really step too far in, but with a shotgun to play against, you know it's probably not super likely that you are going to go down through the consistent spray. Regnum Kaya, however, go down to DRX on the approach, and that is going to be an overwhelming force from DRX on the north side. Not timid this time around.
I think the craziest thing is Kara gets a shot in there, by the way, from all the way down the southwest side, able to pick up Loxy as he jumps out the building. Regnum Kaya just melted under the pressure there, and DRX actually pick up a fairly decent spot for themselves all in that short moment of time. I think they'll be very pleased with how that one turns out. In comes Ulf over towards ThunderTalk's position. Again, like I said, this is a large area, difficult to hold as 4 players, and they're trying to gauge where exactly the ThunderTalk players are currently. Luckily for ThunderTalk, they always have this angle up top side. APG doing a good job to protect them from any target that comes towards them, and some fantastic nades are being lobbed up their way to secure some more points.
Goodness me, Ulf, they try and move into the hills on the north side of this compound, but they're denied entry. Everybody with the third-party angles. Eren, though, has actually managed to make it for the south side, so a last player alive for Ulf.
Hello.
In the meantime, Doc now has more arena players to worry about. 3 players actually taking shots out his way. You can see the rest of them trying to move through. He's forced out wide and taken down as soon as he moves. Sakura clocks him. And now Top has to try and find something in response because Doc is not getting back up.
Yeah, it's a good third party coming through from E-Arena. They noticed there was fighting going down on this side, but it seemed to be only one player. But RA currently in an engagement between them and VP. One player left alive for RA and nowhere near this engagement. It's Prestige looks to send some Molotovs in. It's a good position to throw them out, but VP immediately moving forward. Amori in the backlines in the shack, priming a nade of his own. It's a long toss on it. A big gamble, but doesn't hit on target.
Prestige down in the smoke has been spotted now. Voston keeps his head on the swivel, spots the player down in the dirt and leaves Amori the last to stand for R8 across the road. And actually OG are moving in on that north side, so that could be a big problem in their very near future. I think Alpha Gaming did just go down. E-Arena able to finish the job as the circle goes back towards the center of this one, leaving those cliff tops out of it.
Yeah, I mean, OG can continue to play on this north side, but again, it's this question of where do they go next? I mean, luckily, because they cut out so much of their position on that northern edge, they don't really have too many teams watching in of where they're going to be maneuvering next to. I do like the way ThunderTalks is currently playing this, though, is where they're not splitting up into a singular area on docks, because they don't want to give an opportunity for a team like Ulf there to swing all the way around and crash into a singular part of the docks. Instead, they're spread across it. They take fire as teams come in and then rely on teams playing on the cliff to basically do the job for them once they lodge them on that hillside just the north of it. It's an interesting play, and it's working out very, very well for ThunderTalks.
E-Arena going to have to make a move, and maybe ThunderTalk will take some shots out their way, but I think Virtus Pro are going to be more preoccupied with holding them out. Maybe a drop down the cliff face, maybe go for a swim here for E-Arena. TourneyK certainly taking that option. The question is, will they be spotted? Alpha 7, they're biding their time on the southeast side, but they do have to make a charge across the open ground here towards Mad Bulls, or, well, what's left of the Mad Bulls, rather. There's only 2 still standing there.
Game's going to slow down a lot, but Kara actually has a very strong spot to work with. There are 4 players as well looking for another huge game for themselves. They also have been consistently taking pot shots at teams, so they've been very proactive from their position. Even if there is a squad 200, 300 meters out, they've been very aware and been taking shots that way. And the more casualties that they can cause within this lobby, the easier their end game is going to become, because again, as teams start to get crunched towards the center here, more and more fights are going to be taking place out in the open, and these are not fights where it's likely you're going to live with 4 of your players. You're likely going to have to sacrifice 1 or 2 just to win an engagement.
We saw Xing there actually stepping out onto the docks for ThunderTalk, and Eren laying low, not wanting to get involved. May have sightlines on it. The question is, does he want to pull the trigger here, expose his position, let them know he's there? TourneyK moving up to the pontoon there. Trying to hold it down. I have no doubt that Eren knows exactly what's going on here, and he is opting not to take these shots. You just can't confirm the point. It's much more valuable to play with the protection of ThunderTalk around you and try and play for it later.
Oh my.
TourneyK steps up and he wins that? How on earth do you win that? Stepping up out of the water, draws the weapon, and immediately lands the shot of the Shing. That's got to feel real bad on the south side there, and that's going to move King out to have to go for this res, to have to try and pick up their teammate. This is Aaron's time to shine, and he steps up and does exactly what he needs to. That is what he was waiting for. And Thunder Talk are having a nightmare here.
Oh, this is very bad indeed. Thunder Talk likely down to 2 players. We're seeing it's going to be a difficult pickup from their side. Completely lost track of Tony K as well. That's one of those things where you only send out 1 player. You know he's in the water, so you look to just finish him off, but you do not expect the 4th player from Ulf to still be alive on the other edge. Dear me, we are surfing here over on the docks. And Thunder Talk are currently dealing with the tsunami. Okay.
Side shift. They have to push out, so they're going to have to leave here as well. This does mean that they can just fully disengage and look to leave these solos to their own devices, but that's going to be difficult because you've got Virtus.pro and Kara who are going to know all about what's happening here.
Quick knock from OG down towards Virtus.pro. I mean, it's a good time to be doing it as the circle starts to close inwards, but Voston with an immediate response over towards that top side gets a good shot over towards the tanky, leaving just him and Aru there. And the question is whether Virtus.pro even want to go for a wraparound on that side. I mean, OG has to call for some slight reinforcements here.
I mean, it is good news, I think, on the north side for OG. And they've got enough to play with that cover, that re-knock over towards Virtus.pro. They didn't need to get the flush there. They just needed to slow Virtus.pro down, force them into an unfavorable fight. Tony K may have bit the dust, and he will indeed go down to the nade from AJ. Only the 1 player to go down from Thunder Talk, and it could have been worse. But Aaron really bided his time well there. He played the time perfectly, and actually maybe afforded an opportunity to have a chance to get another point or 2.
Yeah, currently we're in the top 10, so 3 more teams would have to go down before we start hitting placement points. DRX holding on to their position quite nicely as GS attempted to assault their position. Hyunbin on the top stairs, looking for Icon right now.
In the meantime, the roll-up Virtus.pro is getting dismantled on that northwest side. Unfortunately, there is a knock sent back over towards them. GS finally going down there, but it is going to be OG holding quite well. The reses, though, are starting to come through. There's the first flush coming in, and there is, unfortunately, the re-knocks coming in from Virtus.pro. They stop, though. They move sideways, move laterally on the fight, and OG not going to be able to connect these nades if they haven't spotted it. Will they put them in the right place here as the nades bob forwards? Not quite on the target. Haven't seen the retreat here, but AJ, Thunder Talk, they're all sailing on in. Virtus.pro now have another team, and the vehicles swinging around wildly. What is going on? OG, move in, get these knocks, get these points here, because Thunder Talk are moving the slivers of HP.
Going down?
Virtus.pro go down, and 3 players from Thunder Talk still stand tall, but OG, they've taken a knock. What have Thunder Talk just done? What?
I mean, DRX were taking shots across the way at OG whilst that all was unfolding. I don't know how Thunder Talk gets away with it, but they absolutely do. AJ with the run down the vehicle, smearing VP across the fields. And now AKOP trying to get his HP bar back up again. A nade sent across towards the tree, slightly lagging behind the rest of the team. A nade sent along the edge of the blue here could be devastating. And it is close, but not close enough.
Going to be able to find it there, stepping out towards the blue. Thunder Talk get back in the vehicles, playing true chaos strategy there on the roll up to VP. There was nothing they could do, it seemed. He's going to be running out of ordnance fairly soon. Drops the last, covers his retreat with that flash. That's going to allow Thunder Talk to disengage. Play on as 3 from here, which is crazy. Kara, I don't think they're going to be able to do the same thing, but I don't think they need to. With the circle as it sits, they keep in on the south side, and they may be able to find a chicken dinner this time around where they couldn't quite before.
Yeah, it's a very strong position, but again, we are still going out into open ground now. I think OG's got to be a little bit careful because DRX knows exactly where they're playing from, but know they need to move down towards that south side. So DRX looking to set themselves up early or just rotate into the building along the way from Kara. Lewis does have a nade. Marceau sets himself up. It's a bit of a short lob, but it's on target. Soez gets knocked out with a nade to the forehead.
Hits him with the swift underarm there. Nice little knockdown, nearly getting Hyunbin. The pan coming in clutch there to stop the DX Xavier shots. The shots from across the way, taking him down on the rooftop. A really difficult res to go for. If you have to drop down, it's bad news. DRX have been able to get a lot of elims so far this match. It seems like they heard me call them a little bit cowardly last time around. They're already up to 10 here, Blank. And they want to add 4 more to the tally. See if they can break records themselves as they move on forwards. The flash comes through. The nade goes through to the back. Hyunbin goes 1-for-1 on the trade. The DRX have the flash sent their way. Drops down in the middle. Lewis holding the back lines, and it's only the one player for DRX faced off against 2 on the inside.
ThunderTalk just rock straight up over towards DXavian and handle them. This is so weird from ThunderTalk considering it's a very different style of gameplay from them we're used to seeing. Good nade from Nate T himself over towards Singh, leaving ThunderTalk, I believe, just on the final player now as OG remains stalwart on that north side.
They can get the reses in the shack for ThunderTalk, though. There are still 2 of those available. The question is, does DXavian have a nade? Stow Kara on this hold. Poser is down. But they're getting that rezzed up very quickly. DRX slowed it all the way out here. You can see they're on 10 elims still, but with only 2 players, the wind's been knocked out of them just a little bit. QXZ wants to try and drop down there. He will get the shot. Over at the Poser, the re-knock is strong. Gonna keep Kara from overwhelming them on the repeats here. He goes in for more. He wants to find another, but there's his teammate going down. Lewis steps out, put into a shotgun. A barrel straight into his face, and Lewis goes down as well. They will finally take him down, but they lose a player, and they have to get these reses fast, Blank.
Over the top tries to thread it in towards the shack, but a good shot from AKOP will take down Sighting almost instantaneously as well. Now they got to figure out how they want to play this one out, because again, for OG, they are passing through open ground. I think for ThunderTalk, they desperately want to get rid of DXavian, but Nate, immediate reposition from his side. This is a good survival play for him. Again, DXavian has been on the receiving end of survival plays for quite some time now. We haven't seen a truly dominant game from DXavian just yet.
It's disappointing as well, given their prowess, given their record this year. They've had a really, really strong showing, but it's just not coming through yet in the Gauntlet. We'll see what more they can do. Nades being thrown out by ThunderTalk still.
It's good,
right,
actually.
they got anything left and they find an opening. You're kidding me. ThunderTalk just seem untouchable here. Nading Aru off the tree, doing a lot of damage. That's going to be unresable now. The rotate out wide. AKOP needs to stand tall. Will be able to do 1 and a second as well. The double knockdown, but across the way, there's still a 3rd player for ThunderTalk going. It's all up for WizGod. It looked like OG might have had the game under control there, but Kara now with the numbers advantage.
I'm just so confused of what ThunderTalk's doing in this game. Sighting sending it out again over towards OG. It's like a completely different type of ThunderTalk this game. Nate maybe going for the 1v3. CEO is able to put him down, fires him from the company, and at least will be able to remain up and present. WizGod moves up, and in the meantime was able to take down ThunderTalk. Now, it's a 1v1 technically as the blue continues to push in.
I think they've got time to get these reses off, Blank. The blue zone's not going to move for a couple more seconds. They may just be able to get through. Marso will heal. Poser will be able to get up and step out for another sight line. Unlikely that Poser's going to be able to heal, though. Actually, they might still have time here. They do. Goodness me. This means a full 3 for WizGod to be able to have to deal with here, and he doesn't have any nades in hand. With a nade, this could go a different way, but I feel like WizGod might be able to find 1 or 2, but the 3, I'm not sure. And Marso goes out, drops the smoke train towards him. They know exactly which rock he's on. As soon as they get in range, they don't have the nades either. Steps out, and that's a little sliver of HP taken away, and he doesn't have any meds to play with. This is nasty.
Big stun grenade. WizGod just has to hide it out for the time being, but it's looking close. Can WizGod close this down? It's looking slightly unlikely. Regardless, he has been through the war zone this game and will go out valiantly, but it will be Kara to come off from a 2nd place and 19 points into a chicken dinner. What a sweep from these guys.
With 11 elims, they find another game really, really strong. It felt like they were the winners in that last match. This time, it rings true. That south side shift playing well to their compound. And Kara are on a massive resurgence here. It's what Neptura said she wanted to see from them over on the desk, while she's being treated to a repeat there. Orangutan as well, playing very well on that northern side, doing a lot to control. It was just so unfortunate that ThunderTalk somehow are able to apparate wherever they want to within the circle. That was some crazy rotates coming in.
Oh, bro, I just couldn't believe we were just watching Thunder Talk just go alpha lever in the vehicles. It made absolutely no sense to me, John. It was like watching them go from tactical gameplay to suddenly, you know what? We're just going to give it our all here. Get in the vehicle, put the metal to the pedal, and just get things going.
Yeah, it's really quite impressive how they were able to do it. But I have no idea just what what happened there for Thunder Talk. I'm sure the analysts do. Let's take a look.
Okay, man, what a game. Are you kidding me? This game had it all. We saw the crazy push from Thunder Talk onto Virtus Pro. I mean, these guys are flexing themselves out, but Kara with the back-to-back chicken dinner. Max, man, what we've been waiting for.
Hey, Kara, back-to-back win. Niptura, you are the reverse curse. Bless right now for this team. You wanted to see step up, and like the thing is, they drop arm, right? This is their drop location through and through. They love this area, and it was just so lucky for them that the circle ended up going that way. But it was not just a game like we saw for its last match. This is Kara actually zooms away, building Lewis in particular. Top angle versus DRX was just power. In particular, just putting Turkey on the map when it comes to the Gauntlet. They are the best from their region, which I did not know the Regnum Kara in this exam lobby.
Right? Yeah, prize coming here. I did know Kara were gonna be a foreskin with it. Took a little time to get beat, but once they have, I cannot them the edge, the controls that they've got. You know that, like you said, that roof angle was just demolishing for DRX. Really good game, all right, but no match for that angle. And the rest of Kara just able to support those angle great shots. And big stuff coming in from them.
I don't know why in my mind this was a back-to-back Kara win because they got such a elimination. I'm like, wait, in place. It was DRX that did end up winning. I'm like, but no, it almost was a win in terms of how many points they did bring home after that first Erangel game of the day. They're going through the replays here. I think we were quite critical about Alpha Gaming. Why do we take this unnecessary fight versus E-Arena in the double warehouses? They could just hug the cliff and they would have been just fine. Easy access into the late game here where top is on this replay. They decide against it. That was a big fumble in my opinion.
I'll take it one step further, Max. I'd say that once EA were in the building, they should have let it go. But why are they in the building in the first place? But Turney K coming in here, EA, I mean, this was insane. Just insane.
He's like, I am Tony K. He's going to rename. He's taking Tony K's name now. He's in.
Oh my goodness.
Crazy after crazy play. I loved this game so much. It was just, what was this game? It's just such chaos. Back-to-back chaos in the end game. I did so much.
Look, you're going to see Kara barely. You're going to see them barely move this high again. Okay, even E-Talk, technically, they dropped Milta, so they didn't have to do this game. Orangutan, also similar, drop in Shelter, playing the northern side. Everyone got in position pretty much phase 1, positioning into phase 2, and then they didn't move much for the rest of this game because there's so many compounds open for the taking early on in this game. They just go there, play it for as long as they possibly can, and hope the circle does eventually favor you towards the end, which it did for Kara. Actually, Kara did do a really nice 2-2 split there. You did see for a second there, 2 players north of the road, 2 players south, to just keep their options open, Niptura. And here, clearly, that was a position that enabled them to get easily into the later stage while really taking no fights at that point.
Yeah, it was really nice because they were able to regroup and know when to regroup as well. As soon as DRX started making too many moves, they were like, you know what, it's not worth it. We're going to go over here. And it really did work for them because look where that zone takes them. It doesn't take them out that compound hardly at all. Only until they're up against just one player left did they have to move out of that compound. So really, really worked out in their favor. And 21 points. Remember, they jumped 7th to 4th place after the game. Now with 21 additionally, where on earth is that going to put them now?
Oh my, are you ridiculous? I mean, yeah, they had now 21 at 46 in 2 games, Max, man.
Wow.
I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, even talks probably gonna worry about that sooner. They get another game like this. So what a crazy finish for Kara. I mean, Thunder Talk had that crazy push, right, onto Virtus Pro. My question is to you, Max Man, right? Do you think they do that if they're not in first place with such a big lead, or do you think that is just so typical Thunder Talk at this point?
I do think, Hodges, there's a certain level of we've made it, let's have fun with it. No,
yeah, right?
Okay, we know. Oh, by the way, congratulations Leo from Kara being the MVP. Always surprised. Not probably going to be MVP of the day, to be completely. But yeah, look, I think there's a certain level of life made it, be comfortable. Let's just try and flex out possible and just not secure their positions. Playing very aggressive, which actually kind of hurt them right now, Niptro, because they lost 2 players to Aaron. And of course, we did have a Tony K coming in from the arena, also getting the clutch. Maybe they're getting almost comfortable. They're doing some big plays, but you know what? As of right now, it's enough because they still are first with 111 points, 3 wins. Thunder Talk, yeah, they're done. They're in. You're the first team in the Gnus alongside Vampire. You did it.
So good. So good to see. I love that play. Chaos, and I want to see, honestly.
Dude, I mean, just look at Kara. 3rd place with 76 points in total. Like, again, in the 2 games, they have outperformed these teams in their entire day's performance, Max. How crazy is that?
And they were in the middle of this. It's been a quick comeback story. Kara, they're still quite a bit away from Thunder. They've just been so damn consistent as a team. But you know what I do want to highlight is the fact that RA are still holding strong onto that second. Right, of course, they're currently tied between 3rd place between them and Kara. This, you would have showed genuinely boards at the start of the Gauntlet and say, this is what we're going to have at the halfway point of that. Say, there's no way. This is a big, like all the other, and a lot of the teams that are rising star effective regions are at the top. What is going on? PMGC so naked and...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Halfway through day 2 of the Gauntlet here, and I'm with none other than DRX Hyunbin, a team that has been able to make a big jump up in regards to points. Day 1, 11th place, 19 points. Today, they have scored 51 points, especially with the performance here in Erangel. Hyunbin, you've gotten a win in Erangel. You just got a good performance as well. What was the biggest adjustment you guys have made in day 2 for Erangel?
저희 DRX 팀이 어제보다 오늘 점수 엄청 많이 먹었어요. 혹시 어제보다 오늘 좋은 점이 뭐라고 생각하고 있어요?
어제 저희가 했던 운영 방식이 좀 많이 맞지 않았던 것 같아갖고 오늘은 이제 운영적인 부분을 좀 많이 바꿔서 한 것 같습니다.
I think that our team has communication a lot and changed our play style today. So we do very good today.
Okay, well, I like to hear that. I'm glad you guys have made those adjustments. Now, let's rewind it back a little bit because there is a map that you guys are struggling with, and that map is Rondo. What is causing those struggles in Rondo, and what can you change going into tomorrow for that last Rondo of the Gauntlet?
론도 G2에서 그렇게 잘하는지 아는 것 같아요. 근데 혹시 내일 외에서 어떤 노력은 할 수 있을까요?
오늘 론더 같은 경우에는 저희가 이제 중앙을 잘 들어갔는데 저희 스스로 이제 쓸 자리를 잘 못 써서 터졌다고 생각했기 때문에 내일은 좀 더 잘 보면서 생각 많이 하고 좋은 자리에 쓰려고 할 것 같아요.
I think we should get to the middle of the map, but we can't do it well today. But we should be good at tomorrow.
Is there any team that's causing you any issues in Rondo?
혹시 론도 G2에서 어느 팀이 DRX 팀에게 무슨 어려운 점을 했어요? 다른 팀이 DRX 팀이 론도 팀에서 론도 팀에서 DRX에게
In like the rotation or anything like that?
싸우는 거 아니면 그냥 DRX 팀이랑 무슨 어려운
저희가 어려운
네네네
론도에서
네네네
그냥 저희가 쓸 자리를 잘 못 찾고 다른 팀들한테 여러 번 맞아갖고 죽었던 것 같아요.
I just think we can't get our position in this map, so we will be better now.
All right, well, I'm hoping you get that position tomorrow. You guys are currently moving up that leaderboard. You're only 1 point away from getting into that top 7. That might happen. Thank you so much for your time. Back to you guys.
All right, we're getting geared up for the next match here. We passed the halfway mark on the Gauntlet, and we are getting towards a bit late in the day for some of our teams to start to step up, certainly from the bottom of those tables. We saw, obviously, Kara have a massive resurgence coming in towards the games today. Those 2 back-to-backs have been absolutely incredible. We're hoping for more in our last Erangel, though.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think their last Aaron Go should be pretty good, to be honest with you. I think we've seen some incredible plays from most of our teams today. Here's a quick recap of what has occurred over the last 3 games. Obviously, there was some fantastic stuff. And I think Kara's the big storyline so far. An incredible comeback overall. OG making into multiple of the late game circles too. And then Thunder Talk suddenly deciding once they hit triple digits, they're going to go on the aggressive. Because that last game, they were just decided, you know what, we've had enough of being in dock. Let's just drive around like madmen.
Yeah, why not? You know, give it a go. They've done everything else successfully. Why not try and break the mold a little bit, right? Make it a little bit more exciting for yourselves. Seems like they are on easy street at the moment, certainly if you look at their points tallies. And with that match, I mean, they basically locked themselves in, right, for the finals. There's pretty much no way that they don't go. There wasn't before. It's almost definite. It's definite now.
I really don't see them. Yeah, I mean, they're not. Let's put it that way. They're not dropping out from the top 7. Thunder Talk have absolutely stamped their ticket. There's still some more work to be done for some of our other teams here before we can clearly say that they are making it in, just due to the way the points have been set up towards the top side of the lobby right now, with so many squads earning very similar point scoring so far, just because a lot of those points have been stolen at the top side. That nade was just wonderful, by the way. Very, very difficult to make happen a lot of times, but there you have it. GK doing their best there. That fight was intense between DRX, GK, as well as Kara when it came down to it. I think DRX made a pretty decent hold on the top side just as 2 players, but alas, it wasn't meant to be.
I mean, this setup as well on that south side for one of the Thunder Talk players to go down was pretty nasty coming through from Aaron on Ulf. DRX as well on the warpath in the match. They were able to do quite a lot during that game. A huge number of elims added to their tally, where last game they really were reticent to do so. Top 4 players, though, coming on through. CEO still grabbing that logo. Like a tiger, like a lion, maybe. I don't know. But either way, he's top of the pride right now with 6 elims and 688 damage on that match.
I like how you went for tiger, lion, and not the wolf, like the logo. But
yeah, it looks more big cat than big dog, but either way, he's simple.
Yeah, I guess so. Kekse from DRX at 1,000 damage done total, which is not bad at all. Revo, despite, you know, Alpha 7 not being in a lot of these games and kind of doing a little bit worse for wear today, still up there at 791 damage done total. But yeah, I think for Kara so far, just an incredible suit of games overall today. The 19 elim into, not quite getting the chicken dinner, into just getting the chicken dinner. Really does take the cake there, though. Very, very fun stuff coming through. And Thunder Talk with their back-to-back at the start of the day. I'm hoping that we'll see other teams doing well in terms of chicken dinners towards the end of the day today. Maybe some other contestants added to the mix.
I mean, it's still very possible for anyone to jump up towards that boundary. It is starting to get a little bit more unlikely for teams like GK, who are currently very much lagging behind everybody else, to see what they're going to be able to go for in the rest of the matches that they have. But they still got half of the games they have left to play. They've still got that opportunity, and it's now that they need to dig deep to push themselves a little bit higher up. 7th place is still achievable, even from 16th right now. And you do not want to be getting pushed down towards the league stages with the rest of everybody else. It makes it far more unlikely that you're going to be able to nab yourself one of those finals spots, which is what everybody's looking towards.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite generous as well, the top 7. Even if you do just marginally better than some of our other teams towards the middle of the pack, you're likely to get in towards 7th place here. Obviously, you'd like to be a little bit higher than that to really secure that position. I think Virtus Pro, from yesterday, I said there was a bit of method to the madness for them, but today it feels a little bit more madness than anything. I mean, there has been some decent plays, and they're still making it towards the top side of those lobbies, but I think that, you know, that messy style isn't quite working out anymore, and I think that reliance on just gun skill, mechanical skill doesn't quite work here in an international lobby. So I'd like to see a little bit more out of VP. And again, it's also understandable because you look at that team, and after they go down, they are very much upset about it. I think they understand more than anyone that they're not playing up to scratch.
Yeah, it's going to be noticeable from within their own ranks. They're not blind to it. It is the sort of thing you do need to keep under advisement. Taking a look at some of the utility used during that last match. You can see able to do 2,100 damage for Kara. I mean, seems to be fairly chill. As you put their games back to back from day 1 to day 2, you see it's a big improvement coming on through here as they step on in to the limelight and really take up the majority of the stage. DRX getting 2 big back-to-back games too, Blank. I mean, we talked about their first match not being super strong. They still did get a chicken dinner. And here, they were able to back it up with the elims. So a little bit of that worry that I had before is slightly assuaged for the South Korean squad.
Yeah, again, I mean, I think for their second match of the day, you can't really fault it too much. Yes, it's not a gigantic game, but again, what can you do? You get that central position. I think you just have to hold on to it. And you don't want to flex out too much and allow teams to get in later on. So you just have to do your best to play that 4-man split, hold all corners and make sure that you're the only team left inside of those buildings towards the end game. So yeah, it's not terrible from DRX at all. But yeah, they definitely were able to pick it up in that second game that we saw on Erangel, which felt a lot better. And like you say, I think definitely a lot of those worries are now gone. But we're heading in towards our 4th and final Erangel of the day now here on day 2 of the Gauntlet.
We're really heavy south plane path as well, Blank, to kick things off for our last Erangel today. It is all the way down to the south side. Is this the time that we see the C block hot drop keep coming through? GS, are you going to go back down there? See what you've got in store. Alpha Gaming, very likely to be taking up residence in that C block. We'll see just what happens. Looks like GS out a little bit earlier. Not going to get super stuck in just yet. Maybe actually spreading out quite a way, grabbing those vehicles first.
Yeah, I mean, they played this last time as well, where they kind of played on the western edge of Sosnovka and just preferred to play that one out and just gave Alpha Gaming Sosnovka in general, which seems to be working out for them. I mean, they can certainly play that position and get some good vehicles from there and loot up. It's a bit more of a split drop for them, but to be honest, I think come day 2, again, we talked about this earlier, is that I think they realized that APG is quite a stubborn team, despite them not looking extra hot in the tables. You'd rather just not fight them if there's another option available to you, which there absolutely is with this western drop for them. But yeah, this is one of the harshest circles here on Erangel, very much far on the south side. We'll see when the circle pops up to directly over towards Yasnaya. So there's still a possibility to move out. Alpha 7 going towards their secondary drop spot in Lipovka, which is absolutely fine for them going forward. I'm curious to see how R8 plays this one out, because they'll maybe go over towards South George with vehicles and then wrap over the top of Severny potentially.
I think that would make sense, or maybe not all the way up to Severny, yeah, but towards the Stauber foothills, across that shooting range hill area. Definitely potential for them. There's King for Thunder Talk, getting on the road, dropping around Milter, surrounded by quite a few teams here, Blank, so it can be treacherous, but looks like they've given themselves a wide enough berth from the teams that surround them to be able to find those through roads. So take a look at our top 5 elims. This sighting sat at the top there. CEO very close behind.
I mean, sighting has been a real big blessing for Thunder Talk. And I think that many times in the past for Chinese teams, it has been a case that, yes, they're all pretty damn good at the game and have some good coordination, but they really did lack that star player on side who's able to come out with those clutch plays. That hasn't been the case for quite some time now. I think way back when in the day, it used to be that they absolutely had that capability, but that was taken up by teams from South Korea, from Turkey, teams doing extremely well from those regions. But here, I'd say Sighting is just a really, really nice player to have on team, where he's just got these big clutch moments. They're able to get them out of these sticky situations they sometimes find themselves in.
Thunder Talk, proud to have him representing them at the top of those tables as they sit atop the pack as well. 111, and this is what we were talking about in day 1, is that around 110 is where we're expecting the bubble for 7th place to be. And the fact that Thunder Talk have done it in half the time is insane. To be able to get that far that fast, it is pretty much unheard of, certainly not in a very, very long time for a team to stretch out this far this early. So we are glad to be witness to it. Let's see who can keep up the pace as well, because we've got 3 teams now in that 70-point boundary, with Kara joining RA and Mad Bulls up in 76 points and actually vying for second place completely.
Yeah, I mean, it's good stuff. I mean, Kara right now, the fact that they went from kind of being like towards the bottom of the pack to suddenly now challenging out R8 for second place is just nasty work from them over 2 games. And it just shows how quickly that these things can shift around if you just have some good games. OG currently topping the pack when it comes to the main peloton underneath here, 52 points chasing with Virtus Pro. But yeah, OG being at 61 is a pretty solid place to be in for them going forward, but they still need to keep putting up those points if they want to stay ahead of the rest, because people are starting to catch up now.
It is necessary to keep pace going. Unless you've done what Thunder Talk have done. They could basically sleep for the rest of the tournament and probably be okay for the finals. At this stage, Wolves spot GS trying to make their way across this western bridge from the military island, but they're not quite able to find any knocks, and now Baton under a lot of pressure, a lot of players bearing down upon him, and he will not be able to pass that one off. That is going to be Wolves losing a player. First blood is drawn.
Baton had a bit of a panic moment there. We've all been in that situation where you got 4 players all barreling towards you. I think that he didn't really quite know what the protocol was for that situation. The rest of the team left him behind in the dust, kind of providing himself a little bit of a scouting position, but sadly not meant to be, as Wolves go down yet again to 3 players. They've not been having the greatest day today. Been a little bit dismayed by their performance. It's been obvious to see in their faces. Hopefully they can bring things back up to speed again. And for a North American team, I think they're performing pretty admirably well in the international tournament with some of the best teams in the world here inside this lobby.
It is a big set of representation to come up against in this lobby. You're right. It's literally the best in the world at what they do here for PUBG Mobile. These are the regional toppers, the teams that came out ahead of everybody else. Everyone here is a champion in their own right. But you have what it takes to be the champion of champions. That's what it's all about here, to get out of the gauntlet and into those finals. GK currently a resounding no for the time being.
Yeah, GK currently 16th place right now. It's tough. It is tough. APG not quite living up to their own expectations, because they're in 15th and not 16th after all, with 30 points. Still pretty rough for them. I think for APG, something needs to change. I don't know if I particularly don't think it's going to change here in the gauntlet. I genuinely don't think that they're going to make it into the top 7. I think this type of gameplay is just not on par with the rest of the lobby right now, and it is frustrating to see, because I think a lot of people at home understand that these are some of the best players in the world, and all of them have incredibly high namesakes. But right now, it's just not meshing. It really isn't meshing as they come into contact with Regnum Kaya. Silas looking not to go down early. Quick duck there to get out of the way of the bullets and sent his way.
We'll be able to stay alive for just a little bit longer there. The roll up for Silas with the nade, looking to try and find one of Alpha Gaming. Good arc on it, but they've already got away from it. And Top hops into the car last. Alpha Gaming, I don't imagine that they're going to want to push this too hard. Don't need to press the issue just yet. But on the other side, Regnum Kaya may be looking for something here. If Ziol gets a little bit too big for his boots, then I wouldn't blame him, but he does back up. Slam it into reverse, hit the compound with the UAZ. See a little bit more safety.
Yeah, still taking more shots here. Reefus even taking shots to the face as he gets inside the vehicle. Again, good stuff from Regnum Kaya. I mean, they're kind of low on ammo, etc., but they're making sure to take shots towards the vehicles whilst they can. Even that Dacia starts to smoke a little bit now too.
Getting a little bit too smoky there for their liking. Has to hop out. Regnum Kaya with a lot of control over towards Alpha Gaming, but teams are going to be moving in around them as well, so they do need to stay on the swivel. You can see Ulfa pushing in on that west side. You've got all the teams out there looking for a slice of it, but that is a big shift out to the west. Great for R8. Look at the position that's afforded them. Oversight from the compounds at the top of the hill over towards the Rozhok bridges.
Yeah, that's an incredible position for them. It is a little bit tough to hold sometimes with teams bearing down upon you from that north side. But I think R8 has a good chance to make it happen. I think they just need to not get too distracted by that southern bridge. Because I think that's a trap that a lot of teams fall into when they play that position, is they get too focused on holding teams out and end up getting backstabbed. In this case, probably by GS. So I think for R8, they've got a strong position right now. Just hold on to it for the time being. But it is a hard shift over towards the western side. And teams like VP, OG, PK, we're all going to suffer because of this.
Kaya having a tough time against Joker on the spray down, but they will be able to get around those bullets sent their way, playing up towards the bridge. We know that Kaya can play these bridge splits quite effectively, but they haven't managed to get anyone across the river just yet. Maybe have to go a little bit faster there. We'll see if they're able to manage it. In the meantime, Alpha Gaming find another player from the Wolves, and now they're busted down to 2. The PMSL America's champions having a tough time of things against one of our, well, currently weaker teams, right? Which is crazy to say that it's Alpha Game.
Yeah, it really is. But I think that we absolutely can say it at this point. I don't think it's unnecessary to keep saying that this is a prank at this point, which is sad. It is definitely sad to say. But we'll just have to hope that they come back stronger in the group stage. And if that's not the case, well, it just wasn't meant to be.
Teams have made their way up to the north side. You see Alpha 7 moving over the top to past the Stalber Hills. Now further in, you've got OG as well, actually very close, getting kind of intertwined with this rotation of Alpha 7. Tanky, Tusky nice clocked, and it's obscure. To land the headshot to pull him out of the vehicle. That's going to be the easy rundown for Grisal as well. No chance of getting that one back up. OG playing on as 3, and with Virtus Pro to their north, it might be a little bit of a meat grinder up on the north side.
I mean, that's really, really not an easy shot to take as well from Obscure. Like, long distance on that one. So a very, very good pick up there. I think OG gets a little bit unlucky with, because I think that rotate was kind of fine with the boys from A7 still on their rotate. I think OG's like, well, at this point, we just need to pass by. But for Obscure to hit that shot, I think that's like, that happens only a few times. And it has to come through a very, very good player. So very well played to him. OG's going to have to try and go for a quick rotate over towards the northwest side and see what they can get done there.
There's 3 players. WizGod sending out as the scout. Over towards Carolo, and we know that they are on a bit of a tear. It is dangerous territory on the northwest side. We're going back over to the lake, though. Circle really not helping anyone out. Well, I mean, maybe, except for Thunder Talk here. They are in a really solid spot on the west side of the Yaz Fields. No one really going to be able to approach them from their east side. That west side approach from the bridge going to be so tricky. Rekdom Kaya, they're going to give it a good go, though, before Thunder Talk have managed to go for the regroup. That approach from that south side is probably the only time where they'll find it, but that wall keeps them so safe in the compound. And maybe they'll just play in the shadow.
Yeah, potentially here, John. I think for Rekdom Kaya in particular, it requires very much here in terms of taking shots over towards Thunder Talk, Wolves, as well as Ulf as they make their way through. You can see on our screen, Wolves able to pick up the Wizard Tower.
Coops and Doran, the 2 players alive for the Wolves. Kaya trying to get across, trying to play another bridge split, but not going well for Loxy. Not going to be allowed to stay on that far side. Surely they knew that was going to happen. Rekdom Kaya now have to play on as 3.
Yeah, I think that Loxy knew that it was happening, which is why he was trying to cross back in towards the rest of his team. But Thunder Talk got there so quickly and set up so fast. I mean, the rest of the team is not even in position yet. This is an awkward circle, right? With Yaz Lake being over towards that northeast side and the river that splits in between, it's very undecided where this is actually going to end up. So I think teams are struggling a little bit. I think I would prefer to be over towards the southeast side, though, just because it's where a lot of the field is. If you can pick up a position here early and it does shift down towards the southeast, you're going to have a much easier time than a team that confirms over towards that northwest side, and you have pushing over towards there is a little bit easier. There's more cover, more hillsides to work with.
I feel like one of the sleeper positions here is maybe the bridge to the east of Roshog. If you can get around that and stay safe for a little bit longer, I feel like you have access to both sides of the river where a lot of other teams just won't. It looks like DXavier got to try and careen the remainder of their players down towards that position, but they are drawn short on the approach. The shots ringing out from Hyunbin and the rest of DRX as well, making that a very difficult escape for the rest of DXavier. And Paragin trying to stay alive on that south edge. Kike on the northwest in the meantime with the blue zone pushing them in. Kara are their guards, and that is going to be a real tough approach. Regnum Kai chiming into the backstop for DXavier. The other two a little bit closer to the river. And now OG making their dash, trying to regroup with WizGod, moving across the open ground. They managed to get through the first salvo of bullets and they find the cover. Will they be able to survive long enough to regroup? There's already a knock, there's already a second as well. They desperately need to find some sort of cover, some sort of respite, but the shots are ringing out from every single direction around them. R8, Arena, you've got Kara as well who are going to be putting some pressure onto this one, and OG are having a real tough time of it on their approach. Not allowed in at any turn, and they will start to fall, start to crumble in the face of it. AKOP, the last to stand. Nobody quite making their way on through.
He's playing dead. I love it.
Dealing the final blows. He's
actually working
possum right now.
Oh, damn. I actually thought he got away with that as well. I think it's a cool play to make because you just stop dead and you're like, I am not here. Trust me, please. But yeah, unfortunate stuff will go down. That's OG going out in 16th here.
Will not be a good result for them. Unfortunately, the Arena somehow getting through on the hovercraft, giving themselves a nice big burly buttress to keep themselves nice and safe. Prop themselves up on. Kara moving over towards the lake as there's a lot of water in this final circle. Well, these final circles here, Blank. It is a real tough time. Keeps the whole lake in, but doesn't keep the far side of it in through the next zone, which makes it impossible to rotate around that way after the next maybe 30 seconds have elapsed.
It's kind of frustrating for Thunder Talk as well because they played this 2-2 split and it actually was such an insane play. I will say though, it was very, very greedy. But if it paid off, they would have both been able to move down towards this southeast compound and they would have had a very good game off the back of that. Now it's up to APG to move towards that north side and pick up that compound off them. But APG still doesn't really know whether there's only 2 players within that building. And it's likely something they'll think about doing a little bit later. They have to clear Mad Bulls as well on the southwest side. Carrot still going strong, but only with 2 players also. This is a very, very rough circle to play. And this is exactly why I say that you kind of want to confirm down towards the southeast side. If you were already there, you didn't want to move just because it is so difficult now for teams to find purchase in the circle from the northwest.
It is really difficult. You're right. GS, R8. I mean, it's more important for GS really to be able to get through this one unscathed. Their score tally right now, very much in the throes of it. R8 a little bit more secure. And they're already picking up points towards Wolves. Already more damage being done to the America's champions. GS going for a wide wrap out to the north now. They're trying to get around all of this engagement, get away from R8, get away from Kara, but they are heading straight towards Alpha 7.
Alpha 7's position, there's actually a lot of little bits of cover here that they can play. Skew has to hit the deck. There's some good shots initially from the vehicles as they pass by. They need to find one of them, break this train apart, but GS are able to get onto the other side. Immediately pins need to be pulled here. GS Icon already finds Obscure in the backline. These first couple of nades have to be massive, and they absolutely are.
Rebel and Grisal holding their nerve in the face of the approach from GS, but the first to fall is there. The second not so good though, and it's going to be Grisal and Carrillo holding the line for Alpha 7. One player did get taken out there, but GS, they try a wide wrap, but it was not going to work. In the meantime, plenty of damage being done around these bridges, and R8 are going to be moving out on the south side.
Regnum Kai, it's actually a tough game to play because there's a lot of angles, at least for R8, that they could still pick up, and then R8 plays that position after them. Still so much water in this one over towards that north side. E-Arena playing this building that's slightly on high ground is pretty good for them going forward. And no one is even thinking to look over towards Thunder Talk right now. I think most teams assume that's a 4-man squad there, which does give their position a little bit of defense going forward.
It's always good to be able to spike out a little bit bigger than your reality. In those situations, it is a valuable asset. APG moving into the very, very west borders of Yasnaya. It's a difficult rollout. You can see Doc is lining the vehicle up because they do know that they need to move fast on this next exit. The question is, where do they go, right? There's a couple of buildings further down the road. The arena are going to be very close to them, though, and it's going to be a difficult push to it. With Virtus Pro as well on the north, I mean, that is very, very dangerous ground.
Alpha 7. Carrillo will try as much as possible, but again, I think for Alpha 7 is a very, very difficult push down towards the south side to make this happen. All right, though, it's going straight for it. Xavier once again playing on as two players and making it work somehow. Again, I think that although they are doing okay in the points, and now they're in top 7, this sort of needs to stop. Right, the Xavier duo is something that is becoming increasingly more consistent and increasingly more effective. And I don't know why. I would much rather this team played on as 4. But yeah, it's such an odd one where the most times where we see Xavier doing well is when 2 of their other players are dead. It makes no sense, yet it is working.
Regnum Kaya just love this river split style. We've seen it from a lot in the regionals. And they are trying to enact it here. I mean, it's why Loxy was across the river in the first place to get taken down by Thunder Talk. But it seems like they're a little bit more entrenched now with Wild playing there. They've got Kara trying to put nades across the river, but just a bit out of range. Fortunately, they find that knock, and that could be a huge opportunity for all the teams around to make a move, including DRX.
Alpha 7 just trying to go for the swim. I think they had little options available to them, but the duo in Xavier have spotted them out. Levi's and Paragon. Not likely to let this cross go unharmed, as Korea will get knocked. Alpha Gaming made a long fling over towards the eastern side, sorry.
Yeah, it's been a difficult approach, but somehow Doc making that mad dash across the open Yaz fields.
So, a bit of a self-made, but it gets the job done.
Not great.
It does get the job. It does take down Lemon, right? Bit of collateral damage on his side. Not sure how he took 99% and Lemon took 100.
That happens, you know. Looks like he's pretty bare on the meds, though. Otherwise, you'd imagine his health bar would be a lot fuller than it is. That's the nade that'll do it. Final nail in the coffin on the south edge, and that res should be coming on through for the Mad Bulls. Thunder Talk are out, so our table toppers going to be taking another break. This is an opportunity. This is a big opportunity for the Mad Bulls to put a lot of distance in and see what they can find. Regnum Kaya, in the meantime, they have been busted down to 1. Their east side shore outhold was dismantled by Kara, by a couple of other teams as well, but Kara have now fallen as well. So Wild may be a little bit more unknown here.
DRX, QXZ, still playing underneath. Regnum Kaya were picked to pieces. Only Wild left remaining, as per usual, as is customary. Alpha Gaming still playing as 4, but it's a rough approach for them.
Ooh, he doesn't have too many meds. Look at that. Only the 2 first aids. Doesn't want to overexpend himself. And needed to try and get a re-knock there. Levi's actually chiming in, but a nade bobbles its way over. DRX have to cross, and the blue zone's putting too much pressure on to make this one realistic here. I just don't think they're getting out of it. With Grisao as well on the far side. The nades coming through from the Xavier duo. Oh, it's dastardly. It's mischievous coming through from Paragon and Levi's. They are doing a lot of work for Xavier on this west side. They're up to 5 elims.
I know, it's paradoxical, but it works. This is what's happening for Xavier right now. I don't really understand it. I mean, the fact that they're in top 7 is wild to me. But as Pro go down to just 1 player as the arena takes some very big shots towards them, and with Aragon down towards the south side, very unlikely VP gets back up into the picture. Whoa. Good step up from DRX, jumping into the boat from Kaixei to get a separate different angle. More shots from Xavier trying to weaken them as much as possible, soften them up for this initial nade that's going to come over the top here.
Xavier not really going to have sightlines on them for too much longer. The nades need to be on target now, because stepping up and over, you can have Ulf starting to take shots at you. APG maybe even from a distance. But DRX may have just done the impossible. Getting across this river seemed like it was just not going to happen. But here we are, in a position to see it maybe coming on through. The Wolves surviving with a solo, by the way, on that south edge. So maybe that's where DRX go next.
Yeah, I mean, Doran's doing quite well for it. Alpha Gaming got torn apart. I mean, that position they took is not terrible, honestly, and I think Mad Bulls wanted it, but the speed at which they were plucked out of this game was quite astonishing from the Mad Bulls, who finally are having a bit of a resurgence today. It's been slightly less impressive towards the start of the day, some points here and there, but nothing crazy. But from that spot, you have a lot of control over the rest of the lobby. You're mainly just worried about Aragon and E-Arena, but you control these roadsides very well, and as long as that's possible, you have a great game in your hands. They still have to hope for a southeast shift on this one, and then it's very likely to be a Mad Bulls win.
Certainly would seem that way. Let's see where the circle goes. It goes pretty central, Blank, which gives Mad Bulls, again, probably one of the better positions. They could still play on those roadsides. They could still play on those ridges out towards the fields, the cover that they've already established. And the teams over towards the west side, I mean, it's a question of who gets the chance to try and move out towards where Ulf are playing.
Xavier forced to drop down as many smokes as possible to make this push work, but DRX very healthy now, and the nades start to bear fin. This is a crazy push from QXZ, looking for a little more. Hyunbin around the side. Paragin's already down. Levi has a monumental task ahead of him.
They gave him too much trouble on the river crossing, and now they want their revenge. Kaikse moves on in, but is going to be taken down from the backline. QXZ able to get the final blow there. Arena from the rooftops, making it a little bit tricky, but that res definitely will be possible. The smoke just about to fade there. And they'll get Hyunbin back up. Kaikse moves in, stopping Arena, or trying to anyway, on that angle. Drops down. DRX have to make another move now. Their zone still not in their favor. They've been through it now, and DRX definitely tested their mettle. And so far, it's looking pretty shiny.
It is. I mean, they have just been in the forge all day, slamming away on the Smith, because this has been a very, very different DRX to what we previously saw earlier. I've been quite impressed with what I've been looking at so far from DRX in these last couple of games. I mean, it was a bit of a weaker start on that chicken dinner, but then they stepped up from there. And I mean, it's always nice to see an interview come through and them stick to the guns from what their plan was, which was to get a little bit more aggressive, understand the lobby a little bit better, and they certainly have done that here. Shots going through over towards Mormon, but this kind of cover is very difficult to deal with, and DRX will need to use smoke to slowly work their way down on this cliff, because eventually this fight between E-Arena and DRX has to conclude.
I mean, the fact that Doran's still alive as well for Wolves is pretty crazy, especially given the compound he was sat in seemed to be prime real estate. Nobody really had the gumption, though, to go for it. He's been allowed to live for a little bit longer, despite obviously not having that many meds to his name. It is a tough time for Doran on that western edge. Next zone will pop on in. It goes very, very central again, and it keeps the Mad Bulls divots in. It keeps Ulf in, too.
This is right. I mean, this is the exact circle that no one really wanted. I think E-Arena and DRX probably most favored by this one. For the Mad Bulls, they have a very slim amount of area to play with. It depends whether they've got vehicles or not, John, because they could technically swing round the back of E-Arena and play off that. But yeah, it's a difficult push for them. Ulf sends a nade in, and we'll find Pusher off the back of this one. Scarface looking for more, though, as he primes another grenade in the back pocket.
Oh, sends it longer, does tag on to Pusher, but Lemon sails in for the rescue to re-bolster their position. Just making sure that Ulf are a little bit slower on it. There's that second nade, that third nade coming in through as well. Flip looks to try and back off the angle. Lemon draws attention. The res is necessary here for Mad Bulls to make the move. Lemon doing a lot to distract here, but it seems like Scarface is dogged in his pursuit. The nades will not stay away, and Pusher is burnt out. But it was a little bit of a step too far as Joker able to land the shots to Scarface.
That is devastating for Mad Bulls. on this south side. Losing a player like that, it's really quite painful. Aaron's still up and available, taking some pot shots, but more nades pouring over the top as the arena starts to realize where they are. DRX down to just one player in QXZ as the rest of the team attempts to crawl back over towards him for some emergency triage. Dorian finally falls in 5th place as Ulf remains up and in this game.
The arena trying to move through. Tourniquet goes down, and it's now just Joker remaining. DRX playing as a solo as well. If they don't get this res, a nade is being cooked now, and QXZ wants the shot, wants the shutdown, looks for Joker, goes a little bit long with it, but Mormon might not be long for it either. The nade in response, QXZ breaking out wide. In the meantime, the Mad Bulls are making moves too. Ulf in the fight too, and trying to stay alive in and amongst it. Mad Bulls now still have the numbers advantage. The nades, the Molotovs, putting pressure on Arena. But what's going on the south side, Blank? Who's going to be able to take control of that roadside?
QXZ looking for the full squad wipe over towards E-Arena. Joker on the low ground, starting to move up. Nade sent long, slightly off target though. Immediately sends another, lets it bubble through. He's just littering the ground with those mines, but is it enough right now? QXZ needs to step up, knows roughly the direction he's coming from. Tourniquet attempting to provide the information back from inside the bush. QXZ extremely low now, needs to step up soon, but Joker might just make it happen with this final nade.
In the meantime, Mad Bulls going toe-to-toe with the remnants of Ulf. They are 2 players standing. Tulika unlikely to get back up here, and they've got the angle. They step up around the side of the tree. The Mad Bulls were able to claim it from the ditch. Ulf could not hold them out. It looks like it might be a little bit ropey for a time there, but they play off one another beautifully, and the Mad Bulls reclaim their spot towards the top of those tables.
I mean, for Mad Bulls, what a great way to finish that out. I mean, taking down the entirety of APG in such short order as well on the position that won them the game. I mean, it wasn't even massively advantageous. And I think the thing that does win the game for them is just how long QXZ lives out in that engagement. The amount of knocks he's able to pull through over towards E-Arena as they push towards his position. If not for that, I think Mad Bulls might have had a slightly harder time against a rebolstered E-Arena on that side of the map. But they were so distracted for so long by DRX.
Getting that picture line up just perfect. Why not? Make sure you're looking fresh, looking hot. Is everyone giving them the mad dog down the lens? Love to see it. Love to see it. No smiles. They're not celebrating. They're just going to do it again. We'll see just what they're able to do as we head over to the analyst desk as well.
Represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again, light it up, hella big, light it up, gotta do it. Light it up, light it up, represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again, light it up.
Wow, what a game. We got Mad Bulls getting their second chicken dinner on the day, and this one was a tough one, Nepturo. This circle was brutal.
It really was, but you know what? I love the way Mad Bulls played this. It was so nice. It was methodical. That's the word I want to use for them right now, because they come up through the south side, but they don't go guns blazing or anything like that. They just keep it slow, keep it steady, use their info, and just are really able to push through and take teams down one by one.
I genuinely believe this was a great game, Niptra, from Mad Bulls. I mean, we both agree that the way they executed the mid to late game transition was beautifully executed. I do believe, though, they weren't really fully tested going into this. I feel like no teams were trying to take away good positions out of Mad Bulls' hands, and they were just given strong positions, and they used them to their full potential. I wanted to see other teams try and snatch those positions away. It never happened the entirety of this match, and they just, like, exuded complete control upon this lobby. I mean, look at Lemon. He was an MVP contender of yesterday, and he's once again able to flex out 5 eliminations on his lonesome. This guy is a beast in this Gauntlet stage.
Yeah, I really love what he was doing as well with the Ulf player, right? With Scarface trying to grab the nades and trying to get as many elims. And Lemon coming in with the car, just trying to distract as well. Like, just really backing up his teammates as much as he could. I really liked that play from him as well.
Beautifully done, beautifully done. You know what? Speaking of plays, though, Max Man, we got to talk about R8, okay? It was... So, right there, they're on the other side of the bridge holding that hill, okay? For those of you guys that don't know, we're talking, we're chatting, right? Okay, what should RA do? Maybe they should crest up that hillside, possibly challenge, and then kind of go through the water on that end, or should they go into the blue zone through the other side? And then they're just like, nope, pedal to the metal right down the center. What do you think about that, Max?
I was hoping they were going to take the eastern bridge of Rozhok and go for wide rotation in the blue onto Mad Balls. That was my guess. This is why I'm saying Mad Balls were not really contested on any position and given for free. With R8, they had a clear path to success. We'll see it possibly at one point during these replays. And they're like, no, how about we go through the meat grinder of the lobby, Niptra? They go to the main bridge in the center, and there was Ulf, there was Rangdom Karya, Deke Xavier, DRX, Kara, and they're like, that sounds like the good option. But it wasn't! What are we doing, Ulrich? There was a way better option here going south into Mad Balls, but unfortunately, I feel like they got a bit narrow-minded here, and that did cost them to go out so quickly. It's not even funny. They just disappeared.
Yeah, you know what I would almost have liked better if they did want to go for the crazy play? Is just send the vehicles into, not over the bridge, but over the water. Float over the water, get to the other side, get to the other bank. You're low ground, but at least you don't have 6 teams looking at you. I mean, that would be so much better.
Oh, do we see the okay.
We should have gone down the middle earlier, right?
We should have listened to Max, man. But, yeah, you know what? Actually, even though I'm not a fan of the play of sending cars in the water, definitely would have been better than whatever that was. Sorry, I feel like I'm being extra harsh on this, but there were decent options here, and they just got very desperate because maybe they delayed their move too much, and then they go like, oh, we have to do something. We took way too long to make a play, and unfortunately the play they ended up doing, in my opinion, was like the worst option of all. But you know what? It's fine. They're still looking comfortable in the rankings. It's not going to hurt them too much. But at the end of this game, so many cool 1v1 scenarios here. Joke in particular, able to survive and outplay DRX with the nades. A few of them didn't connect, but the last ones did. And that does get them a second place as you go over the recap of the rotates here. And some really interesting rotates moving around the board here, Niptura, this match.
Yeah, I really want to... Wait. Yeah, I really want to look at Mad Bulls in particular, because you can just see how south they actually go and how split they actually were as well. They had some really pretty big splits for the area that we were in, so I really liked seeing that as well, because I mean, I just love splits so much. I know a lot of teams don't play that way, but splits to me is just so controlling. You can do so much with them as well, and you can see that there, like even splitting across to the other side of the river just to get as much control as possible, then moving on up, just playing it super slow, Max. I loved this from them.
Yeah, I love that rotation in particular from Mad Balls. They see the circle going east of the river, which was a hard shift for a majority of this lobby. It's like, well, we can just avoid the big meat grind on the western side where DRX currently are on the minimap, and they just get easy access into Thunder Talk's compound. They snatch it away in that 4v2 and just, again, showcase perfect control in the field on the rest of this PMGC Gauntlet lobby. So very well executed. And that is a 20-point bomb here, Hot Jukes. Coming out from the Mad Balls. They were looking good after their win yesterday. And here they're going to solidify their position in that top 7.
Yeah, I'll take that all day long. Beautiful rotations there for Mad Bulls. 20 points, huge, especially at this point in the stage. We are now past that halfway point. We're gonna got 2 Miramars left. By the way, I mean, DRX, right? They were right there on that cutoff, trying to get into the top 7. 10 points here, I think they did it, Neptura. I mean, they really grinded in order to get every single one of those points, and it worked out perfectly for them.
I'm so happy they got the win earlier on in the day. I mean, yeah, it wasn't the big show-stopping win we might have wanted, but it put them right back where they need to be now in the last 2 games, a completely different team to what we saw yesterday. DRX are back. They're feeling good. They're building up their momentum step by step. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a second win from them today. Like another Miramar, I could see it.
Totally possible. Look at that lemon. 5 eliminations, 644 damage. I mean, great game from these guys. You know what? I do want to talk about another rotation, though, Max Man, right? It was a little bit earlier on in the game, and it was GS onto Alpha 7, right? They did a super bold push, wrapping all the way down that north side, passing up Alpha 7, and they were able to crash successfully, but then everything just fell apart for them. What happened?
I'm happy you bring it up because I genuinely enjoyed that play from GS. I think it showed that they wanted to try and contest that position away, wrestle it out of the hands of Alpha 7. But unfortunately, they get in a position which, as we know, Hodrix, they were in nade range, and they just get a little bit complacent, slow things down. But when you're in nade range against Alpha 7, guess what? You don't want to slow things down. And that is going to cost them to go even low on the rankings here, down to 11th position, only 11 placement points, which is quite unfortunate. But top of the rankings, I am happy. DRX, they're jumping up the rankings. They're getting up in that top 7. Let's go. South Korea is here to play.
What a crazy jump. Yeah, I mean, DRX were in big trouble, right? Before, at the start of the day, right? And just like that, they rocket launched themselves. I mean, they were in 13th place with 19 points, right?
Yeah.
Going with this kind of performance, I mean, they have got to be so excited.
They really do. I love this for them. Top 5. I mean, a pretty good buffer placement-wise, you know, in the top 7, right? To be top 5, you're not hovering on that edge there. But points-wise, they kind of are, because we've got 2 ties. DRX and OG with 61 points, A7 and Dick Xavier with 59 points. There's only 2 points separating them between 8th and 5th place right now. So definitely not in the safe zone yet, but what a start it is for them. And it's really looking very, very good. We see here top 4 fraggers. Lemon's looking good. 5 eliminations. You got Joker as well stepping up. We saw him a lot in that game as well, didn't we, Max?
I'm just laughing at Joker's pose, like, gentlemen.
Yes.
maybe time for a win, possibly.
Yes.
Maybe,
indubitably.
Every one of these players performing here: Lemon, Joker, Parajin, and QXE on their respective teams. But yeah, it's good to see a bit of variety in this team and who's able to dominate and do well. So very, very excited to see how that's going to continue moving forward. But that is it for Wrangle, right? So our Wrangles are done. We get now into Miramar. Excited to see who's going to be taking the Dusty June wins here this time around.
Oh man, I'm so ready for Miramar, and one team I'm really gonna be looking at, right, is gonna be OG, right? We heard at the top of the show with 7 saying that, hey, it's our hot drop location. We're gonna take it. The thing is though, Max, right? 0-point game in the last one, right? We're seeing a lot of teams, DRX surpassing them. A lot of big names now starting to perform. Are you starting to get a little bit worried for this squad?
I am a little bit, because this lobby, it's very obvious to me, Hodrix, we're looking at day 1 compared to day 2, the teams now, they're feeling comfortable. You know, they're fully playing into their initial strategies. They wanted to fully play around going into the Gauntlet. Now day 2, they're just flexing what they can really make in this lobby. The teams at the bottom, except for APG, you could say they've still been kind of invisible these matches. Everyone is stepping up big time, just like DRX as an example. So teams at the top are starting to slip. Orangutan is one of those teams. We said it at the start of the day, right, Niptroy? We wanted to see an Orangutan win to kind of secure top 7 spot. We have yet to see that chicken dinner. I still feel like there's time to make it happen. But again, we're at the halfway point, past the halfway point now. So you don't have that much time left to secure that top 7 position.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to feel a little bit worried about OG. I mean, we came so close to a win earlier on a Wrangle, right? They got 2nd place with a decent amount of eliminations. I was surprised how they turned that game around, because that first rotation into that building, I was like, guys, what are we doing? This is crazy. They made it work, right? But I think now it's this weird thing of they put up more points yesterday and we saw less from them. Now they're starting to make moves. They're starting to be more confident, but the points just aren't coming. It's just like it's been flipped now. And we need to see that balance come back where it's like, yes, that aggression comes up. Yes, trying to get more points, but you're actually able to make it work. And as we get further and further on in the day, I'm just like, oh, come on, guys, do something. Come on, please do something.
It would be nice to see something change. But I'm seeing Orangutan a lot of the times when they get involved in fights, they're very split. If we can see them just before fight breaks out, regroup, and maybe just like 10-15 seconds faster, I think they would definitely have a chance, because, come on, like, fragging power on Orangutan is very high. WizGod, AKOP in particular. We even saw Aru get some great bridge eliminations onto Thundertalk earlier on in today's matches on Orangle. If they regroup here, Hodrix, I feel like a win, or at least a strong elimination top 5, is definitely available for them to pick up on these Miramar matches.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I mean, because especially considering what we saw in, you know, that last Erangel match, not the one before this one, right? We saw OG do that super bold push, right down the center. They get that center position, and it works out for them, right? Because the zone ends up going that way. They try to do the same thing, a kind of similar strategy of that bold push down the middle in this last game, and it didn't work out, right? So I think I do agree with you, Max. I think I want to see them, instead of kind of going for these super high risk rotates, right? Just kind of group up and just push your way in with your M4s, right? They got the gun skill. They need those eliminations. Do you think that's something that we could see a change in here in Miramar, especially considering that we could see a hot drop from them? What do you think?
The thing is, the hot drop is my biggest question. Are they going to keep doing
Right?
APG just beat
Such an
down
X factor.
onto APG currently they are in such a bad position? Possibly. But no, I think that here, Orangutan, yeah, the rotates are good. So I think that we are going to see them maintain that kind of momentum we've seen so far and just keep fragging out. Hopefully, again, tighten up their positions and taking better fights. If they do so, I'm positive we can see a win. Yes, it'll happen.
Yeah, hopefully we can see it here real soon. But by the way, we do have a nice interview here coming up right now. So let's go ahead and throw it down to the stage and see what Seven has to say.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, with the 7WG quick report here. I have none other than Turney K from E Arena getting a second place finish and getting closer towards that top 7 after, to be completely honest, an awful performance so far this PMGC. What has been the biggest struggle so far?
ก็เมื่อวานเล่นออกมาได้ไม่ดีสำหรับเมื่อวานคิดว่าอะไรคือปัญหาที่ใหญ่ที่สุดสำหรับตัวทีม e Arena
ก็น่าจะเพราะว่ากดดันกันครับส่วนตัวคิดว่ากดดันกันทุกคนครับก็เลยเล่นออกมาได้ไม่ดีครับ
He said probably because everyone's feeling the pressure so it made them play not so good for the first day.
That's fair. That's completely fair. I'm hoping that that's going to be changing here coming up because you guys are going into Miramar. Yesterday, 12th place finish, 11th place finish. You ended up only getting 1 elimination. What are you adjusting for Miramar?
ก็เมื่อวานมิลาม่าเล่นออกมาได้ไม่ดีได้แค่1-2 แต้มก็คิดว่าจะแก้ไงสำหรับมิลาม่าวันนี้
วันนี้ก็น่าจะเล่นสไตล์ที่ตัวเองถนัดครับเพราะว่าเราเสียเมืองก็เลยเล่นยากนิดนึงก็น่าจะเล่นตามลายเครื่องครับ
So they're gonna play in the style that they're used to because it's a bit hard because they lost their city. So San Martin, they could not get that city. So they had to make a change. But today they're just gonna try to be themselves and play according to what they can play.
Okay, does that mean that there might be a chance of a hot drop?
คิดว่ามีโอกาสที่จะลงทับไหม
ก็ถ้าคะแนนเราเข้ารอบเราไม่มีปัญหาก็น่าจะเอาเมืองคืนครับ
He said if the points are looking good, he will probably go back to get his city.
Okay, well, I mean, you're currently 17 points away from being into that top 7, so points are starting to look good, but play it safe. Back to you guys.
Oh, play it safe or take the risk, Neptura. We're heading into Miramar, 17 points in the top 7. I mean, that is, it's definitely doable, but I don't know. What do you think? What do you think they should do? Play it safe? You go for it? What do you think?
I see both ways, right? Because hot drop sometimes is the way to get your mojo back. You come in hot, you get the points, you've got the momentum at the beginning of the game, you're feeling on top of the world, ready to roll. However, wasn't it yesterday the time for all that? Now past the halfway point is a little bit late for that kind of talk. I'm not sure. It is doable, but it's just so risky. I don't know. I could see both sides, but I don't like
look,
it.
You're looking at E Arena. They're currently in 13th position. They've got, what is that, 42 points total. When you're not comfortable in a ranking, sorry, hot drops does not make sense. It is not.
No way.
It's not. Do you really think you're going to go from 13th position up to top 7 with like 4 eliminations? Sorry, that barely does a dent in what the points you need.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The momentum.
The
well, what if you die? What if you go out? What momentum? Your momentum is go back to the lobby, play DPS.
No.
TDM,
If you get 4 elims, then you get the momentum, but it is insanely risky. I don't know that I'd do it personally.
But what if you lose a player? There you go. Counter to that. What if you lose a player, then you're going to get the win.
I don't know. It's a tactic, but is it a good one? I don't know. I'm just saying.
I don't like it. No.
Yeah, I don't love it either.
No, I would have to fully disagree. Oh man, he's flexing. Oh,
hey, let's go.
Them guns
They
in
should
game
be.
and out of game. Look at that.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, you know what? It's so crazy. You're right. You know, if you get that successful hot drop, yeah, it is just you're so hyped, right? But honestly, at this stage, yeah, you lose one player, it's like utter devastation at this point, right? Because the thing is, Max, is that these squads that are winning, they're not just. It's not just getting handed to them, right? They're putting up some serious eliminations, big numbers. So any squad at this point, right, with a good chicken dinner, I mean, you got GS. They're sitting in 11th place with 51 points. That's only like an 8-point difference from that 7th place spot. So if they get it right here, they're gonna rocket launch themselves up, Max. So yeah, it's super risky at this point.
Anyone, Hot Jukes, in the leaderboards can still
Yeah.
reach top 7. Ian Geek currently last place, 21 points. They have a horrendous Gauntlet stage. And yet, there's still hope that with a win, they can close that gap and actually be in a position where they can try and contest a top 7 slot away. It could still technically happen. Are you hungry enough to go the entire way, though? Do you have what it takes to try and be not only good enough to get a win, but then follow up with consistent points to then play catch up and get in top 7 and reach the grand finals? That's the big question mark here. As of right now, I'm doubtful if that's going to be happening for some of these squads, because I don't feel like I've seen that spark of like potential Neptura, right, for them to leave these bottom ranks. But maybe a hot drop would, as you said, maybe that's going to give them a bit more momentum and confidence, but I still feel like that's not the right path for these guys.
It's a desperate play. I'm going to give you that 100%. I don't love it. There is some thought behind it, but is it the best thoughts? Maybe not. I don't know. I think the other thing is that if you are that low on the leaderboards, you know, it's such a struggle not only to come back from doing really badly and, you know, teams just taking you out left, right, and center, nothing is working, to suddenly going to the opposite way and going, actually, we're making it work every time. We're being very consistent. We're getting all these points. Like, that climb in your mentality from nothing is working to everything is working is so hard to do for any team. But if you're at the bottom of the leaderboard, yes, it's possible, but is that mountain of just trying to flip that mentality just too much?
Yeah, that's a big question here. You know, one team that is on that second half of the leaderboard, because that's what I'm looking at right now, because this is where things are really starting to get interesting. You know, it's got to be Regnum Karya, right? I mean, I think we definitely saw a flash in the pan for them today, right? I mean, they had 19 points going into today. Now they have 39. So they put up 20, but they're still 20 points away from 7th place here, Max, man. We know what the squad can do. They're going into Miramar. What do you think their chances are of making it into top 7 by the end of the day with 2 more matches left to go?
Not happening. And the main reason why I'm saying that is because Rondo was their best map, right? They got most of their points on Rondo at the start of today, getting that 2nd place up against Thundertalk and Ulf with high elimination count. And after that, nothing. Literally nothing of value stood out to me regarding Regnum Karya. And we know what these guys can do. They're one of the best teams in the world, and yet nothing of value has been showcased today. So I would love to see Miramar be a good game for them, Hodgix, but unfortunately, if I go on past performances, Miramar is not really a map that stands out to me as like the Regnum Karya map. It used to be Erangel. Erangle's done. You got 2 Miramars back to back. I don't think they're going to be top 7. If they're going to get there, it will be tomorrow. That's my guess.
Yeah, well, let's see if it's going to be tomorrow or now. Tomorrow's going to be absolutely crazy. So these next 2 matches are so crucial. 7 spots left to go. Who's going to go and grab them? Let's find out as we take it on over to John Allen. Enjoy.
And Erangel is here. We are ready for the desert. We'll be taking it by storm, I'm sure. Plenty of action left to unfold now. On the southeast side, the plane path will start. We're heading all the way up to La Cobreria on that plane to see ourselves in there. Erangel is over for today. Let's see what more our teams can do.
Indeed. So a bit of a larger map to be playing around with. We've seen some teams have a big resurgence from yesterday. Kara in particular, Thunder Talk. Basically, I think after they reached 100 points, they pretty much just slowed things down in a big way. Mad Bull's able to bring a little bit more thunder to the table. So another one of our consistent teams over 2 of our days so far. Virtus Pro desperately trying to get some more points on the board though, and have been struggling to do so far. And I think that's a team that I will be looking at during this match.
It will be necessary to keep up the pace around that 7th place bubble. It's starting to get a little bit less hodgepodge than it was before. Obviously, Thunder Talk having a bad, well, I say bad game. They're sort of due one, right, at some point. But not having the greatest games did allow a couple of teams to add some significant points to their tallies. So the number of teams that are going to be more flexible towards that boundary gets fewer and fewer as time passes. Circle heads out to that northwest side. El Pozo, Montenuevo, the areas to the south of Crater Fields as well, are going to be a heavy feature now in this phase.
I think probably my favorite circles on Miramar over towards this side of the map. I enjoy a lot of the high ground gameplay as well as some of the Monte Nuevo finishes, El Pozo finishes, and those are always really fun to watch. And there's some decent terrain to play around, and it's quite tactical in terms of the approach that you need to make of where you're rotating, because there is slightly less areas to cut yourself off from other squads other than this northern side of the map. But in the meantime, most teams did have to make a big west shift over towards on this circle. So it seems like DRX, Alpha Gaming, they can make these quick swings out towards the western side and probably get some good rotates off the back of that. Similarly for Mad Bulls on the north in La Cobreria to start with, and Alpha 7 should have a decent start from El Pozo, but again, only just barely making it into top 7 right now with 59 points.
That is very much by the skin of their teeth. And tied with both DX Xavier and Alpha 7 on that 59. Makes it all the more uncomfortable. The drop-offs, not far to be comfy either. Alpha Gaming, 33 points. Still need a lot more from them. They have been playing mucky. They've not been playing great at all over certainly today and yesterday as well. Just a little bit wayward. Nothing really standing out about them. They've had one or two moments from individuals, but they need to find that put-together attitude that Thunder Talk's certainly have been exemplifying.
Wolves quickly into Monte Nuevo here, John. I think Wolves is certainly a team that needs to pick up the pace a little bit, because although they are finding points here and there's been no real dominant games so far from Wolves. A lot of it's been very scrappy. DX Xavier, another team that I would like to see more out of. And again, it's frustrating because I think for DX Xavier, despite them going down to 2 a lot of times, they're still a force to be reckoned with. So why can't there be a force to be reckoned with 4 players instead? I think that if DX Xavier starts to get things rolling, we could really see a quick result in towards that top 7. But for now, I think if they consistently are losing players towards that mid game, that's going to be something that always holds them back. I mean, even saying that, currently in 8th place with 59 points, it's actually incredible that they are here in the leaderboard right now, John.
I mean, yeah, especially when you consider the teams that sit behind them, not least of which Regnum Karya, right? They are currently now 14th place, 39 points, a very disappointing start. You said that, you know, they were looking to that first day maybe to try and speed things up, but they haven't really been able to keep pace at all today. The first half not going their way. Erangel now done. They've only got 2 matches to start to pick up that pace, and I don't think that you're going to be able to take 2 research days very often at all. And Regnum Karya certainly falling by the wayside. A disappointing showing. But on the flip side of that, you got Kara still representing the region and having a great time in 3rd place.
Yeah, much better stuff from them. I mean, Ulf's also trying to get in towards that top 7 at 45 points. It's a little bit more of a journey for them. Again, I think the desk has talked about this at length about how Wolf, you know, really aren't displaying that same caliber of gameplay that we saw from their region in particular. And we'll have to wait and see how things pan out for them, because I do think Ulf is certainly a strong team, but it feels to me like they're very much an off and on team. Right, you know, it could be one set of 3 days are fantastic, the other set of 3 days pretty rough, and I hope that's not going to be the case. You need some consistency as a team. And again, it's so funny, like looking through the list of teams, because the conclusion you come to every time is that we know these guys can perform at a high level, but then again, you know, we can only have a top 7 team.
I mean, yes, it's the sort of leeway that you're afforded by having that sort of legacy on the global stage, right? There's a little bit of room for breathing on some slightly unsavory days, we'll put it that way. Virtus Pro, though, it feels like Virtus Pro, I mean, you're talking about, you know, needing to step up that pace. Virtus Pro, it feels like they'd be doing much better than they've actually put the points up for, right? Like, I feel like I'm seeing them quite a lot in these late games, but they are having several catastrophic results. They're not having the floor level of their performance rise high enough to match where we're seeing them in the later parts of these games.
I mean, early mid-game rotations, pretty damn good from Virtus Pro usually. It's those mid to late game that are actually like what is causing them such grief at the moment, where they'll go out around about 19, 18 minutes into the game, but because they haven't really got too many eliminations and placement points haven't kicked in yet, they just don't get a whole lot out of it. I think most of the points that we see Virtus Pro get were from yesterday and then some scrappy games here and there. So I do think they need to tighten up some of that gameplay towards the end game, because, you know, early to mid game doesn't look too bad for Virtus Pro at the moment. I think that a lot of teams don't really play the same way they do, which is quite quick and loose a lot of times in those early moments. And because they're able to quickly adapt on the fly, they're able to do that. And there's not many other teams that quite fill that same category.
It's been a difficult road for Virtus Pro. They've got a chicken dinner, though, on the first match of the tournament. Indeed, on Rondo. Able to get 11 eliminations there. Nice stuff to find. On the eastern side, looks like OG have found themselves a scrap with current lobby laggers, Geeke. They are very much behind everyone else by quite a margin now, as teams start to accelerate away from them. And in fact, OG are going to accelerate away from that position as well. They want to get a little bit closer, more stuck in, maybe over towards Thundertalk. Getting stuck in, though, is GS, as Alpha Gaming have 2 players on the hold. GS are going to take the opposite house. They're not going to go full crash on this. And actually, that's going to allow APG to regroup. Top maybe actually finding a shutdown.
Yeah, it's not a bad shot. You also have DXavier chiming in at a distance over towards a DS. 3, and I think that you have DXavier maybe able to carve out a little bit of land there. Yeah, that's an awkward one. You really got to get 2 players up. And I think that the coordination has gone to pot here for GS just because of that outside sight line coming through from DXavier on this engagement.
The circle's going to pop as well very soon. Regnum Kai have oversight on this as well as DXavier. This full compound is on surround. A hard west shift. It's speed now that is of the essence for teams looking to try and hold this western side. Alpha 7 primed and ready to rotate into the west. Regnum Kai as well could give the slip to Montenuevo, try and get out there nice and quickly. But they may want to stick around and pick up a point or 2 here. I would say that that might be a mistake, though, as other teams are definitely not going to waste any time.
Yeah, Wolves getting a very good start to the game here, starting in Montenuevo, and now being able to set a little bit over towards the west. We've got a lot of unplayable terrain in this one over towards the western side. That cuts out quite a bit of the circle itself. And you also have like that nasty terrain on the western side. And APG finally is able to put an end to GS there, taking down Jafar. Reaper straight back into the fire, though, which is not great. DXavier, in the meantime, just taking shots over towards the vehicles, but they know better than everyone else that they need to get a move on. They're currently behind APG in the queue towards the circle. So whilst APG is getting reset and ready to go, they're going to take a quick rotate, probably down towards the south past Ladriera, I'd imagine.
It's a very difficult set of rotates for the teams on the east, getting through El Pozo on the north side. Montenuevo, a bit of a roadblock on that east. It's actually a very treacherous approach to the centers areas of this circle. I wouldn't be too surprised to cut a lot of teams out, even here in stage 2, and not really be able to make it. Either that, or we'll see 3 or 4 teams in Montenuevo and El Pozo.
Kara currently lining up towards the concretes on the north side. Not a bad spot either. I actually quite like this position on the map for Kara. It is a bit awkward where you can't really play it on the rooftops too much because there is sightline from the eastern edge. But in terms of position to just play out the rest of the game, it certainly works that way. And a lot of this circle is based on basically survival towards those final moments of the match, because it is quite awkward at times. It depends if it moves down towards the south side, in which case that area becomes a little bit more of a hot spot. But right now for Kara, I think this is a safe position to play.
They've got a decent chunk of it. Arena as well, with a high ground out to their west, a little bit less maneuverable, but potentially more profitable if they're able to find those shots, to find those angles onto the teams, trying to find any remnant of cover that is remaining on this one. Geeke, they have the point to the north of Montenuevo right now, under control against Ulf, but Ragnarok going to be backed off and will fold back in with the rest of his team. Meanwhile, on the southeast side, you got Alpha Gaming, with OG approaching. A big split again for Alpha Gaming. They are not close to one another. Oh, a little bit of a trouble on the road there. But they do manage to extricate themselves from one another, keeping themselves nice and tidy on it. A big, whoa, hang on a minute. He's all the way up the top there. I was wondering, let's drop off there, but no, he's climbed all the way up. And now Aragon sat on his mighty perch. Gonna take shots down.
Yeah, I mean, wow, you got up there and now you're immediately leaving. Okay, interesting. Wasn't worth it to him, apparently. Doesn't take too much fall damage, at least with this next circle moving away. Again, that spot would have been really good if this shifted hard over towards the western side. And I think Virtus Pro, you try and take the gambles where you can. In this case, they're already on the western side of the circle, so you may as well try and take high ground off the back of it. In the meantime, circle moves a little bit more comfortably towards the center here. There is really awkward ground over towards the western side of Regnum Kaya, which is dead center, by the way, which is very, very open. But I think the Regnum Kaya could get some decent results off the back of this game. I also like where the Xavier is currently playing on the high ground just on La Driera, watching as teams rotate in from that southeast edge.
Yeah, it's going to be a real roadblock on that south side. You're right. It's going to force teams like OG, like Alpha Gaming to go through a city, which is already trying to get pretty packed, or try and go over a ridgeline out in the open. Ulf have spotted a player from R8. Eren able to find that shot, find that shutdown. R8, one by one almost, are leaving their buildings here. They flexed a player out now to try and combat on this high ground, but it's just not really too many easy positions to try and take against it. The arena, they descended from the mountaintops and then now up to the Mad Bulls to try and slow them down. Lemon under a lot of pressure here. The team sallies forth to go for the rescue. Kara chiming in too, and they're getting lit up for the arena.
Yeah, Arena backed off that position, and Mad Bulls will take the advantage on that one. Nades have to keep pouring through from Arena to keep Mad Bulls at bay, but there are shots from up on high. That's from the Wolves already finding good value off of this position. Kara did send out one outpost towards a longhouse on their south side, and because this fight is taking place, they might be able to get the rest of the team towards there, which is a little bit more central, a little bit more playable for them as well, as opposed to those concretes on the northwest.
And there's about 5 teams in these cracks and crenellations right now on the rocky outcrops here, trying to survive like insects in the desert sun, scuttling from one bit of shade to the next, seeing if they can weather the onslaught from Kara, from Regnum Kaya, if they get a look at as well. The Wolves up top a little bit less worried, but still in danger. Circle will appear in 20 seconds. We'll know just where we're going. Who's going to have that advantage? North, south? Is it going to go out to the really horrible western part of this circle? We'll have to wait and see.
You see here, there's this valley that cuts through the center of the circle. It's just really awkward to play. All finding one on the side of the map here. That's over towards R8, I believe. Enough engagement for R8, really stuck down the hillside here, and slowly but surely more and more damage pours through, and R8 will be going down. Ulf will live this one out, but still lose one player in the process. That's all the way on the northeast side of the map, so they still got to cut through many teams here. But yeah, this circle being so central does cut a lot of teams out right now. OG able to find a position just underneath La Driera in the longhouse, which should keep them safe for a while. I mean, leaving there is going to be slightly difficult as they push over towards Thunder Talk's position. But because it's so messy on this side of the map, OG might be able to find themselves a little position or a little route to get through. We'll wait and see how they want to play that one out, though. Alpha Gaming rolling, barrel rolling in towards Geeke and finding a knock to start things off.
That was stylish. Okay. Looking for more as well. There's no re-knock found so far, but Yol and Top try to go in. Nah, it's under guard, under lock and key. You're not getting past them. Nurzed will be safe for now, but Reefus had more success on his angle, on his approach. APG down to just one player now. It is just Reefus alive for them on the roll-up. And will be able to get a house all to himself, and DK actually surviving as 3 here. Looking for the heals to come on through. Excellent work to hold that one down. Nurzed thought he was gonna, but no, he had a savior. Ragnarok, though, wants to try and force his team to save another person as he charges in on his own.
Yeah, it's just another curious crash with really no setup whatsoever other than the barrel roll, I suppose you could call it. And I think APG is just trying to win out these fights. It's a lot of ego challenges from Alpha Gaming. I don't know how far that's going to take them. In this gauntlet, at least, not very. I am slightly confused by that one. Did not feel like an international level play.
I mean, the thing with ego challenges is that they're supposed to bruise your ego when they don't go well, but it feels like APG are sort of immune to that factor, which is maybe why they're sort of poisoning themselves with it. It's a real tough time.
They're on a big split right now, and understandably so. I mean, playing around this region of the map, like you say, there is tons of teams all tucked into these positions right now because there's not many great places to go. For Regnum Karya, this is a fantastic opportunity to get more points on the game. They have a very, very good location on the map to work with. The circle centers up towards them. So many good sight lines, just be taking shots, and they roughly know where all the teams are coming from as well, because it's absolutely down towards the southeast side and up towards the north. You know, no one's really going to be wanting to be playing on that southwest edge of the map, and the only safety is on the western edge of this hillside.
APG down again. That is unfortunate. Can't style it out this time. TT, the Thunder Talk at the top of the tables. Happy as Larry. The only team who's actually very, very chill right now. Not really too worried. And actually, they're in a pretty solid spot. This west side of Monte Nuevo is going to work out for them for the time being. I just question how long they're going to be able to survive into this game. Getting out of there, going to be a tough task. DXavier, they are holding this South Ridge really, really well. They will have oversight onto that Thunder Talk position. The approach is on every other angle, though, incredibly packed with players.
And there it is. That's the circle we were looking for Regnum Karya at least. And now things are going to get very, very difficult. I'm curious to see how OG plays this one out. I think DXavier have a good idea that OG are underneath them. But the options aren't amazing for OG here. They could just brute force it through DXavier. Considering how split they are as well, there's a good chance for it. It's just a question of how well DXavier scouted out this position. And I remember saying that about R8 versus OG, and it's R8 who took the first knock there too. So again, I don't think OG's been slacking at all in terms of the information gathering down that side. Great nade from Revo over towards Doran, trying to take control of this high ground from the north side, but time is limited as the circle starts to squeeze them in.
Only 3 players alive, 4 Wolves, and that's going to leave Batten without a sight line up the top. It's really on to Highorst to try and stop Alpha 7 going up, and it looks like that is going to work. They're worried. They may be too worried about it. Push-up could have been successful, but in the meantime, Ulfa crashing in. There's about 8 teams up here blanking in the mountains. Regnum Karya are going to be overlooking at them all. They're going to have shots at maybe a few of them. As Scarface has to hit the deck behind his vehicle there. Have a real tough time of things. Alpha 7 continued the nade up top, but the res already came through. Kara, what a chance at it. And they'll not be quite as timid as Alpha 7 in this situation. Doran trying to reposition, get away from things. Maybe regroup. Nah, not so lucky. CEO's got your number.
Yeah, super opportunistic right now coming through from Kara. This is a great moment to make this push over towards the top side. They waited for a team to start taking shots and split the attention of Wolves. Then when Wolves were looking both ways, that's when Kara looks to cross. Very, very good stuff from them. Now sending nades down the hill. Marso's also got an outpost towards the front side of things. This has been very, very calculated so far from Kara. Super clean from them. In the meantime, OG attempting to brute force it basically through DXavier, but struggling slightly on that side of things. And time is only running out for them down the southeast side of the map.
I mean, DXavier are going to have to move as well. And the teams on the north, not as necessary for them to try and shunt on in, but it is so prickly on this northern edge. So many teams, as I said before, like desert insects scuttling around this hilltop. Having a really rough time of it. Survival, the name of the game. With 13 teams remaining, I mean, we're getting in towards the sort of zones that you expect a lot fewer teams to be in existence here. OG are making their ascent, though, against DXavier, trying to find an opening. Shot. That's what they were looking for from Lambor. He will fall down. AKOP able to land that shot, tag it on. A Tanky moving up as well, but the Blue Zone's putting pressure on. They're playing around these smokes quite well. Farajin has to be backed off the angle, and AKOP doing a lot of work. Heavy lifting coming on him, but his teammates have fallen around him, and it is going to be so much harder now to make this ascent. Fortunately, the reses need to come through for DXavier, and they're allowing him to move on the backline. AT steps in, and that will be the end of OG. Into the Valley of Death they ride, and they will be shut down because of it, but not before extracting their pound of flesh from DXavier.
Yeah, it's a tough rotate. It's a tough rotate to make, and I think for OG, they were banking on this being a southeast shift. And I mean, that's a very strong position if that's the case, but pushing up on that hillside, so hard. For Regnum Karya, though, it's an easy game for them. Honestly, it depends how Kara plays out this end game, but I think for Regnum Karya, this is kind of an easy pickup overall, just taking more and more shots to the outside chances. They have to hope that it actually shifts away from them on the north side, but that's purely to pull players off from the north.
A 2v3 over towards Thunder Talk. Okay, GK are dominating. They got 5 elims. Why not have a little bit of a late game resurgence? What more can you do with these 2 players remaining? They've managed to do quite a lot of work, and now it's just Xing left, and he's thinking, guys, that's 2 players, and they're from GK. Like, how has this happened to you? How far have we fallen? They've already got 114 points now on the tally. It wants a little bit more, but they're still feeling very, very safe. They just need to get maybe like a point a game. Let's see what they can find. Ah, there we go. There's a knock over towards NZ, even in the score. Meanwhile, over on the north edge, teams are starting to fall lower and lower on these player counts. You can see a lot of empty bars there. Not too many teams fully wiped out, but with 12 teams remaining, there's an average of just over 2 players per team, which is quite a significant metric. It's now exactly 2 players. No, hang on a minute. That was a team that went down. Ugh. The maths keeps getting harder, by the way. That's not a lot of players per team.
DRX make their way into the top 7 with that. To 62 points now on the game, but are able to handle EK. They take a lot of casualties for it. VP similarly also on the chase here, down towards the south side of the map as the final player from DX Xavier finally makes his way back into the moment, but Kara is just taking names left, right, and center.
I mean, you say that, but now it's just down to Pusher. TurdyK on a sliver of HP, stays alive in the smoke. On the off angle, the ult player could be big here against Poser. Has to fall back, look for these reses. On the top side as well, you've got Mad Bulls to worry about. The player there, Tulika, could take a crack at it. CEO has to hold for the rest of his team. I think he knows that Tulika's there. That'll keep them safe, but TurdyK's on the hunt. He's moving in with a pumpy. Need an assist from the top rope, but CEO has to hit the deck. That's going to give the game away on the push, however, and Kara can hold firm. TurdyK falls and Kara stay alive. They're up to 12 elims with a possibility of a full reset.
This is insane work from Kara today. Again, that's very well played from CEO as well. I think a lot more players would have full committed to that spray, but all he knows he needs to do is just delay for a little bit longer for the rest of his team to pull out, because as soon as those shots go towards his end of things, he can immediately back off. The team can do the rest of the work. So there's good trust in the rest of his team as well. And Marso's finding a hell of a shot across range over towards Milky Way there. Goodness me. That is the outpost they sent on the western side of the road, so very unlikely that VP gets that player back up again.
He might go on a mad dash, but oh, they are. Okay, hang on a minute. I thought it was unlikely, but they desperately want to keep their players in check. CEO still seemingly having sightlines there. Ketch now the last solo player on that north side, the remnants of that hilltop struggle. Higgles as well was able to get out of there earlier for the Wolves and surviving as a solo. A real tough time on this northern edge. And Regnum Kaya, I mean, they haven't got too many elims for it though, Blank. Which means that even though they've got this far, 6th place, that's not enough of a reward. They want more.
Yeah, they basically need to get first place from this position, and it is a first place position too. Nade over the top, quick bubble, underarm, easy peasy. 13 elims added to the tally now for Kara. A hard push ahead of them over towards Regnum Kaya though, but Marso doesn't seem to think so, as he immediately sends shots down range over towards Regnum, keeping them at bay for the time being, carrying them off this spot.
Virtus Pro did get that res. They were allowed to get Milky Way back up, but they're leaving him out there for the time being anyway. They must have an exit strategy somehow. Boston moves up to the hills as well, gets a little bit more of a foothold in that direction. I'm wondering what DRX are going to have to say about that, because they're going to have to run out, and they may be able to spot.
Shots over towards VP. You have to make this rotate now, and I think it was a little bit dangerous for them to actually try and get Milky Way back up again, as the circle was going to enclose. But I think they just about get a player back into position, but Voston immediately taken down. Milky Way flushed by Silas, and Kara's just sending it, dude.
All right, 2 players straight across the field. Lewis leaves his teammate out in the open, will go down himself. Kara, they're not going to do too well on that rotate. Player from Virtus Pro did go down in the process. Voston has been knocked, but yeah, I don't think Kara are going to get too much value from this one. They've already extracted a lot of points from this lobby. However, they are stepping pretty close to being in contest with Thunder Talk, which is really saying something.
Yeah, it's some real lobby annihilation coming through from Kara at the moment, leaving Poser and CEO alive. And again, I really did respect the rollout there. It's a very hard one to pull off, but if they're able to take down the two players, I think they pretty sure are inside of that shack. And then they take a formidable location that can maybe challenge up against Regnum Kaya. So it's a risk that realistically they have to take here if they want to go for the chicken dinner, which is, I like that. The fact that they're thinking towards the chicken dinner is amazing. That nade is disgustingly on target from Zedwolf, and now there were 3.
Kara 7 nades in pocket. 2 players up the top. Versus Pro have 7. Regnum Kai have a lot of smokes, but maybe a little bit thinner on the nades. But they've only got a couple of players to handle. 4 players total. CEO spotted. Challenges on the spray down. Needs to be bold with it. And CEO sticks the landing on that. Unfortunately, there's the trade, and there's the nade from the off angles. Only 1 for the price of 2. And Zedwolf may be resable even still by Loxy and maintain this rooftop position against Virtus Pro, who've been holding on the outside here. Regnum Kaya up to 8 elims. It has been a good game for them, and they desperately needed it.
Yeah, they got a ton of smokes as well, but not too many nades to make this work. But realistically, playing in the shack, Regnum Kaya they can wait until zone 9. They just want to wait until this one really pulls Virtus Pro out of this shack, and then they can just play off the back of there with the smokes included. So this should be a Regnum Kaya win. They got a couple of eliminations off the back of it, and it does put them back in contest for top 7 after this one. They will need to have another strong game before probably match 4 or 5 tomorrow, but it sets themselves up nicely, right? I don't think any team has really played very, I mean, other than Alpha Gaming, let's say, in Geek, but I think most teams still have a good chance of getting into top 7 tomorrow with some pretty astonishing plays.
Yeah, it is still an open door for quite a few teams. Regnum Kaya may be just about squeaking in by the skin of their teeth here, but Virtus Pro, they're close to the bubble too. They have been chasing for a while. We were talking about how they didn't really find their way through into these later stages. Those mid games were a real struggle for them, but they managed to get all 4 players in. This hold has been difficult. Malloy going down is going to make this close down nigh on impossible for Virtus Pro. It is a 1v4 now for Aragon, unless he spends the time to get Malloy back up. But those nades now starting to run dry. Zedwolf breaking out wide. They got all the angles they could possibly wish for, and it is going to be a swift little peek out there from Wild in the ghillie suit. The desert camo working wonders, and Regnum Kaya closed down a 10 elimination chicken dinner, 20 points on the match. A great way to move towards the end of day 2 here of the Gauntlet.
A tidy sweep at the end there for Regnum Kaya. Set themselves up nicely. It was the winning position for a long while, and they definitely played it well. Again, it's very similar to DRX, where, you know, it's not the crazy win. They took a strong position, but the rotates to get there were fairly good, and they didn't flex out too much, understanding there was probably like 1,800 teams over on the north side of them playing on the cliff face. But I do think, again, big props to Kara. The way they played that hillside again, very, very good opportunistic gameplay.
Absolutely. Brilliant stuff. It's good to see them getting a chicken dinner on board as well. Silas going to be happy with that performance. He'll be happy with the position that they were able to hold. And they made it work for themselves. Obviously, that north side, as you said before, really, really treacherous for so many teams. And they just held their nerve. They didn't need to push out. They knew the mess that was unfolding. A lot of it because of the lay of the land, right? The cities that sat around it forced teams to go around El Pozo.
Yeah, it's so tough, and especially when it moves over towards that unplayable terrain anyway, teams don't really want to go on that bottom side. But Regnum Kaya with a nice, clean win.
Regnum Kaya finally get their chicken dinner, and this one was hand wrapped and gifted to them right here. They got a beautiful circle, but the big difference, Max, man, between them and other teams that have been, you know, kind of gifted a zone, they do it and they get a bunch of eliminations to go home with it. So beautifully played for them, right?
Yeah, I mean, they were like, 8 eliminations, it's not enough. We need more. More. They just send it on to Aragon and Malloy, try and wrap it up with a few more eliminations to reach those double digits. And I genuinely thought, Niptra, VP were going to deny them, try and nade themselves or molly themselves, because you said it also during that game. That's something VP typically tend to do, is deny points away. But here, they try to take the fight, maybe find an extra elimination here or there on solos of Regnum, but they can't even get it against that Groza shot from Wild. And Regnum coming out big here, finally, with their first chicken dinner of the Gauntlet stage.
I mean, all I can say is it's about time, right? I mean, this team's given us a heart attack 1 or 2 times. Like, just guys, come on. We know you can do better than this. And they do end up grabbing the win. I do think maybe VP were going to try and do something about that, try and steal the win. Maybe they were counting maybe Regnum or going to maybe push 1 by 1, something like that. But nah, Regnum too good for that. They're going to go and make sure that they get that win because it's so desperately needed.
I do want to ask though, Niptra, is this the win we wanted to see from Regnum Kari? What do you think on that?
No.
Exactly, because I agree.
Yeah, I would have preferred maybe the win coming from a play like Kara made, right? I think if they had come up, swept the north side, had that dominating effect, played it really well, and then go into the compound and then sweep out from there, something like that, I think that would have been a lot better because Kara played that very well, doing exactly what they do normally, and it worked out for them. Regnum could probably take a page out of their book.
Exactly. I mean, looking at Regnum Kari, I'm not saying this was a bad game. This is just, you're gifted a circle and you use it really well. You get a bunch of eliminations, double digits, really happy about it. But it doesn't sell me yet on that potential comeback opportunity, Hodgix, right? I'm not like, oh, they'll make it top 7 this next game. For me, I still need to see a bit more for me to be sold on that potential comeback opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like the crazy high school, like high skill chicken dinner, right? That we would love to see for Regnum Kari. I just think that, it's one of those situations where, yeah, you know what? You got gifted a zone. It worked out for you. But sometimes, or you've seen this happen plenty of times, Maxman, right? That happens, you get that chicken dinner, and then you just start going crazy afterwards, right? Sometimes you just need that little luck to spark that intensity, right? Hopefully that is what we see from Regnum Kari.
Need a spark to make the bomb explode here for Regnum Kari.
Right.
The Turkish will be going strong, hopefully. But yeah, hopefully that's going to give them a little bit more confidence and momentum moving forward, going into the next Miramar. And I said it, Miramar normally not a map that stands out for me as like the Regnum Kari map. You know what? Here they're able to get himself a double-digit chicken dinner. Very happy to see it. APG, you could see they're depressed.
Man.
Normally, I know I should not do this, by the way, guys.
Okay.
Because the moment I say this, they're going to start doing a comeback. But man, APG are washed right now. I'm sorry. What is going on, APG?
He said it.
Where are they? They're not playing the game. They're not even joining the lobby, I feel like. Come on.
I mean,
it's
hard to go against it. I mean, what is going on with this team? I mean, honestly, for me, it was watching them in that Erangel match where they could easily have just drove up to that ridge line. They would have had such secure position. Instead, they do a crazy wild outside split push onto EA and then get picked apart. That really got me just had question marks all over my head. And then, seeing this performance as well, it doesn't give me the confidence that I think we need to see from a squad like APG. So I don't know. I think that if the Maxman reverse curse technique is going to work, might as well. Let's go for it.
I kind of hope it works. Part of me is like, I hope I can use my powers for good. But
that's right.
I don't know. I can't quite control, unfortunately. All I know is that I can't curse Indian tournaments because Marzi's the one that has all the power over there. But Niptra, looking back at these rotational maps that are coming out for some of these teams, Virtus Pro hugging that western cliffside the entire time. Clearly trying to set up a big high ground position. Unfortunately, the circle does shift away eventually. But Virtus Pro were calm, but yet super methodical in how they were approaching every single one of these circle shifts.
Yeah, I really like how they played this. They hugged the west side, as you said, but then they move over to this compound. They try and do a 2-2 split. Later on, you're about to see that now they're actually going to try and move out, spread out across the west side of zone as well, just trying to control as much of that zone as possible. And that's what I'm looking for in a team. For me, if a team is going to do well in finals, they have to have that zone control capability. And VP certainly gave it their best. I think just that zone being just what it was out in the fields made it very, very difficult.
Man, look at these leaderboards. So Regnum Kari get 20 points. The big standout, though, for me this game, guys, right? It's gotta be Kara. And I was trying to think, what do I say about this team? And I'm gonna use what Maxman said while we were watching this game, right? And that is, what did Kara have for breakfast, right? Because these guys went nuts today. I mean, they had 27 points, right? Before the day started. What is this? 3 games in a row with double, or 3 games total, right? So far with double-digit points. These guys are just going nuts, Niptura.
They really are. I love to see it. They've gone back to their original strategy, and it's working so well for them. This is what I wanted to see out of OG. This is what I expected to see out of APG. Regnum Karya as well. This massive sweep around, just throwing hands all over the lobby, getting control, and then just moving on from there. Wild did his best. He still is MVP of the game, right? 5 eliminations, some really nice stuff, especially for 23 healing. So that's looking really good. Wild is big old GG over there. I want to see, though, if they are going to pull a DRX, right? DRX won a game. It was slightly handed to them, but they made the most of it in the next couple of games. Regnum need to do the same, especially as the points are just getting further and further away looking at this leaderboard, Max.
Yeah, Kara, you talked about it here, Hot Jukes. Maybe Kara looking to play catch-up with Thunder Talk, and they are doing just that. 17 points away. And keep in mind, they are 17 points away from Thunder Talk, despite having only 1 chicken dinner compared to the 3 wins for Thunder Talk. This is a crazy comeback for the ages in the Gauntlet stage of this year's PMGC. Kara, even though we're seeing some slight misplays here and there, the elimination amount they have of 70, almost tying the top fragging team in this lobby, is madness. Kara, if they keep this kind of momentum going, top 7, like, they're done. Literally, possibly next game, depending on how things go down, Hot Jukes.
I mean, 71 points on the day, guys. Average 14 points per game. I mean, Kara are crushing it. Yeah, a comeback that, I mean, is momentous, especially for a stage as impactful as the Gauntlet. This whole roster, this whole lobby is so stacked to the teeth. I kind of want to talk about their play style, though, in this last match, Niptura, right? We saw Kara kind of hug that north side, and they dominated, right? We saw Poser go up against EA, and they were just going in and out, just making it work, right? How do you feel like they played that one, and how did it end, for them? I know you had some questions about it. What do you think?
Well, first of all, I loved how CEO played the anchor point up on that cliff, because he was practically unstoppable up there. No one could touch him. He had that strong of an angle. No one could go uphill towards him. So he was able to have full domination, full info, back up his team super, super effectively. I think, Max, what ended up happening, though, is they just got a little too overconfident once they were in the top 3.
Look, if you want to make a bad play, that's okay with me. Just do it together. That's all I really want. I don't really care if Kara, if you want to make a bad decision of sending it out in the fields, you can do it, but just commit. And you know what? Because you have the numbers together, maybe you'll have a better chance of coming out on top. I think they try to do too many things all at once, and that did cost them the win. I think that if they just push onto Regnum Kara here for Kara, they do go home with a win, because they then also win the safety of the compound versus Regnum. It was a little bit unfortunate for them, but you know what? They definitely gave it a fair shot, and they again showed up in terms of the elimination alone. But yeah, man, Wild, I'm so happy with Wild just performing. It feels like every player outside of just Silas, really, who is the IGL, he's still a great fragger, but every player on Regnum Kara is just Wild, Loxy, and now Z-Wolf is just the trifecta of top fraggers here in Turkey. It's great to see.
Beautiful, beautiful, man. I mean, I'll tell you one thing that isn't so great to see, though, and I want to talk about it. I've been kind of avoiding talking about them all day because I didn't want to curse them, right? It's gotta be the Wolves, all right? Wolves have not been able to get it done today, Niptura, right? We saw earlier in this last match a crazy hard shift on the Monte Nuevo, right? That southwestern shift right on to the Wolves, and they weren't able to really make something of it, right? What do you think is going on? Like, what is going wrong with the squad, at least in your eyes?
Unfortunately, I think the rest of the lobby has woken up, and the Wolves were not prepared for it. I don't think they were. Yesterday, everybody, that first day vibe is like everybody's kind of tiptoeing around each other. Yes, you get aggressive, but you're still figuring out how the rest of the lobby plays. Day 2 is when you have that information now and you go, okay, this is how we're going to do it. And the Wolves, I think, have just lagged behind in that aspect. They've just not been able to follow the pace of the rest of the lobby, and they're just getting left behind in the dust.
Maxman, you agree with that?
Yeah.
You think
I would
they're playing
agree.
a little
I'm
bit
actually-
too split?
I was
maybe?
re-watching the map feed actually while Niptro was talking about Wolves just to see exactly what was going on this game, and I'm just seeing they were on a northern position, very similar to Kara actually, and they just get completely corralled by teams, fully surrounded, and they just stay very complacent. I think that's a point in time where you get surrounded by teams, Hot Jukes. Just send it on one team to try and at least create an exit point, and I feel like Wolves were just so hesitant for so long, they just got surrounded and completely demolished in the process. Wolves, more commitment to a play would make me happier with their current performances.
Yes.
As of right now, they're unfortunately, I don't want to use the word scared, but they're definitely very hesitant to make plays happen, and that is hurting them a lot in a lobby like this, where decision making is literally do or die for these teams if you want to be in the grand finals.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I mean, I've been looking at their play style very closely, and you know, there's something going on, right? They're definitely in their heads, at least from my opinion, right? You see them putting themselves into good spots, but when it comes time to fight, it doesn't seem like their decision making is all in unison, right? You see one player looking in this direction, the other one looking in the other. We're not seeing that unified Wolves that we saw in the Americas, Neptura. So we got one more match left to go, okay? Looking at the leaderboards, who do you think needs to get a chicken dinner right here, right now?
Honestly, OG. I think OG need a win now because they're falling down the leaderboard pretty drastically. We've not seen much for them. They need a win before we get to day 3.
Max?
I mean, OG is, of course, an obvious one because they'd yet to have a win, and they're currently in 7th position. They could slip out of top 7 for the first time if this game doesn't go their way. But I'm going to say back-to-back Regnum Karia. It's happening. They're jumping up. It's top 7 o'clock here for them. It's going to go down.
Let's see, was that the spark they needed to explode? One match left to go. One more day after this. Let's go ahead and take it on over to John Allen and Blank to wrap things up.
That is right. We got one more match to play today before we close out and head towards our third and final day. Will it be the back-to-back Regnum Kaya chicken dinner? Only time will tell. The plane path from La Cobreria over down towards Partona for our final go around the desert this time.
It's not a horrible plane path, honestly. It's sort of similar to our previous one in the fact that it does drop off most of our teams on a edge of the map, right? So it's going to mean a lot of the eastern side of the map is going to be a little more free. Some of those rotates you can go for. If it drops over towards Impala, you probably want to get over there pretty quickly just because you know that probably teams aren't going to be dropping in that location or getting towards that position of the map too early on. I think that the Regnum Kaya double win does sound nice, you know? I wouldn't mind that, but again, I think that last win is so it's not luck based. It's just they did select what is probably the best compound in terms of getting a chicken dinner, and they got there early enough. So it was good identification and a good initial rotate, but from there, there wasn't really a massive amount to be done. And then a fairly tidy finish from Regnum Kaya 2 versus the remnants of Kara as well as Virtus Pro.
Oh, hang on.
It's not hot.
I don't think it's super.
It's very close.
Okay, yeah, no, it is. It is going to be a full hot drop here between APG and OG, looking to try and take the fight. Maybe could see a disengage. At the moment, the numbers advantage for APG on spot, but the regroup definitely possible. 3 players on the inside of the compound for OG. A couple of weapons found. Body armor as well for Zyol, and he's moving out, trying to get an angle here. Needs to be careful though. Always go down to a long shot. Like there is a long barrel. Maybe sent his way, or is that Pumpy off in the distance coming on through? Maybe a little bit less of a danger. No, it is. Okay, it is the M24 for AKOP. But he gets backed off the angle with a swift shot. A lot of damage to the level 2 helmet there, but we'll get away with his life.
Yesterday's went pretty drastically badly for APG, with OG quite handily taking on Alpha Gaming. So this feels like maybe a little bit of revenge potentially coming through from Alpha Gaming, but are they ready and up to the task? Because again, OG's been playing from this position quite well in the past.
Looks like a significant lack of weaponry on side for OG. Oh no, hang on a minute, it's just popping in as they get a little bit closer to them. But still, very thin on the ground. I think this is a disengage for both of these two teams. They know the circle isn't here. OG don't need to stick around on exactly this spot, but Zyol, I mean, he wants to keep this one getting stuck in.
You don't get the initial knock straight away over towards AKOP. So it's a little bit harder to push this one down, knowing you're in a 4v3 and you can just trade off. Top taking a heck of a long distance on this one with the MG3 as well. Not the greatest of long-range weaponry. All right, just trying to scout it out. I think he just about saw AKOP drop down there. And now looks to push further up, waiting for the cross. And I think that if he does see the cross, he can confirm for the rest of the team that they can start to push up a little bit further. Make this into a 4v3 or a 3v3. But AK is just looking for meds right now. That's the name of the game for him. Level 2 helmet, level 2 vest. It's decent.
Yeah, he's swapping that one out. I mean, it's unfortunate he's not come across any yet. There's 5 bandages, so imagine that those might be wrapped around fairly soon. You'd hope, but still yet to start to apply them. I mean, in that apartment building, he should be able to find a lot more meds on site to be able to find a tastier health bar, a more appetizing result towards the end of it. You can see his health bar is ticking up, so he is using those bandages to keep himself safe. It's a bit of deadlock here in Tumasera. No team wants to pull the trigger on this one, not fully. I thought, like you were saying, we're top on the outside. Maybe they were more keen for it, but no, they're kind of stuck in the mud on this. Aru, actually the counter to that opposing situation. Maybe able to chime in with the SKS as well.
Yeah, just looking for something on side. We do have an interview with VP coming up shortly. We'll be talking to Aragon with 7WG. We'll hope things don't pop off during that interview, though. But in the meantime, we're going to stick on board. Okay, again, if OG loses this fight, it's pretty bad for them, right? Where there's an opportunity for DX, A7, Regnum Kaya, even Wolves in this case to leapfrog them and push them out of the top 7. Yeah, they've been very careful about this. Aru sends away in the buggy. Top has eyes on this, though.
I do know about it fully. He's shuffling around. He's not made any movements with vehicles here, so his position is not given away. Aru may very well not know about this completely. But where's he going? That's what I want to know. Maybe he's trying to move undetected, and you can't blame him. But this is a very wide wrap coming on through for Aru.
Yeah, potentially just trying to create an anchor point. But this does mean that APG know this is now a 4v3 on their hands. He's wrapping all the way around. Confusion tactics. Alpha Gaming don't know what's going to hit him.
Top's like, I can see what's happening. I just don't know what's happening, you know? It's
coming back.
It's pretty crazy stuff. Aru's now, yeah, on the backfield. Trying to actually I don't know what he's trying to do, but
I can only imagine he's hunting for the off angle. In which case Top's doing a great job to stay outside.
It's like, you know, like when a cat's like finding the perfect place to sit. Oh, hang on a minute. We'll tune back in with that in a second. With my opinions on cats. There's the shot down for Doc. That's going to be a big pickup onto a tanky. And he's not going to go much further. Same for WizGod. APG winning this fight. Ooh, this is nasty stuff coming on through. Kind of opening a broadside. Top now steps out of the tree. He's like, right, okay, you guys having fun. I want fun too. Unleash the M249. Doesn't connect, but still, he was able to pull the trigger. And that's what matters.
All right, last player, AK, OP inside the building. He's still got Aru swinging around the outside, but this guy's deadly. Very, very deadly indeed. Not someone you want to underestimate. And they don't have players too close to him just yet. They're starting to swarm a little bit here. On the zip line, okay. Styling. Just getting some points in.
Well, that was connected.
Close.
So close there on the shot for AKOP. He's the last player on the inside of this building to stand for them. That off angle. Yeah, Aru is leaving this one. AKOP now left a lone soldier here with the UMP, waiting for someone to step a little bit too close, get a little bit too bold. He's watching their corner. The nades are cooking as well in the off angles. He's dropping down. He's read into it. He thinks he wants a little bit more. Reposition away. Does bait the nade in. And that might be useful here. Top on the off angle. You still have to worry about it. You can see AKOP going for that little stutter peek. Can't afford a second, though. Nose is being watched.
Still going for that shot. I mean, I respect it. He's in the window. He's in the window. Very low HP. Will take down one for his efforts. And a little bit of vindication coming through for AKOP there.
He was able to get that
the full
1 point.
revenge.
Yeah, well, not complete. Aru is still alive. He's still alive out to the east side. He left. He was looking for an off angle, and off he goes for a completely different angle to the game. A solo result. Circle pop, blank. Just kind of blitzed us up to the north side here, as it's going to be all the way up to water treatment as we send to the north of San Martin as well. It's going to be a difficult rotate again for our teams on Miramar.
Yeah, not easy. Having around water treatment is really awkward as well because of the low ground that's available in this area. I mean, Mad Bulls take the right objective here. They go straight up towards the northern side of things, wrap back on themselves from La Cobreria. They already know this location is free and clear from where they dropped earlier, so they can just take high ground nice and early. You could play inside water treatment early on and keep things nice and simple. A lot of MG3s going on in this game. This is like Max's favorite game ever.
Absolutely, you know. What's not to love? The LMG gameplay coming on through. More bullets means more elims, right? That's how it works, pretty sure. Thunder Talk, they've certainly got one in tow. Teams yet to really break out to the hills further northwest out of water treatment, but I'm sure it'll only be a matter of time because the positions to the north of Hacienda getting really chock-a-block. Spray down for Coops, not quite connecting here as we tune in with Bulls down on the southeast side, the east of Hacienda.
So is getting lit up here. I do love how the M249 sounds though.
Just keeps going.
It is
it's never
pretty terrible with the 4X as displayed earlier. Onto Aru. Didn't quite work out.
Yeah, it's not ideal. You have to really be very, very stable for that one to be able to connect at that sort of distance. DRX eliminated. All right, they end their day. 65 points. I mean, it's maybe close enough. We'll have to wait and see. They are in 6th place. You can see there's so many teams just beneath them, lurking below the surface of that 7th place bubble, desperately wanting to clamber a little bit further. That's the name of the game here. Stay out of danger. Get towards those 90 pointers at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's a good place to see. I think Kara also in similar boat to Thunder Talk right now, where they've sort of done enough. Thunder Talk definitely wanted a little bit more points. I think coming first place in Gauntlet's nice for all things, you know, reputation, money, etc. So I think for Thunder Talk, they'd like to hold on to that. I don't think they expected much competition, but competition has certainly arrived in the form of Kara.
They are fairly formidable today. Not really so much yesterday, but this is a brilliant turnaround for them. The next circle just about to come on through. Kara, you could see there, actually going to be, I mean, I would say favored by this, but that hill to the east of water treatment is really nasty to play around. They can hold their current position, though, and that might be a little bit stronger. All right, moving in just beneath them. They were certainly starting out very, very strong, but a little bit of a downturn just before.
I don't mind this spot coming through from the Xavier. Trying to rotate on this northeast side. They do have competition E-Arena though. R8's been fairly quiet today, but taking fantastic shots over towards Regnum Kaya, finding a double on the crossing. Martha's just been a monster all day. Real Martian. Sorry. I'll say it again.
Oh, no. Oh, no. But yeah, either way, Regnum Kaya cut down in half. The back-to-back looking much less likely. However, they do get into water treatment and into a building, so they'll be able to survive for quite a while longer. They want to be jumping up towards 70 points here, which means 11-point game blank, and that's just got a whole lot less likely, given their position, given their lack of real presence here. OG aren't done. They chime in over towards Thunder Talk, maybe looking for another point here for Aru on the southeast side.
No, I mean, every little point counts, to be honest, but did draw the ire of Thunder Talk by doing that. You'd imagine they're going to be turning around soon and taking shots his way. DRX getting knocked out is pretty good for OG's chances as well for tomorrow, just because having another team at 65 points dropping out early in this game means it's still interchangeable. It's close again. Close again. So OG is down. 7th place. So DX Xavier chasing, Wolves chasing, Alpha 7's chasing. Regnum Kaya, I don't see the double win coming through now. So both predictions are kaput.
Oh, it's $120 is where that mark. It's going to be enough for Thunder Talk. We'll definitely be seeing them in the... That is what maybe they were expecting. They did the lion's share of their work yesterday, Blank. It was almost all done there.
It was. I think for Thunder Talk, they're absolutely fine. They had good points at the start of the day as well, and they were like, we're fit. So we can chill out a little bit now. They only really need to hit 140 points to be absolutely certain of it. That's unfortunate. The bounce off the back of the US. Oh, adds insult to injury there. Mormon extremely low, but just about gets the heal off, but won't protect the rest of the Wolves as they come in. 5 elims now. 1 more elim to sit even with 6th and 7th place here.
That's what they're looking for. DX Xavier on the north side, and they got Geekay bearing down upon them. It is neck and neck with these two right now. DX Xavier seem to be in the prop. I think that might have just put them over the top there. See what more they can do. Holding out against Geekay. Adballs are chiming in as well over on that north side. It's nasty news. And they just continue to burn. Wolves. All the way down. Like in the picture of pictures, definitely popping off. You can see it's kind of, it's definitely gone the way there of DX Xavier. They're going to earn a lot of that. That should put them, yep, they're up in 5th there, which puts Wolves down in 9th, looking to try and jump up over Rex, who are on 65, 1 point ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves, they want to go slightly further than this. Sakura is that player to make it happen. And we'll just go for the rundown instead, but Sakura holds on strong. Slick edge like the Blossom.
Ooh, not to that one though. Here goes on that off angle, keeping the Wolves alive. 2 players remain for them now. They are still on 65 point, drawing even. So they are losing that tiebreaker with DRX and OG, which puts them still down in 9th place. So they need 1 more to jump up into that bubble. course, it's not the end of today that matters, it's the end of tomorrow, but it's a nice to end in 11, I'm sure. Circle closes fairly central. It's teams on the north, Mad Bulls, Virtus Pro, who are going to have to move the most.
And Virtus Pro will be pushing in through that side. Right now, they do have angles on towards Mad Bulls just yet, but equally both teams are kind of formation game from one another. Virtus Pro could make the mad dash over towards what treatment. That's a possibility. It's a bit of an uncomfortable finish on the circle around where Alpha 7 is probably one of the better spots right now, where they can transition to the high ground on the west, or even just play out to control the eastern side. But that's a very good pickup for the start there over towards Tulika, and I would 100% take that chance on the fight.
They'll send up Voston immediately, trying to control that ridgeline. Tulika getting back for the rest of the Mad Bulls. Smells to reflect, catches him. Hides of this one around, because Malloy, the blue pushing, stage 5, you need to get him up if you want him to stay alive. I don't think they have to do it, though. A really valuable pickup, and that is going to slow Virtus Pro all the way down on the approach. Flip, keeping them safe for the time being, but Voston wants more. Wants another bite. And wants another go. And Voston moves in forward. But doesn't go down. The DPS rocks around the corner and connects with Malloy this time. Marikara Flip on the inside, burns the top window, but it's the other one you need to worry about. Voston still ducks away from it and stays alive for a little longer.
There's a nasty nade you can get out from this backward window. Voston's looking to send one back here on that side, gets a little bit of damage done. Flip now looking to get that nade out the side, but VP very aware of this one right now. Fall into that. I think he's a little bit impatient on his push, could have waited for some of the attention to be taken away, and for VP, it's kind of been the thing that slowed them down concerning themselves with getting Malloy back up into picture. Good jump out from Milky Way, takes down Tulika. Immediately flips back down the stairs, leaving it just one player alive for Virtus Pro in Aragon.
He will go for the spray down, connect on the first. That's the play zone actually coming in clutch there. And the drop down leaves Mad Bulls again, just on the one player. Lemon now on the off angle versus Aragon. Trying to keep themselves together. The last player now for Virtus Pro. They want to chime in. They want a piece. They're trying to third party the engagement, moving Levi. He's flexed the other 3 players from DXavier. Seems like they might want to regroup on it. Look at that push around to the north of DXavier. They get this fight as Virtus Pro falls.
Very well done to DXavier. They hear that fight, they move up. And if you can play off from this hillside and this ridge down towards the south, you actually have a very good chance in this game. But not only that, they've cleared out so many teams now on this northern side. It's 2 total, so they know a lot of the presence from this northern side of the map is gone, which is super helpful for their finish towards the end of this. Also, in other news, this is the first time in a while we see DXavier not with 2 players, not with 3 players, but with 4.
I mean, you wouldn't look at their point on the north, though. They are split still 3-1. Paragin remaining that backstop. We'll see if they can figure it out. Play back as a 4. Send after Lemon from the Mad Bulls. Maybe look to move up. It's Alpha 7, though, the major threat within this circle, holding the building. It's going to be a difficult approach. Southside, Kara still in effect. We'll see what they can do for their players still too.
Eagles getting shut down on the southeast side. Baton being the last player alive for the Wolves. Not quite placement point range yet, but a 6-point game. Terrible for the Wolves right now, but they would like some more icon moves in and moves down wild. Down to the maestro himself in Loxy.
Just as good. Able to take gun, but the second peak for Icon is going to work out for them. Kaya eliminated. Definitely no back-to-back for them. 11th place and potentially lower could be on the cards. R8, they've heard the noise and they want to roll into water treatment. They want to sip themselves.
This is a good chance for that. I thought I was down and out earlier when we saw them take down Regnum Kaya, but then have a tough time. That is a bad nade from ESO. Self-nade on the team is never pretty to see. Jafar around the corner, though, will take down 2. That leaves just Prestige up. Jafar.
Nade cooking, looking to get those flashes on board. Jafar, pressure back, able to confirm 1. Pops out the window, slick with it. Now, what is the outside player got R8. He's still picking up those points, and Jafar's being naughty here. Yeah, needs to be put on the set. Ida catches him jumping in, but doesn't connect. Jafar with another. Oh my goodness me. Looking to go for a 1v4. He's put himself into the 1v1 now against Prestige. Jafar, the last player for GS, looking to survive. Has the door frame. Prestige nearly got connect onto by the DBS shot there. 2 rounds left in the chamber. A first aid now being popped. Prestige can't quite find the nerve to step in through the door frame, and I don't blame him. He's taken down everybody else. Looks for another. Has to reload now. Steps out just too wide, and Prestige puts an end to the naughty business there for Jafar, but he did damage.
I have never seen such bold behavior like that. The way he was jumping windows, it was humiliation right there for R8, to be quite honest with you. The amount of times that he jumped through the windows, R8, I don't blame them very much, to be honest with you, because case, who in the right mind jumps through those windows like that? It's such a bold strategy and one that works hardly any of the time. But he was just taking advantage of the fact that no one does that sort of thing. Almost a 1v4. What incredible from Jafar there. And I mean, he has stepped up multiple times in the past, but Sam, what a barn burner that play was.
I mean, he had that performance against APG very early on in the tournament. It's really a clip to add to his show reel, I'm sure. Looks like look at the final players of R8 out. Certainly a disturbing situation for them to try and find their way out of. DXavier, them with the top here, and the good news for the well on the opposite side is that placement points have kicked in, which means that they will day up towards the top 7, unless Alpha 7 is able to get a big game on today and push them all the way down. But even then, I'm not so sure that they can.
I kind of get what DXavier were trying to do here with ParaGen on the eastern side, trying to provide an anchor point just in case the circle does head east. But usually when that happens, you don't try and take 3v4s. That's like not ideal. And that's exactly what DXavier for. Finally, ParaGen does regroup with the rest of the team. So they're down to 3 now, but they're starting to get buffed up, right? Every time they lose a member on DXavier, they seem to get stronger somehow.
Yeah, it's way of things, it seems. 3 players at the top of the mountain. Nate, the casualty for them. Prestige still alive. He kept it together in those final moments. Let's see if he can continue to do so. Ulf taking pressure. The heavy hits coming on through from DXavier. Got ParaGen, gets the sideline they need.
Shots down towards Ulf right now behind the Luke, trying to keep things pretty for the time being, but it's starting to look uglier and uglier. Time goes on. Takes a shot from Obscure at distance. It is not the player that I expected to be saying the name of so many times from Alpha 7. I'm glad it is. He is really showing his weight in gold here for Alpha 7 throughout these. They've not had the best one of it, but he is certainly keeping them in the running.
He's pushing up, looks for Landlaw, not going to connect in response either, has to fade away. Prestige has a little bit more to give. ParaGen is both pushing over now, and you've got to wonder what can he do. Answer is nothing. They will fall. That is going to be DXavier able to shut that one down. They're up to 7 elims here, Blank. R8 as well, getting a hefty tally, but they will draw short on the approach to DXavier.
I mean, DXavier almost felt like R8 was channeling Jafar in that moment. Right. He may have been Jafar, but the spirit was near with R8 for Prestige. DXavier able to hold on though. Evan starting to branch out just slightly, and lo and behold, Kara once again in a top 4 scenario. They are determined to catch up to Thunder Talk today.
I mean, they're 17 points behind, got 5 elims, so it would need, I mean, 5 and 7 is, that would be a 22-point game. So 12 elims and the chicken dinner total. I mean, for Kara, that's doable, right? That's easy. That's easy work. That's light loads.
It is. It is light work for them. Just a warm up. Well, I don't know. The warm around has gone. They've added too much weight to the tables. DXavier is able to find at least one over their way, but should be short order before that's picked up again. But it does give a small chance for DXavier to. They're taking a 2v4, of course they are. I don't know why I thought they would be trying to do anything different.
Okay, he's pulled out the side. No style points on the roll up there. We saw it a couple of times yesterday. And Kara learned their lesson from the other times. And they've seen it before. They'll put it to sleep. And that's a res.
It's like DXaver has no limits. They just have no limits. Like, we're going to go for a 2v4, sure. And I'm going to drive in and do a flyby. Don't worry about it. Yeah, makes no sense. Anyway, Kara, Alpha 7 going head to head. But Revo already being down. They need it badly.
Able to tag on Tommaso. You'd hope he was laid very still on the deck. And then knock as well. Alpha 7 finally stopping Kara where nobody else could. There's a nade, there's a follow-up. The spray downs are good. But now two players. It's a 2v3. Kara wanted to try and answer. He's out actually fairly isolated here. The next circle does close center. Worried. CEO spots Obscure on the off angle. There's not a really forced presence from Alpha 7 towards CEO, but they're right on the edge of the blue zone. That's what they needed. Obscure on the Mini 14 at distance. Give him Lewis next, see what he could do.
Yeah, it's a good swing up from him to finish off our day today. Lewis behind the loot crate, but the only loot here is going to be the chicken dinner for Alpha 7 when Obscure will finish this off. And beauty that Obscure is the final blow from that team. But a nice relief here for Alpha 7. I think that does get them back up into the top 7 now off the back of those 10 points they gained. And they can look lively going into tomorrow, John.
They definitely will be in the top 7, and unfortunately for the Wolves, that's going to push them out, despite the point that they were able to earn in the survival rankings there towards the end. So, yeah, I mean, too bad, so sad. I guess you get pushed out by your Co-America's team as Alpha 7 look to try and regain former glory towards the end of day 2. Great little turnaround for them. They're building very, very strong, and they moved out nicely to cover the ground around them. Quiet until the very end, but they did start to turn up the heat then.
Yeah, and it's all that matters really is just getting those points consistently. And I think Alpha 7, despite, you know, it's not been amazing, they have been putting those points here and there. I feel like it was a matter of time before we saw a good Alpha 7 game, because we know this is not a bad team.
Yeah, it's definitely a team with a lot of power, a lot of legacy as well. They have had their low, so we'll hope it's going to be another performance like that. For now, they'll be happy. Let's head over to the desk.
Back up, 'cause it's lit. Keep it cool, eyes go for the shit. 'Cause I'm ballin', look at all these chicks. Whip it up, all these rocks on my wrist. Bring it back. Bring it. Keep it Look at all this, bring it.
Alpha 7 get their second chicken dinner of the tournament and their first one on Miramar, and a much needed one as well, Max, man. These guys just dropped out of that top 7. A chicken dinner right here is going to pay dividends for them. And I'm telling you, we were kind of talking about it in the background, right? Once I saw this circle and Alpha 7's position, I was like, they don't lose this. And I'm so glad they didn't.
I wasn't sold on the 100% chicken dinner opportunity for Alpha 7. It depends on the timing, and I'm happy to see that the timing was literally perfect from Alpha 7. This Kara fighting the side of Xavier with that original push, Niptura, I think it's fair to send it, just flying into Kara right there. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out for them. But Alpha 7 see that as a great opportunity to just wrap around up north, get the off angle. Obscure in particular was the nail in the coffin for this chicken dinner and taking absolute control of that finishing circle and getting themselves the win. And look at the damage, especially, except for Revo, that was just, in every fight, he was the tank of the team. Yeah. Everyone else, low damage, meaning it was very one-sided in their favor. And this is the Alpha 7, in particular on Miramar Niptura, that I wanted to see, and finally, they delivered.
Yeah, I love seeing a win that's taken by angles, right? You had a player on different spots of the high ground, somebody on the low ground as well, somebody coming on through. You had a wide wrap around to try and just hem in that last player, Kara, 100%. And I love to see that. That's no chances taken, just pure skill, pure game knowledge coming through to grab a win. So really nice that we could end the day with an A7 win just like that.
And you know what we're also going to end the day with, right? Some more points on the side of Kara. I mean, come on. These guys had, I mean, the best day of a gauntlet for sure, right? I mean, because this is the first gauntlet, but I mean, it's going to be tough to beat, Max, man. I mean, these guys went crazy.
Look, if CEO from Kara is not MVP, I don't know what to believe anymore, okay? He has to be MVP of the day. There's absolutely no way that does not happen. We'll see, of course, later on as we go on to this ending segment for today. But of course, we're going to be checking out some highlights for this match. A lot of things happening from the very early stages, and in particular, we have to bring it up. APG Orangutan hot drop happened, and this time around, APG take home the win.
Yeah, it was really nice to see because they were actually prepared for it as well. They had those wraparound angles, able to do what they need to do, and OG were just like, can't do much here. We're just going to send it as a solo. Nicely done. I love this. I mean, I don't love this for Regnum, but that was just so funny. Let's just go in direct line of fire of R8 as the car comes through. Flying in, Siting doing the business, clutching that up for his teammate there as well. DT been a little bit quieter in the second half of the game, or second half of the day rather, but honestly, we know their points. We know they're in probably to the finals most likely here. And a lot of car shenanigans going on, but yeah, we've been talking about a few of these teams. One team I do want to talk about though, Max, is Wolves, right? Wolves been interesting.
I actually am very happy you bring up Wolves. I wanted to talk about them. That push at the end there versus E-Arena, that fight was, to be completely honest, it was a mess. The way they send it, solo after solo, and they just give multiple 1v1s over to E-Arena. Not happy about it. I feel like this is a team that now is struggling to kind of keep up with the massive improvements we're witnessing from the entirety of this lobby for the Gauntlet stage. And right now, they're falling behind and at pretty rapid pace too. Hot Jukes, I know you're a big fan of this team, but as of right now, Wolves, yeah, they are definitely falling behind.
Oh, big time. I mean, something like I said, I was just looking at their fight style. They are constantly just getting split up and getting in these 1v1 situations, and that is just not where they're going to have any success at all. I mean, when you have so much experience in this lobby, everybody is playing as an absolute unit. So if you second guess yourself and you got players just kind of focusing on two different things at one time, you're not going to have a lot of success. And I'll tell you what, Neptura, one thing that I've definitely noticed, right, is Doran, the IGL, getting knocked early, right? Quite a bit. How do you think that has impacted this team so far?
I think it really drops confidence if a team or a player consistently goes out very early, because it immediately puts you on the back end. It puts you on a defense. And it's something where it's like, listen, we got to figure it out. Because if it's a singular player, right, that goes time and time again and gets knocked, I don't really care if he's the IGL or not, right? If he's the IGL, it's the better one of the players to go out early because he can still do his job from, that position. However, there's something that needs to change. If he keeps going out early, it's either got to be rotations, he's got to be splitting too far. There's something that's got to be rectified there.
Yeah, I mean, something's got to change up. I mean, they do get it 8 points in this match, which is definitely better than what we've seen mostly today. So it's not the worst ending, Max, man, but if we want to see them in the top 7, especially with how we've seen a lot of these teams perform, they're going to have to make it happen right in the final moments.
Yeah, 8 points in PMGC, unfortunately, can only take you so far. But as of right now, it is not enough to remain comfortably in the top 7. Though we did see on the first page of these match rankings, Ulf, I think there was only 1 elimination for 5 placement points. I still want to see more. I know I've been saying this a lot today, Niptura, for Ulf, but they're just getting these literally god-tier positions in these games. We saw on Rondo earlier today, a few times on Erangel, and this game in particular really stands out to me as you're gifted a great spot, and yet they don't do anything with such a good position. Unlike, for example, Carrillo, that had a central compound, and these guys were blasting. Almost 600 damage. Right. These guys were on fire, doing what I wanted to see Ulf do, but no, Alpha 7 were the one to stand out the most in the center of this circle.
Yeah, it really goes to show, A7 is like, hey, you got a compound, doesn't mean you just have to sit in it. You can do the business from there. Thundertalk still top of the leaderboard. Kara, even with that big last game, not able to surpass them just yet, but they're pretty darn close. And I think it's safe to say, guys, that they are in top 7 pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Alpha 7 here in particular, Hot Jukes. The Americas, they have a team up here. It's Alpha 7 from Brazil. They're popping off. And the 2 wins will finally push them up here in 5th position, followed up by then Xavier. VP dropping down slowly but surely despite a very hot start in the Gauntlet. And we're seeing then DRX dropping down Orangutan for the first time here outside of top 7. And not just by a little bit, overtaken by 3 or 4 teams, if I'm not mistaken. So Orangutan, we said we needed to see a win. We didn't see it today. There's still time tomorrow. But again, the time is ticking. You need to get a win eventually if you want to be in the grand finals.
That's right. 6 more matches tomorrow. That is it, right? And you've got to get into top 7. Otherwise, you're going to the group stage. We can take a look at the daily MVP, Neptura, and of course, it's CEO.
Of course it is. We knew from the beginning that's who it was going to be. He had the nades. He had the Overwatch angle. He had the damage. 3.5k damage just from him alone. Nearly 20 eliminations is, I feel, unheard of, Max. This is a crazy performance from CEO.
I mean, of course, the eliminations, damage, and everything stands out, but I'm going to go a little bit further here. An average survival time on the day of 23 minutes is ludicrous. Genuinely, that means you're always getting to the later stages of the game. And of course, because your survival time is so high, it gives you ample opportunities to frag out, get the elims, get the damage, and be even better looking on this daily MVP graphic. So genuinely, I'm impressed not only by the survivability of CEO later and the entirety of Kara, but also how they take fights, when they take fights. And so far, this is the team that I would say throughout the entirety of the Gauntlet has impressed me the most, even more than Thunder Talk, that currently are still in first place. Kara, what they did today was truly exceptional, and I want to see another day like this. Hopefully it's not just a flash in the pan, but it was such a good day that replicating this Hot Juke seems almost impossible. Like, come on.
It's a big, big flash in the pan. Oh my gosh, just a crazy stat for you guys. Kara, 78 eliminations. APG, 39 total points. You know what that means? They did double the amount of points than APG did in eliminations alone. But let's go ahead and take it on over to the stage to 7WG for the last interview.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That is the end of day 2. We have played 6 matches, and I have none other than Thunder Talk CT next to me. A team that's currently been performing so well, finishing in first place once again. But I want to ask you, I want to go back a little bit more, because between PMWC and PMGC, what has been the biggest adjustments you guys have made to make sure you can win at the global stage?
OK， 就是说呢，就是从 PMWC 到 PMGC， 你们做了什么调整，然后什么改进，让你们有机会更大的机会去获得这个世界级的赛事呢？
主要是因为做了一些随机应变的方式吧，然后就是在探底的时候，之前我们都是就一路被人追着杀，然后现在都是放慢节奏，然后一个人去看点，然后3个先播放。
Okay, so his response is like he keep calming and he changing his strategies, like from starting he keep chasing, and like right now he's going to be like one people staying in the main point and looking all over on the situations, and 3 people we going to like chase detecting the opponent locations. Yeah.
All right, well, hey, great information, especially if all the teams are currently watching as well. Now, after 2 days of the Gauntlet, has there been any team around here that's causing you guys some issues?
就是他问的是你们目前有没有遇到什么最难缠的对手呢？
我觉得最难缠的对手就我们自己，因为在这2天比赛看来，只要我们正常发挥的话，基本都没啥问题。
Okay, his response is like the biggest enemies in between the lobbies is self, because they face like the own is the biggest enemies at if they like keep calming down and like relaxing in the playing the games, like maintaining their performance, everything is good.
Okay, well, that's good to know, and you guys are maintaining that performance because you guys are currently in first place. Now, as back-to-back PEL champions, the fans have a lot of high expectations for you guys that you guys haven't been able to meet in previous global events. Do you feel that pressure having to perform here at PMGC?
OK， 就是说呢，作为背靠背的 PEL 冠军嘛，就是到了这个世界级的赛事呢，就是怎么说？
Like, are they feeling any pressure from the fans that having the high expectation?
对，就是你们不负观众的所托嘛，这个对于你心里中的分量是怎么样的呢？
我觉得有他们的相信也是能让我们打得更加的自信。
So with their supporting, so they can feel like more greater and try their best to feel like try their best in perform more better. in the competition.
All right. Well, you guys are currently performing. You guys are in first place. I'm pretty sure everybody currently watching you that are your fans are going to be happy, and you're shutting some haters up too. Thank you so much. Yeah. I hope you guys enjoy this day, because make sure you guys tune in tomorrow, because day 3 is going to be spicy. We'll be finding out which top 7 teams get a direct ticket to the grand finals, and those 9 teams that will be going to the group stage.
Well, I can tell you one of them, right? And that's Thunder Talk, right? They're going to the finals. They have crushed it so far today. I think Kara did as well, right, Max, man? Let's be real. Okay, we got 6 more matches left tomorrow. With the performances we've seen so far, like I just mentioned, I think there's some teams that are for sure going to make it. In reality, how many slots do you think are available?
I would say currently 3 slots and a half.
Wow.
It's all depending on how R8 perform at the start of tomorrow. Thunder Talk, Kara, Mad Balls, for me, all those 3 teams, they're in 100% in top 7. They're locked in right now as we speak. R8, they currently have 90 points. One average game they should be in, but then the bottom 3 definitely are up for grabs here, Hot Juke. So anyone can still take those top 7 spots away.
Yep, it's totally possible. I mean, with that few amount of slots left, it's going to be crazy tomorrow, because yeah, there's definitely a point bubble right there. So Neptura, right? Which teams tomorrow need to just come in swinging? We're talking chicken dinner off the rip.
Off the rip, I think anybody 8th to 13th, honestly, need to do that. Wolves, DRX, OG, Regnum Kara, GS, or Ulf, because they are all the way, Ulf's all the way down in 13th, but the point difference between 7th and 13th is, quick math, 12 points.
Yeah.
That is it. One good game, right off in Rondo, you're in top 7, and you're well on your way to solidifying that position. So that is absolutely where we need to be.
Well, that's it. One more day left in the gauntlets, right? 7 slots available. Mark your calendars. Make sure you're there. We're going to be there for sure. I hope you guys enjoyed it so far. We will see you guys tomorrow.
There's a fire in my heart, yeah, it burns for the game we play. Now I rise and take my turn to be born again for this day. I know they're waiting for me now to win it all. I hear my name cried in the crowd. They call, fighting through all of the pain. I'll never fall, risking everything I have to stand up tall. Now my flames burn bright and my head's held high. Oh, can't knock me down. No, my fears are buried down tonight. And I dried my eyes 'cause I'm a fighter, won't ever back down. 'Cause I'm breathing fire. Oh, yeah, I'm breathing fire. Now it's all their eyes on me. It's my time to make history. For my brothers I will bleed and bring home all the glory. I know they're waiting for me now to win it all. I hear my name cried in the crowd. They call, there is only one way I can survive. Fighting through all of the pain, the best will rise. Now my